Can somebody please guide me? I'm having some problem sharing this screen.
Are you the host? Are you the host?
Yeah.
You should be having a control there, share screen in the green.
Yeah, I'm trying to share. That's what I'm doing. For some reason, it's just not.
Open the presentation and then put down share screen.
Yeah. The presentation is open, and I am clicking on share screen.
Click on the share screen.
There's a green button, share screen at the bottom.
I'm doing exactly that.
Okay.
It's just still not. Okay, hold on 1 second.
Can you hear me all?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
yes, sir, we can.
Yeah, before the next session starts, just wanted to share just one small anecdotal thing. Today is 9/11. Today is 9/11. More than 100 years ago, today was the day when Swami Vivekananda gave his famous speech at Chicago and exposed our Vedantic ideas to the West. And today is also 9/11. 20 years ago, Islamic fundamentalists, killed more than 3,000 people. What a contrast these two faiths have to offer to the West. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Professor Paul, I'm not sure whether you can hear me clapping here.
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
While the screen gets shared, then I will ask one question, one quick question, Dr. Pal.
Yes.
Do you think the pandemic...
Okay, I got it.
Thank you, Kamleshji. All right, I think we are ready to go. Hello, everyone. And my name is Anjali, and I'm here to introduce Kamlesh Kapoor. I'm very, very privileged to introduce her. I have known her for the past almost 15 years. And the topic that she's going to be presenting today is dismantling Hindu traditions, philosophy, and culture, reversing the tide, a multi-pronged strategy. So before she starts, just a little bit about Kamlesh Kapoor. There's a lot to say, but I will try to make it very short. So she is a historian, she's an educator, she's an independent researcher, and she has a master's in economics, a master's in education. So she was the very first among 20 women to be directly selected in the Indian Central Services. So she worked for 10 years as the senior superintendent of post offices in UP and West Bengal circles. She has conducted a lot of workshops for parents, how to teach dharma in the context of psychology, philosophy, and physics. So she was disturbed by the global epidemic of intolerance, cultural illiteracy, wrong propaganda by vested interests, and a very intimidating atmosphere of prejudice. So she developed a curriculum, a kind of a framework for teaching about diversity and multiculturalism. So which was age appropriate and these were lessons for kids from grades K through grade 12 in all the universities. So this is a very unique approach to educate mainstream Americans about the significant contributions of Indian civilization to mankind and to appreciate and integrate humanism and Hinduism. She has several published books and papers. Some of them are Portraits of a Nation, History of Ancient India, Hindu Dharma, a Teaching Guide. And this is a must-have book for those who have children, and I can vouch for it. And Freedom Struggle and the Role of Mahatma Gandhi is still under publication. She's working on it at the moment. So this, in few brief words, this was a short introduction to Kamlesh Kapoor, and still it's not enough. There is a lot. And she's going to be giving a presentation, and over to you, Kamlesh ji. We look forward to this great presentation that she has put together, working night and day. Please go ahead.
Namaste ji, everybody. And it has been enlightening speeches by many of you, all of you actually. And namaste, I'm Kamlesh Kapoor, as she said, and I have been working almost lifelong in how to teach and build identity, Hindu identity of young children, so that they can fight their own battles. So this is the topic, dismantling, but I take it into two lines, two different parts. One is that India's challenges. How did the problem begin? You see, the most important thing is to pin when did the problems start, when was it deepened into fracture of society, and freedom struggle became twisted in a whole different direction. Who was responsible? Once we diagnose the problems and issues over the past, what hit us? My own problem is that now that India is free, what hit us that we could not retrieve our knowledge base, pass it on, why we could not have link with the Sanskrit language, and most of the words which we try to map, Sanskrit terms and words, we map it on the Christians. So, and I'll explain to you how that has affected us. So there are complex challenges and how to meet those challenges. So what is the genesis of the problem? Fault lines, who created? Most of us blame the British, and of course, the British did create the background of partition and wholeheartedly sowed the seed of hatred and communal ill will. But it was basically deepened by Gandhi, Gandhis, and Gandhians. That is what my book is going to focus on. Who Gandhi, everybody knows. And without any shame, I acknowledge that I would not consider him Mahatma. So I don't refer to him as Mahatma. It might ruffle a few feathers, but I'll come to that. And who are the Gandhis? Gandhis are those who were given the name, fake name, to the Muslim, Firoz Khan and his wife, Indira. So their dynasty is Gandhis. And who are the Gandhians? Who are blind followers doing PhD in Gandhian economics. One wonders what that would be, and how did he become an economist? And Gandhi's morality and truth and sacrifices. Well, as I'm writing the book, I must have gone through his complete speeches, works, and everything. Everything that he ever spoke, most of it I read. And I was amazed, what a misperception. Gandhi, who he was, and what people think about him. The image, the persona. And when I discuss it casually with one or two persons that this is what I'm going to do, and they say, Kamleshi, don't do that. The only person the world knows us about by linking it to Mahatma Gandhi. I say, if that is the only identity I have, that I come from a country where Gandhi was there, it is shameful for the entire 1.3 billion people. Okay. Now, Mahatma Gandhi, I put down a question mark because, so his stewardship of the freedom movement, and the title was given by Rabindranath Tagore when he came back from Africa. And his leadership and beliefs we are going to see. Principally, there were two beliefs around which his entire career before the partition was going on. The one belief was non-violence. Everything has to be non-violent. And that only had a very limited application. It applies to Hindus that they have to be non-violent. And it does not apply to the perpetrators of violence. So he was doing that, non-violence. And the second was Hindu-Muslim unity. He gave up his life for that, trying to achieve something which was absolutely impossible, not in the grain of the Muslim culture, to embrace the Hindu society. So he was like, in our Punjabi language, we say that I'm translating, we are throwing feathers into the air, thinking that it will reach God. So it was like that. So his performance as a leader, he was a virtual dictator. Anybody who dissented during those 20s, 30s, and 40s, he was just sidelined. They became like Vinoba Bhave left, like Madan Mohan Malviya left, and a whole lot of people when they were sidelined and asked to not to question Gandhi. He is a leader. He is galvanizing the freedom movement, which is utter nonsense. He stymied it actually. So the saner voices, where were the saner voices when he was doing all this mischief? They were silenced. Dissent was not allowed. You already know, most of the people know what happened to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, what happened to many others. Even Ambedkar was silenced so many times and yielded. Patel and Savarkar and many others. So along these two themes, whatever he wanted to do, he did. And what he called that third segment was his experiments with truth. And that was another outrage going on. He was experiment on whom? And I'm going to discuss that. Because I'm trying to build what we are facing today, 100 years after 1915, 105 years. Why is it that we have not even risen from the ground level a few feet? Something has gone wrong, vicious with our leaders and their sycophants. So now let's go to the 20s, Jinnah and Gandhi. Right away, Jinnah was a Congress member. In the conference, he said that he did not address Mahatma Gandhi as Mahatma. He said, Mr. Gandhi. He was quickly shoved off the stage physically, and he had to leave. So this was the greatest policy decision that was so very wrong, alienating one of the greatest visionaries who was for unity in the country. And when Gandhi started Mopla, which was a watershed movement, that was opposed by Jinnah and many other people. And they said, what are you doing? You are giving alien roots to the Muslims who are born and brought up, who are descendants of Hindu people. And you are putting them under the Khalifa. So we are going to see a little bit of that. So I'm tracing, because I'm a historian, I go day by day, year by year, decade by decade, what exactly was going on in those 30 years. Gandhi said, now, Khilafat movement. Now, Khalifa was, Khilafat is related to Khalifa, who was Turkey. It was defeated. Many people have discussed this all through the morning. And many Muslim countries are very happy that now they can do the progress and get a little bit secular and become a little modern. But here in India, there were two brothers, Shaukat Ali and Muhammad Ali, and they asked Gandhi that, we want Khalifa. He was our religious head. And Gandhi said, okay, let's do that. Congress vehemently opposed it. Jinnah was absolutely livid with anger that we are born and brought us here, and you are giving us Arabian roots. And so he was pandering to the Muslim whims. Gandhi's reaction was, no, they are our brothers. We should respect their heads. And not realizing that international developments were the result of an international treaty. And asking the British government to violate that treaty of Versailles after the First World War is pointless. How can British do by themselves ask Turkey to bring back the Khalifa? The Ottoman Empire was gone. So non-violence dogma, we are going to do the test. It failed. In the Bopla case, he was justifying something. When it went out of hand, it became like not against the British, but against the Hindus. So he justified that, when the mighty tree falls, the earth shakes. And this was ridiculous, because the mighty tree fell down in Turkey. Why the vibrations are in India? That also in Malabar. Because Malabar was affluent Hindu communities and Muslims were workers. So this gave them free lands, activities, movement to kill thousands of Hindus and rape women. And Mahatma Gandhi did not go there once, did not just rebuke them or stop it. No, for 3 days it continued. And he was on a, justifying that, it was a case of fight between the farmers and Hindu landlords, and all sorts of spins he created just to justify the Muslim violence. So that is where I'm saying that non-violence for him was something he can manipulate. Every time it happened to Hindus, well, it's okay. So Congress party, a flock of headless chickens under a confused leader. So if you see the history of the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the negotiations they were doing with the viceroy and among themselves, it was like going nowhere. Today, he is going to attend the roundtable conference. Tomorrow, he says, no, we should boycott it. And when the second roundtable conference came, he went inside, came back. We want Puran Swaraj. Again, he backed out. Then when the war started, he said we should resign from all the Congress provinces because we don't want war. We believe in non-violence, which was an opportunity to gain administrative experience, recruit and train our administrators, Hindus, and we lost an opportunity. So it was a series of, I'm covering this in my book in details, what was going on and how he was behaving. About his non-violence, why he was pleading and pandering to Muslim whims. I don't know if many people know about it. When he was in Africa, he made a very random, casual remark insulting the Muslims. At least this is what they thought. So one day at night, in that small little cottage where he was living, Kasturba was not there. So some 8 or 9 huge Pathans came and beat him to the pulp, literally. So he survived, but they beat him to the pulp. So that made his entire psyche different. After that, the Muslims became bullies. They vandalized Hindu space. They did everything irresponsible. And Gandhi continued, they are our brothers. And when one of them killed Swami Atmanand, and he said, you know, our brother did it. Atmanand should not have started the Shuddhi movement. So you understand how he was going. And if today we are suffering from an identity crisis and we are acting like dhimis, like, you know, second-class people who cannot say anything about Mahatma Gandhi. We are not going to question Mahatma Gandhi. Okay. So this led to 2 things. He divided Hindus among the Harijans and the upper caste. And he continued chiding them for this or that or this or that. And at the same time, minorities galvanized. Muslim League was not in majority. There was Awami League who wanted integrated India. They were all like, you know, small groups. But Gandhi gave so much importance to the Muslims, got communal representation in their favor. It is all part of history. And this led to minorities expand, becomes united, welded. And the third thing they did was they became bullies. If you never condemn them, well, they are bullies. They will, today they are holding your foot, tomorrow they will throw you from the waist down. So Hindus became separate and unequal. And that is the thing that continues today. Now, his experiments were truths. Everybody says he made sacrifices. Who were the guinea pigs? Who was he experimenting on? He was experimenting on Hindus. When it came to non-violence, he was experimenting on Hindus. When it came to his own questionable austerity or celibacy, the guinea pigs were the minor girls with whom he used to sleep. I did not cover this aspect in the book. It was too gross, but it is in his own collected works where there are letters he wrote to different ladies and girls and how he responded to them. And many people believe that in the ashram, he was running his own harem, where there were always 4 or 5 girls. So his moral compass was, he only understood. What was the truth at some point, he understood, nobody else. Because it was mercurial kind of thing. Today it is different, tomorrow truth has become different. So when in the 40s, when everything was crystallized, crystallizing actually, after the World War or during the World War, it was imminent that most likely they will get the independence. So now he was doing such a duplicacy, playing such games In 1940, when Jinnah declared the two-nation theory, Gandhi endorsed it. You see, he endorsed it. And then he pretended that India will be partitioned on his dead body and stuff like that. That were the rules. So 1940. 1943, he even signed an agreement. In an agreement with Lord Wavell, agreeing to the partition. Now, if he knew in 1943 for sure, in 1940 he was sure, what prevented him from warning the Hindus that they should be prepared to leave? Or at some point, possibly they will leave. And why did he not make any preparations that if they move, where would they go? This is the tragedy for which Gandhi alone is responsible. That 7 years he knew about it and did nothing. So when the freedom comes, people call it freedom. Actually, it was not freedom, it was transfer of power. It was mentioned before also. So I say that a stillborn child was born. Actually, that is the stillborn nation, because nation was bifurcated in turmoil. So now Gandhi disdained Hindus and Hindu traditions. My focus is what is the genesis of the problem that we have inherited, and we do have people to blame. Not the caste system and not the Hindus themselves, but Hindus as victims. So he misinterpreted dharma. He coined the word Harijans as if some classes are very superior, really loved by God, and the others are, hateful people. Something implied. His moral compass always pointed in the wrong direction. His celibacy was a sham, so was his austerity. He was fasting, he went into seclusion, where he would have orange juice, they say, and that is known to everybody. So silencing the Hindu-minded patriotic freedom fighters, that was his, motto, so that he could install Nehru and be the background figure to press on the same failed policies that he followed as a dictator before partition. So I don't use the word before freedom, because freedom came only in 2014. So Hindu dawned with the mantle of oppressors. He always blamed them. They started it. Okay, so he created an inferiority complex. That is where the problem is. The Marxists did something, Nehru did a whole lot, and the rest is a chain reaction of power play, hanging on to the power. That came later. Initial inferiority complex was created by Mahatma himself, Gandhi. So now they're ashamed of their past because disassociated with that. He never talked about the past. He interpreted the segment like Ahimsa Paramo Dharma. But there is a next line also worse, which says that when is Hinsa required? So it is not half a verse in Bhagavad Gita, it is a full verse, which says when there is a Rajadharma, there is no such thing as non-violence. You don't play with words, okay? So he was egotist. He was always afraid of losing his image. So he was double-dealing. And I use the word Frankenstein let loose. I mean, not that he was Frankenstein, but he created monstrous forces of Hindu loss of self-esteem and Muslims as a bullying class and the privileged minority. So the next line, that is, many Englishmen use these words. One of them was Lithgow. He said that he has gone senile. Hitler used the word preposterous when he said that you stop the war. And Jinnah called him foolhardy. So these are the words used by them to describe. Unless we face these facts, that how did Hindu faith traditions got chipped? In spite of the fact there was Vivekananda before that, Swami Ramakrishna Paramhans, so many yogis and so many saints, Aurobindo Ghosh, the greatest of philosophers. Then why the Hindu traditions were chipped down, chipped away, erosion of the cultural ethos? What is going on? Why? So when I looked at his background, history of 30 years while he was alive, and I came to the answer that he was the sole reason for that particular, reaching that point where it became very difficult to retrieve the Hindu self-esteem. And so was it satyagraha or was it a satyagraha? I would say it was a satyagraha, because he was insisting, stubborn about something which is not true. And of course, my own feeling is he was a duratma. Now, a dead Gandhi versus Gandhi alive. So when Gandhi died, many people who came from Pakistan as a refugee, they said when he died, these women, I was in Delhi, they remarked that he was not our Bapu, he was Bapu of Muslims. And you know, we were, as children, we were surprised that people can be that unpatriotic. Gandhi was a great man, and they say he was Bapu of Muslims. But we understand that those people have better sense. So he adamantly suppressed the natural instincts of flight or fight. This is, animals have the instinct. Either they run or they fight. But he said, no, you be, sacrifice yourself, be the victim, embrace it. If a woman is raped, she should be happy that she made someone happy. These are actual quotes. Now, how would you feel about being victim for 1 day, 3 days, decade, and 5 decades? So almost 5 decades have passed in the same kind of rut. So Hindus were unarmed, unprepared, defenseless, and rudderless. And he emboldened the Muslims. So what are the flock of people who are given false promises and who are not carrying weapons, and they have to suddenly leave with the help of military, or if they had good sense, they left a little earlier. I belong to Lahore. I was born there. And at the time of the partition, I have quite a vivid memory of atrocities done by Muslims in our town, the burning of the houses. We also saw the caravans passing by, Muslims leaving or Hindus leaving. Nehru got the legacy. He found out that if Godse can kill Mahatma Gandhi, maybe he will come after me next. So he had his own reason. Overnight, on the 30th of night in Bombay, there was a major riot, killing about, and it lasted 2.5 days. So about 3,000-4,000 Brahmins. And not a single Indian newspaper covered, not a single speech condemning them. And where I got the news, I read it in Washington Post. January 31st, 1948. So that is how much information is suppressed. So he blocked the welding. Nehru did the same thing, caste-based divisions and putting down Hindus. He himself says in many places, I am not, I am born Hindu, but I am culturally, I am a Muslim. So that is who he was. And most people say that Krishna Menon was communist and therefore Nehru became communist. It's the other way around. Nehru was a communist when he visited Russia in 1927 and came mesmerized. So these are facts. If we don't understand the facts, then we are on a very slippery ground. Anybody can put us on the defense and we are we hang down our head because we don't have answers. So breaking the majority is breaking India. Hindus are broken in different classes, the Lingyats and the Jains and this and that. It is breaking India. And this needs the full book that Rajiv wrote, and that needs to be read cover to cover. So now we are faced with a certain syndrome where we are running away from the facts and just indulge in casual talk. Hindu inertia is there, hesitant to actively participate in democracy. Many of them, when I go to India, many of them talk about, politics, Modi is going to, he should not, and this and that. Rahul Gandhi is very good. And when I ask them that, have you understood the realities, read the manifestos? They haven't. And when I asked that, who do you think you are going to vote? They said, we don't have voting card. And then I said, you don't have voting card. You are not going to vote. And you are talking nonsense over a cup of tea. And they say, हमें क्या लेना देना? And I said, आपको क्या लेना देना है? मुझे क्या लेना देना है? I am not even now the citizen of this country, but I am very concerned. I am culturally and in a dharmic way rooted in India. So denial of opportunities. This reservation business, which kept expanding indefinitely, and somewhere along the line, communal, element came. Not disadvantage historically or socially, but they said that, minorities are minorities. So let it be Muslims and let the Christians, everybody is a minority. And among the Hindus also, the Dalits, of course, are minority. Patels are minority. Marathas. When were Marathas powerless in the history of the country? Lingyats. So this minority appeasement at every level of government, naturally, those people who are coming to getting jobs or getting admissions, they have to resort to corruption. So you have to give some donation to the university to get admission. So groups with affiliations to communist parties and Naxalites, now they are also non-Hindus, even though in the demography, they are shown as Hindu. So these cleavages, they have torn the entire society. Now, India has now internal and domestic enemies, and we have to know them. So there are terrorist outfits, they are destabilizing forces who are getting their cue from...
Join the meeting.
They are getting cue from foreign powers, and they are doing surveillance on Indian society. And Pakistan is another threat. And a corridor for pilgrims they made for Sikhs, it turned out to be mafia and drug route. So might is right, gangsterism and mafia groups as youth wings of the Congress and other parties came up. So by the time 60 years are gone, now there is democracy subverted in every sense, constitutional sense, unconstitutional sense. Anybody can start a dharna on the street, get away with it, allowing continuous infiltration to change the demography, turning blind eye to NGOs, scams, and the whole bit. It is like many people, they say that all these people have been talking for 60 years, Gribi hatao. But in the process, they have become very rich. How could that be? And one person remarked that how many 5-year plans will take to have complete unemployment. So these are the jokes going around. Now there is, after Modi came, it is a never, now or never moment, because nation that has been at risk, the heritage that has been destroyed or disconnected from the people, it is now our responsibility, your responsibility, collective responsibility. The older generation has nothing to lose, they have few years more. It's only the young generation who has to wear the thinking hat and thinking in the light of history, what went wrong. Always have a retrospect, one eye in the back, what went wrong. Thinking as responsible citizens in a democracy, analyzing the credibility of the speaker. Here, everybody, WhatsApp group starts some kind of jokingly, and people think this is a fact. So, because we are not thinking. Thinking as a researcher and evaluating the ground realities. These are the tasks. This requires hard work. Creating awareness about issues and dangers. And now, if the chores win, India loses its very existence, never to rise again. So do we take the advantage of this juncture? And today, the anniversary of one of the worst crimes perpetrated in America, when they realized there is something called terrorism. Previously, it was not. So now the problem is diagnosed. So now what? First of all, we change the name Bharat. Sri Lanka has
joined the meeting.
So why can't we? Finding solutions. Vision, socio-political assertion by the majority. Empowerment with knowledge to counter communism and secularism, which is antithesis of Bharatiya cultural ethos. Building identity as Hindus, transmission of knowledge and cultural values to the next generation. These are the tasks that if we today can take it to the next level and take up the responsibility, that who will bell the toll? So who will toll the bell? Sorry. So that is the task. And task is enormous. It is to change the name. It is to thwart communism and secularism, expose them, assert Hindu identity, build it first, and have a knowledge base. You can only fight a battle when you have knowledge and strategy. Now, these people who are in opposition and they are having Gathbandhans and joining together to defeat Modi, I call them Alibaba and Chalis Chor. They have been like that. Now, how to teach Hindu dharma? That is now where the buck stops with us. That what are we going to do? If we are teaching Hindu dharma, how do we teach it? What should be the content? Scientific method should be there. We should involve the students, not give them lectures. Hey, you are Hindus and let us have read Hanuman Chalisa. That is not the approach. This is a digital age. Weaving all this into modern condition, make it relevant to this. And building blocks, knowledge of the self, knowledge of the Prakriti, and knowledge of the cosmic reality. Hindu dharma revolves around these things. Know yourself, know your Prakriti, environment, and connect with the divine. Because these are the connections when you harmonize with Prakriti and make it relevant to the modern times. How? When you say karma and transmigration, everybody who is born dies, born again, and Atma does not die, it is a very fundamental scientific thing that the matter is indestructible, it only changes forms. And so is collective consciousness. It is indestructible. It goes from one place to another. So it is metamorphosis. Now this, once you recognize this, you believe in environment, you believe nothing to be destroyed, you believe preservation and conservation of the beauty of nature, you also believe in not disturbing the ecosystem, making some species totally. So Hindu Dharma provides the building blocks of modern day slogans, this whole green peace movement and environmental things. These are all offshoots of Hindu Dharma because we are basically nature worshippers. We worship the sun, we worship the air, water, all of these in a symbolic way or otherwise. So we expand the knowledge base of our own tradition by checking the original sources, by going through some of the oral traditions and meaning of the chants. You see, people boast that my son has learned, at the age of 3, how to sing Gayatri Mantra 108 times. First of all, 3-year-old child doesn't know 108 number. So these are all, wrong starts, wrong jump starts giving to your children. Think of it after 25, at the age of 25, how many of them will be boasting about knowing Hanuman Chalisa? So we have to know the role of festivals, what they are, fasting, why we do it, why is it necessary, what are the holy days, what is Yajna, what do we sacrifice, and what is the importance of that. So there are two aspects of knowing Hindus. One is knowing their basics and fundamentals, who they are, that is knowing about them, Hindus being convinced Hindus by convictions. And the second is practicing Hindus, where you are actually practicing yourself, all the principles and that. So we, correcting the historical perspective, I'm just coming to an end, retrieving history, find out who were the villains, who were the heroes, erasing hypotheses and assumptions like the Marxists have created, throwing the baggage of caste system, it is irrelevant. First of all, caste system was not started by India, by Hindus. It was done by the Britishers. And in 1920, there is one statement by one of the Census Bureau superintendent, who happened to be the Englishman. I should have brought the quote, but I will send it to Anjali, that quote, because everybody should keep it in the pocket who started caste system. And don't go into Muharram mode and stop beating your breast that you are accused of caste system. You are the casteist people. We are not. When Gautam Buddha was asked, who are you? He was asking the identity. He did not say my caste is what. He said, my given name is Siddhartha. I am from Shakya clan. My Gotra is Gautam. And at this time, my Varan is nothing. I belong to nobody and nobody belongs to me. So he did not say the word caste. So it should not be used at all. It should be removed from the dictionary. So we should have to take individual initiative and the role of temples and ashram. By the way, the temples here, I have visited, I tried that there should be educational thrust on the basis of scientific aspects of Hindu dharma, and that will become more like logical to them. They thought I was labeled fanatic, and I was shunned. Our own temple. So organizational thrust should be there. We should work as community together, not at cross purpose. Here, the communities are trying to vie with each other among themselves. Whereas as a community, the Muslims are penetrating everywhere in the political echelons, in the government of the United States, in the government of England, and of course, in India. We are not even able to make a community work together. Okay. So retrieving identity and dignity, you have to know the other people. If they know our faults and exploit us, then we have to know theirs. So it is absolutely essential to read some of the chapters of the Bible, some of the chapters of Quran I have read, and not the sanitized versions, the original ones, so that you can put them on the spot. So be aggressive. One has to be aggressive. It's a war. It's a war for survival of Hindu dharma. So know your fault lines, which they are exploiting. Then be on the, instead of being on the defensive, build a strategy, good answer. Hey, what caste? This is what caste is. Know the strength and weakness of the opponent by reading their books. So war or a conflict, the chance of winning is to fight on the offensive. I have never seen a war where you win it by being on the defensive, because you are unprepared. So always be on the offensive. If they are blaming us for a saffron brigade, then why not be a brigade? Fight. It's like a game of chess. Be 5 moves ahead of them. So read the frequently asked questions, which are prepared for the master's level course in Hinduism by the universities here. And I have given it in my book, Hindu Dharma, a teaching guide, because that will tell you where they are going and where they are misrepresenting. Now brainstorming. What are the doables? Out of this, what have we learned, and what is the audience, whoever is listening today, is going to do? What are the doable? Distinguish between what the government is doing and what we are going to do. When there is a smallpox, you don't treat one pock mark. You find a vaccine. So you are not fighting one person, one bully. You are treating the malaise, the whole malignant tumor. It is government responsibility, yes, to provide the courses and educational environment. It is also the parents and the teachers' role. It is the media's influence, which is national media is highly diabolic in treating Hindu dharma. Community is responsibility to counter misleading propaganda. Now, out of all these things, what exactly an individual is going to do? So if nothing else out of this conference, let us come out with, I as an individual, what am I going to do? Which is my doable? So I think that's it. So brainstorming means that in a way, I am giving everybody homework. That think about these things, pick up one area where you are going to be responsible, whether you are going to a school and some way or other you are reaching other people and telling about India's contribution to the world, or you build relevant building blocks, scientific aspects of Hindu dharma, just focus on that, or pick up some kind of responsibility, or do the welding of the community. That is very important. or build the identity, positive identity. How many Hindus are going to go on in the public square where there are Americans and say, if questioned, who are you? Are they going to say, I'm Hindu? No, they will go like this. And the other people say, you know, you are others. They will label us because we failed to label us. So, and that reminds me of an incident which was eye-opener. It will take a minute. Some 7 years old, 8 years old kids were crossing a street after the school was over. It was New York. And I was also standing there at the corner. So these, some Christian groups came and 4 or 5 people, and they asked those bunch of small children, who are you? What is the name of your God? And they were so, you know, nonplussed. Should I say Krishna, Ram, who? While they are still thinking in their little heads, they said, God is, Jesus is your God. 30 seconds. They don't give more than that. Then they said, what is your holy book? And, you know, then you are thinking, Ramayana, what did my mother say? Mahabharata, Gita. And they said, here, Bible is the holy book. And then they say, what is your belief? And they again are, should I say truth? Should I say non-violence? What should I? And they say, Jesus gives salvation. This is your basic belief. Now you tell me, as an audience, what are you going to do about it? Are we going to make our children defenseless, or are we going to arm them with basic principles, philosophy, psychology contained in Hindu Dharma? Thank you very much. I hope I didn't put people to sleep. And
That was Kamlesh ji. You're talking about sleep, you know, this was a call to awake people, you know, so this was a call, this was a wake-up call. So that's why I'm saying that, you know, sleep, I think people should lose their sleep after this, but wonderfully delivered. And I have a few questions, Kamlesh ji. I don't want to summarize whatever you have said because people have been asking some very pointed questions. So let me just
ask the questions.
You are able to see me. Can you stop sharing the screen? It's possible for you, Kamlesh ji?
These slides?
Yeah.
Of course.
Thank you.
I have put a lot of material in the public domain. If you go to YouTube and find under my name, I prepared a 16 lesson course for beginners in how to teaching Hindu Dharma. So those sessions are 16 and you can access it. And then there is 9 sessions, workshops, where I'm telling how to create the teachers who can teach the subject, Hindu Dharma. So there are workshops, and so, and if this can be on the public, in the public domain, you know, then let it be. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kamlesh ji. So this was one of the questions from some people, whether they can have access to your presentation. And there are a couple of questions on, one is on caste. How can Hindus rise above caste? That is one. And the other very important question is, just like the Jewish, you know, they played their strong financial card to, and they created Israel. What card do we have to influence our foreign power in our favor? And this question has been posed by the Michigan Indian Community Service.
Say it again, the last question. Let me answer the first one. Okay. The caste, right? The caste, I have made a flyer, 1 page. That says it all. Put it in your pocket. Every time anybody talks about caste, Hindu or non-Hindu, shove it to them in their face. That is what I'm doing. So the second thing you do, is if you are hesitant to take the paper out or keep the paper in your pocket, then I say have a tattoo. You see, I am that fed up with the caste, which doesn't belong to us. You know, we did not create it and we are being blamed and every day flagellized. And one of our organization apologized to the American government, one of the agencies, that Hindus should be ashamed of. We apologize for it. Are pagal hai? You know, what went wrong with your brain? First of all, you have no business to speak on behalf of all the Hindus. And secondly, you have the audacity to apologize for something you did not even create. You know, where are the brains?
Kamlesh, that really points out to lack of knowledge, as you mentioned, that there are so many WhatsApp messages floating around, which people just create ad hoc WhatsApp messages without having any knowledge. And I have been forwarded messages like Modi is destroying the country. India has become the poorest country in the world. So I had to ask them that, can you please Google and see which is the poorest country in Asia and which is the poorest country in the world? You know, it just takes a Google search. People don't even want to do that, but it's because it's easier to blame somebody who is, who's in power, somebody like Modi who's questioning authority. So
I will circulate that paper. I will send it today.
Sure.
And tomorrow, you flash it and give it to everybody. Everybody can copy it down.
Absolutely. And a very important point.
On page.
Sure. Kamlesh, a very important point that you raised, that we take a lot of pride in telling our children, oh, my kid can recite Gayatri Mantra, my kid knows Hanuman Chalisa. A 3-year-old kid or a 4-year-old kid can only recite it, just like a parrot, right? Because they don't know what the real essence of it. So the more important thing to do is to make it more relevant to their day-to-day life. When they know that they can use it in their day-to-day life, for example, if it is passing an exam, if it is understanding mathematics well, if it is working out your relationship with your parents and your teachers, if the dharma can help them in that, then they know the value rather than just reciting something just for the sake of it. Right?
This question is extremely relevant, and I personally found answers while raising my grandchildren. So every day on the way to school, I made it my duty that in the school, I have to drop them. Those 7 minutes, they are buckled up and I'm teaching them. Just conversationally. We are praying to sun. How do we pray? Why do we pray to sun? Sun gives this, sun gives that. Who is Deva? And never use the word God. Because God is a word, an entity created by human beings in their own image. We don't have a word. We have Brahma and divine spark, which is in me, expands to infinity. That is Brahma. So we have the word Deva. And why are we pleasing others by translating it as gods? And then they're fighting with the curriculum people that it should be with bigger G or smaller G, This is a grand total of nonsense. So let us not use those categories which do not exist in Sanskrit. A ritual does not exist in Sanskrit because it has a Latin root. Mithya, when they say mythology and we say mythology, that means we believe in falsehood. Think of it. Brain bhi hota hai na, common sense. Achha. So don't use mythology. Don't use soul. Soul is no word, has nothing to do. Look at the dictionary. Use the Atma. And use the word sanskar. Use the word the worship of Prakriti. When we are doing yajna or any puja, what do? We offer reverence, Varun Devai. Om Varun Devai Namaha, Om Vayu Deva Namaha. We are offering to the natural forces. So nobody is talking about God in Sanskrit. And here we are fighting about gods and God. So the other day, the doctor in my presence was explaining to his son in a puya. He means gods. He means gods. And after that, I said, Doctor, you failed my reading of my book. If you did read one word, you failed. Wrong. So you see, these are the first lessons in the book. They are for 4 to 7 years old. It is at that level. Who are you? My name is this. I live in Chesapeake. I go there. My parents are this. This is like, identity. Who I believe in? I believe in nature. I believe in beautiful flowers. I love this. I love that. You are building connection. You see, you're not talking about God, infinity, and salvation. It is not in their experience, emotional experience. So similarly, you go building blocks. Look at this flower. What happened? It died. Died means what? That means it's going to be churned into something else. It really didn't vanish. Metamorphosis. How many concepts are hidden in this? Recycling, metamorphosis, transformation, and you see, rebirth, swastika with the gaps, infinite journey of Atma with gaps. So in each concept, there is a whole lot of building blocks which are so relevant today. So you really have to look at those for the munchkins, the lessons, and for the book is $9 on the e-version. Just buy them. And or go to YouTube, they are free lessons. I'm a book person. Everything that I write, I have to have 10 books for reference. So thank you very much. I think I am taking the other person's time. And if any questions you have, Anjali can give my email address. And I can tell you about the caste system. I have 5 lessons on YouTube under the heading, Freedom from Bias, the Last Frontier to Cross.
Thank you so much, Kamlesh ji. Thank you. It was such a pleasure. Absolutely wonderful to have you here. Thank you.
Namaste.
Namaste. Prabodh ji, over to you.
मैंने तो खत्म कर दिया. आप किसको बुला रहे हैं? हेलो.
Is Tariq Fateh ji online? Let me just call them.
Okay, I'm trying to look for Tariq on the list. I don't see him yet. I thought I saw him briefly, but let me locate him.
Tariq
Anjali,
ji
do you
is
see?
joining? Yes.
Okay.
He's joining.
Okay,
He's
thank you,
joining
Anjali.
with me on the phone. He's joining.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, just give him a minute. He's joining. He had some
Yeah.
family
No
emergency.
worries.
That's why
I saw him briefly come in and then exit. So
Ramoji, maybe you can introduce the topic. We are live on Dia TV. So
okay.
if you start the conversation, it would be awesome.
Okay. Well, this session is essentially to get Tariq Fatah, well-known, respected journalist, activist, who's dabbled in a very colorful personality, who's dabbled in a lot of areas to talk about the situation in the AFPAC region, particularly after the American defeat and exit in Afghanistan, and then try to get a sense of what the repercussions, both short-term and long-term, will be in India, in the immediate vicinity, India, Iran, and then also extend that to the receding status of a superpower that has reluctantly or whatever on purpose gone into a shell. And we will try to segue that into other regions also, including the situation in China and Taiwan. But then we'll crisscross back into the short term, which we will try to discuss the different tactics used by jihadis, and also in try to get a sense of what kind of penetration he has seen happening in the mindset of people. So I see Tarek. Hi Tarek, how are you? Can you hear me okay? You are mute.
Unmute, 1 second.
Are you able to hear me okay, Tarek?
Unmuted myself.
Okay, good to see your lovely face. How are you doing?
Oh my God, is it lovely?
How are you doing? How is your health?
Okay,
Good.
okay, not too bad.
Good. Long time. I saw last met you 5 years ago in a conference in Goa. Good to see you.
Goa. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Tarek, so we are gonna do a brief introduction.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure most of the people on this session know about you, and would love to hear what you have to say on the geopolitical situation, especially in the AFPAC region with the inglorious exit of America.
Yes.
And then we'll segue that into short-term and long-term effects that the region will experience. Something that you've already talked about many times, but we want to. Yes.
I thought there was some issue with the description of different types of jihad that.
Yes, we'll go into that. We'll segue into that. Absolutely.
Okay.
We'll segue into that, the different forms of jihad and then penetration into Hindu society.
Right.
And then we also want to take towards the end your personal experience with certain. I know you've experimented a lot with different beliefs and different systems in your own life.
I haven't experimented with any.
But we want to hear what your observations have been on esoteric traditions and a little bit on your personal side as well, if time permits, and then
You can ask me any questions. I'll basically, let me just say where we stand today, and I don't think humanity has ever been at such a crossroad where we are today, observing the very day by allowing those guilty of that crime to be rewarded. So
absolutely, very poignant reminder that such a day, the United States is asking Taliban not to celebrate 9/11 as a sign of victory. It's a very sad turn of events. But let me, for the
Go ahead.
general public introduce you, somebody who has been at the forefront of advocating separation of religion and state. You oppose Sharia, and you've advocated for a liberal, progressive form of Islam. You have obviously had criticism come from all sorts of people across from the Muslim community, and also other liberal and conservative groups who are probably a little bit reluctant to admit your point of view. You have always called yourself an Indian born in Pakistan and a Punjabi born into Islam, and now your opinion obviously has has arrived at a juncture where there is all sorts of negotiations happening with the crudest form that is exhibited by Taliban. So how do you see this, Tarek? And what you predicted this? I know you have that there has been backroom dealings happening all over ever since Trump started negotiating in Qatar. I know you've talked about it. So how are you feeling today on 9/11 with what's happening?
Well, it's remarkable that we are observing the 20th anniversary by rewarding those who carried it out, and then pretending that it somehow were planes that crashed into it. Planes didn't crash. Planes are told what to do. Pilots crash, and those pilots were motivated by the notion of supremacy of Islam over the rest of humanity. And it is astonishing that you could listen to 20 years of people talking about 9/11. Nobody ever talks about what motivated these men to do what they did. Countries didn't motivate them. Money was not their motivation. They wanted to die. So what would they do with the money? They didn't have to conquer anything. They simply had to kill and shake up and destroy the symbols of American power. And that had already been done. The World Trade Center had already been attacked a few years earlier. And even till today, you listen to the speeches, you listen to the eyewitnesses, it's as if, some space, out of space characters did that and people have been traumatized by it. The people who did it live in the United States. You invite them, you put them there, they are in every university, they are wherever there's a Pakistani consulate, there is the Taliban, there is the Al-Qaeda. And just because you give different brand names to a pop drink, it remains a cola, Diet Cola or Zero Cola, or, there are tens of these. But when you start pretending that you've discovered what went wrong, and you're lying to yourself, it's not even that there are 3-4 other people in the room. When you are convinced that you will refuse to address what motivated people to die. You've never, in 20 years, nobody has sat down and said, so why would anyone want to do it this way? It's not an individual event like the assassination of Rajiv Gandhi, or, so many things we've seen with the Tamil Tigers liberation movement or the Japanese Harakiri. They all had a motivation in what they thought was, or the Soviet fighters, the communist fighters in Ukraine and Russia, who would lie down before German tanks and blow them up in the Second World War. No, this was for nothing. They would accomplish absolutely nothing other than a trip to paradise, where they were promised that there will be an orgy of sex with tens of thousands of women of different sort, and there will be, and that too, if you sincerely believe it, then you're nuts. But anyway, one should have looked into the notion of why Muslims have first cousin marriages, and is it affecting us? Has there been a physiological damaging of an entire people that you simply can be aroused into a state of mind where death is the beginning of life. So nobody discussed this. And I'll tell you, it's not just the United States. I don't think India discussed it after the Bombay attacks or, suicide bombings elsewhere in the country. People just look the other way. They don't want to offend somebody else. So life goes on, and this great challenge the world faces at the hands of what is Islamism, what has been created by the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, which is reflected in India by the Jamaat-e-Islami, and elsewhere by far more extremist versions of Jamaat-e-Islami. Looks like a Boy Scout group compared to the Deobandis from India. You also have to understand that all these extremists originate the ideological thinking from India, which is the Deoband madrasa that the British established in 1860 after Ghadar, so that the Muslims could be placated and put them over there, let every Muslim child go for 3, 4, 5 years to get brainwashed and sexually assaulted by mullahs, and life will be happy. And that's the end result was partition of India, which is one of the greatest calamities committed by this ideology. Pakistan is the first Islamic state ever in human history. There has never been an Islamic state. There have been caliphates that have been colonial rulers. For example, the Turks ruled over the Arabs for 600 years. And we talk of 9/11. Very few people understand that it was 9/11, 1683, that the Turks were finally defeated at the gates of Vienna by the armies of Poland and
the Polish king.
And ever since, that was the westward extreme that Turkish forces came to establish Islam in Europe. And since that day, they had to withdraw slowly away from the Balkans, and now you barely have a few hundred square miles on the European side, which is governed by Turkey. But at every stage, the issue is nobody has tried to, in a neutral form. I know there is enough hatred of Muslims that one can whip up a whole bunch of folks in the January, insani nahi hai. That doesn't solve any problem till you understand that this is an ideological movement that is motivated by religion and for which death is the beginning of life. Then you would understand.
Let me pause you there, because this spectacular comeback by the leadership of the Islamic world is a case study in itself. The West studies these case studies, at least in academic format, but it hasn't done so. It just let the notion seep in that these people kill each other. Ye log ek dusre ko qatl karte hain, but they will never have a cogent strategy to make a comeback. This is a comeback. We have to admit that whoever was...
All of Iran has disappeared, sir. All of Egyptian civilization has disappeared. The only ancient civilization that survived this onslaught of 1,000 years was Hindustan. And that too because the southern part of India, which I call monsoon Muslims, were a completely different set of people who were traders. The Arabs used to trade with the Malabaris and the Coromandel coast long before they became Muslim, So those are two different areas we see. The point in the present context is that you have hundreds of millions of people who genuinely believe that the whole purpose of life, which is what we call Roz-e-Qayamat, end of times, and then we take our transit flights connected to paradise, it depends on the destruction of India, Ghazwa Hind as it is called. every Hindu has to die or convert, or every Hindu temple has to be leveled. That is what Ghazwa Hind is. Otherwise, Hind doesn't come up. They say that the end of times will come when two armies will arise. One will go to Rome, which is equivalent to Europe, and the other will head towards India. And once these two have destroyed the West and Hindustan, there will be the glorious rule of Islam over the world. And once that is done, khatam, qayamat, and life will end. So whereas the rest of humanity wants to improve life and say that I wish to get ahead the way the early Arab civilizations did. I mean, just after Prophet Muhammad's death, you see the Arabs going everywhere with success stories, not just Muslim Arabs, atheist Arabs like Ibn Rushd or Kindi, or those who went to Spain. Arab society created incredible intellectual wisdom in medicine, everything. The Turks, on the other hand, in 600 years, did not produce a single book to be read by anyone. And they were facing the Greeks, who had written everything that we know from ancient times and had gone into the Socrates' nature of studying gods to people, to behavior, to Plato, and everything. We have not yet, in the modern sense, understood that the best years of Muslim living, Renaissance or ordinary living, the best days of our life were from 1850 to 1950. The colonial period is the best time when a Muslim was not subject to horror at the hands of his mullahs. So whether you look at Egypt, in Cairo, or in Kabul, or in Lahore, or you go to Kuala Lumpur or Turkey, Muslims were like anybody else. The word hijab had not yet been invented. Maybe in Delhi, every woman was, in old Delhi, enslaved in a burqa, but that too, you will not believe it, used to be in a form where the face, you could lift it at the back and the face would be seen. There was a thing called the shuttlecock burqa, which looked like a shuttlecock in badminton, which was white. Then the black burqa used to have the middle class Muslim woman. There were two shades that you could forward, and it was perfectly acceptable for my mom, as soon as she was away from home, to take both of those and throw her at her back. I didn't even see hijab. The dupatta, on the other hand, was worn by Hindus, Christians, Zoroastrians, everybody, because it is a very handy piece of attire. You know, you can wear it over your breast, your head, you can tie things into it. Your child can also be tied up around your waist. Now the word dupatta has disappeared because the whole notion of political Islam puts the woman in hijab as one of the soldiers. So anytime in the West, where I live in Toronto, boom, a woman comes in a hijab, she's a soldier. The member of Congress, she is wearing attire that no one in her family ever wore. For example, the Somalis have their own hairstyle. Now they copy and wear what the Muslim Brotherhood says to wear. So it's the uniform of the Muslim Brotherhood. They are like troops that went out, for example, to be wives of ISIS. In Tunisia, there are 26,000 women who came back pregnant because they went there to serve the jihadis. So, and in there, you won't believe it, how horrifying this whole ideology is, that the Indian Pakistani Muslim was told, you can't get these women to sleep around because you are Hindi. You go and find your own third class, because an Arab woman cannot be married to a dark-skinned Indian. Hindi, dafa ho jao yahan se. And so the Indian Pakistani ISIS jihadi was only asked to cook or clean toilets. Nobody gave them a gun. No. And you were a piece of crap, you know. And they were very happy with that they were being treated like crap, because the whole concept coming from aapke Deoband was ideological books that I have here that say that for a non-Arab to consider himself equal to an Arab is a sin.
So the Quraysh tribe, you're kind of segueing into what has been a sneaking suspicion, at least amongst some of the intellectuals, is that there was some thinking going on, right? And you see plastered across the mainstream media, at least in the United States, which is controlled by the establishment, giving due credit to Deoband all of a sudden, right? Yes. This victory is being handed over to Deoband.
It is.
So kind of throw some light on what the Chatterati world is saying, and the kind of exuberance they're feeling with this victory
this
right now.
Great discovery that they've made, because they created the English, the British know that this is because let me for perhaps you might not know that, for example, in Pakistan, most Punjabi Muslims are from the Barelvi school of thought. In our family side, the people who are Barelvi, they would not even dream of this whole nonsense of jihad. Maybe they might be motivated by a commitment to Allah and Islam and Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, everything. But this notion that it is your duty to destroy this world, and that kafir where you live, imagine the brilliance of the British. They created an institution after 1857 War of Independence, that the Muslim is now there not to fight the British, but to fight the Hindu. तो मजा आ गया ना ये तो religion दिया, बोले आपको सब मिले, scholarship भी मिलेगा, सब कुछ, you will have the world to your side. You will even get children to sexualize, because there was no criminal charge for that. It is called bachabazi in our yani Western Afghan Pakistan language, that a guy gets married and the bride family has to bring a boy as well. I've seen that, and to my shock, in some places. So the British set this aside, then tell them you're a martial race. So they not only get them to do the dirty work, but then make them die for themselves. So Chalo Punjab and frontier say everybody is going there. These are martial races. Marathas could destroy the Mughal Empire. No, you're not martial race enough. And neither are the Rajputs. Nobody else is. Gurkhas ko bana diya, aur ye Punjabiyon ko bana diya Pathan.
Sikh ko bana diya.
Sikh ko bana diya. Sikh, they start believing in themselves. First World War. My grandfather was a colonel in the First World War. but he was smart enough to go through the French Free Forces. You know, anybody could join the Free French. And so he stayed back and married my grandmother, who was also French, and settled in Mumbai. But the notion that you have to be, I use an expression sometimes when people say, but you're not really a Muslim. I say that is because I'm not ugly enough to be considered authentic Muslim. So if I am unshaved for 15 days, if my pajama is up and my kurta is down and my slippers are torn, unworthy of any appreciation, ye acha Musliman. He is so damaged in his looks, in his attitude, in how he walks, what he scratches when he walks, everything, he fits the bill. Bhai Sahib, America is happy. Look how America brought back the Taliban to spit on itself. Now it's
exactly
the Taliban Okay, not on 9/11, please. Besharam. We in Urdu we say behaya log.
क्या ये दोगलापन है, ये भोलापन है, या चालाकी है, या तीनों मिलके?
नहीं, मैं आपको बताऊं क्या। आप दुनिया में you cannot meet another devious, conniving truth turners than the Punjabi Muslim who pretends to have Urdu as his mother tongue. It's a very complex identity. You will never meet someone from Tamil Nadu saying, well, actually I'm Tamil, but I'm more fluent in Malayali. It's not possible. Some Bengali coming and saying, I speak fluent Kashmiri, but actually I'm Bengali. It's only in Pakistan where the Punjabi hates his mother tongue and beats his children if they speak it. And they say, "Main tenu English school bheja, now you are speaking in Punjabi." Yani Punjabi is something to be despised. It is the language of the sweeper or the rickshaw driver or something like that. No other place on earth has this problem, sir. No Somali is embarrassed about speaking Somali. No Iranian, no Cambodian, no Vietnamese, no one except those almost 150 million people on the western border of India who simply hate themselves. They live in Lahore and they don't know that Lahore is the city, the son of Lord Rama. वो ना केश को जानते ना लव को जानते. They have invented their own identity, which is completely fake, which is Turkish or Arab. I've been to the old city and I've asked people, there are you 100 generation in Lahore. How are you Arab? For goodness sake. You can say, we converted to Islam. That is fine, but you are essentially Punjabi. You are from these lands. You have to be loyal, rooted to this place, not Turkmenistan. But you will notice that even in India, there are people with Sayyid, Bakwi, and Rizvi, and there's a whole hierarchy of.
I'm from Hyderabad. I'm from Hyderabad, so I know what you're talking about.
The Qurayshis are the F-16 of Muslims.
So let's also talk about the present day in terms of what this has done to the psyche, and also the forms of evolving jihad, and also let's also segue that into the penetration. You've talked about this many million times. What that will look like, at least for those who are listening and tuning into the program, to be watchful about.
Okay, whether someone likes it or not, whether someone is a Christian, Hindu, Zoroastrian, kuch bhi ho, the truth always reigns supreme. You might have an opinion, but the truth is that Hindustan is from Mohenjo-daro. It is not from Makkah. It is not from Turkey. It is not. It is 5,000-year-old city living on the Indus, where after 200 years of research, you could not find a single bow and arrow. Civilized place, streets, houses, two-story, public toilets, 5,000-year-old on the Indus River. That is the origin of Hindustan. First, we need to be clear. This Ganga Jamna Tehzeeb has to be shelved because that is a made in India project by Mr. Nehru and his friends. Okay, after losing the Indus, how can you be India? The word Sindhu, Hindu, Indu, Indus is sab Pakistan mein. So you created Ganga Jamna Tehzeeb. Arey bhai, Ganga Jamna Tehzeeb hogi, but that is where the Lodhis came. That is where Babur came to kill Lodhis. That is why Taimur came and built pyramids of the skulls of Hindus. 50 skulls per pyramid, and it was at every course. Nobody is teaching Indians that history. Nobody is teaching Pakistanis that history. And so how long will you lie to people who want to know? Now, what is happening? else with this is that India's ability to stand in the Committee of Nations as worthy of being in the Security Council is hampered by one fact, that whereas the Chinese gave 14 million dead to defeat the Axis powers, we have a very complex history of Netaji fighting on the side of Hitler, and then our armies fighting the Indian National Army. So it's probably one of the only countries in the world where both Hitler and Israel are admired. And I often find that very funny. The Pakistanis have religious reasons to hate every Jew. But what reason would an Indian have to side with Hitler other than Netaji made a mistake and left 5,000 of the INA forces in Europe when he came to Andaman Islands and went to the Japanese side. All that set aside, now India's next step is to be in the Security Council. It cannot be if 52 countries have a mafia controlling the UNHCR. There is one Hindu country. And even in that one Hindu country, the Hindu says, well, actually, it is not a Hindu country. Savarkar was a great, like he's looked down upon. Anybody who says Hindu or uses the word Hindutva becomes right-wing. I profess to be a believer in Hindutva, although my leaning is very left of center. And I think Savarkar was a freedom fighter. Why would Indians demean someone who spent time in the Andaman Islands? Kala pani bolte the. This is astonishing that we will choose to alter history simply to make the religion of the majority a burden. So you're saying, but he's a practicing Hindu, therefore he must be right-wing. Therefore, he's a fascist. And so nowadays, I don't know if you're aware or not, in America and Canada, there is this campaign against India and Hindus that Hindutva is as if the Taliban are Hindutva. And very little opposition to it, mind you. I don't know why Hindu Americans are not as vocal as the member of Congress who used to be the woman from Honolulu. She was member of the Congress, Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard.
I tell you, she represents Indian civilization much better than all of us put together, because she's unburdened by any apologetic behavior. She said this, and people just in front of my house, they are film producers, and both of them are Hindu, they are white. And I didn't even know they had an ashram in their house, where when I was in hospital with cancer, they didn't even tell me that they were having services for me, for praying for my health. And I couldn't imagine that two white people, film producers in Hollywood, would be Hindu. But people have studied from the time Vivekananda came here and the World Council of Religions took place. There is something about that religion that motivates people to a calmness. And the thing, where does yoga come from? It's not made by some Japanese multinational like Sanyo or something. It's indigenous to us. We are from Hindustan. We never invaded any country. The Chola dynasty spread right up to, I think, even Vietnam and Cambodia. The biggest Hindu temple is in
its vassals. Its vassals were in the Indonesian archipelago.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
So we didn't send an army. People came to us and said, "What is this?" You know, every page of the Quran has a numbering system which is from the Hindus.
Yeah.
The Arabs didn't have an Arabic numeral system. When I tell this, I often conduct Hindu-Muslim marriages as well, which some people call love jihad, but I consider it the highest form of existence because you have to face up to so much opposition. I think my best thing I've ever done is I've done 3 marriages where both the couples have come to me and said, "Uncle, nobody's accepting us." I said, "Okay, I'll conduct it," because in Islam there is no service, by the way. You just simply have to ask. If a man and a woman say we are married, they are married. No mullah involved. Honest to God, it is a wonderful place for people to be free. That is why the early Arabs became Muslim. There's no mullah. Ever since the mullah came in, nightmares began. But people want to live together. They're both of Indian ancestry. I'm sure there are people who tell कि शादी करो और फिर उसको मुसलमान बनाओ ताकि I've heard this कि ज्यादा मुसलमान होंगे तो फिर एक दिन हिंदुस्तान पे हमारा कब्जा होगा. अरे भाई नहीं होगा. तुम मार्स पे नहीं जाओगे. In 500 years we haven't made a pin. We can't manufacture shoes. So the pyramid, the structure that is shown behind you, that temple, that was made, carved out of a stone. You didn't bring stones to carve it. This is unheard of anywhere in the world, that you take a mountain and you carve it and turn it hundreds or thousands of years ago and make it into a temple. We don't have to be apologetic about anything. ठीक है, गरीब हो गए तो क्या है? You know.
So what is your take, Tarek? You've talked about different sorts of jihad in the past. There's now obviously the most popular term is love jihad.
That is a diversion, sir. That is a diversion.
So can you talk about the actual scriptural types of jihad? Are there any?
The scriptural jihad is very simply said, the commitment to Islam to fight to convert the non-Muslim and the polytheist, inviting that person into the fold of Islam or fighting them to eliminate polytheism. But the same book says that the greater jihad is not that. It is to kill your own ego. That is the greater jihad. You tell me one Pakistani Indian Muslim, maybe that Punjabi poet, Bulle Shah, and some Sindhi poets talked about, Ke tu ki jaane main kaun? You know, I'm reducing myself to zero. Only then I can be human being. This philosophy is there, but it's no longer. Jihad, when you hear it, it means one thing: an attack on non-Muslims and polytheists are the primary. Then there are second categories of, the Christian and the Jew that has to be tackled in this. But the polytheists, and without blinking an eye, all Muslims are walking around a stone Kaaba, which they condemn the Hindus to do. The only difference is that I don't know which idiot did it, but they changed the movement around the Kaaba to counterclockwise. Now, nothing in this universe works counterclockwise, except the Muslim worship of God. मैं तो वहां जाके कहा कि भाई उल्टा कर रहे हो इसमें रिवर्स गियर में, you can't win a car race.
So you have experimented with certain esoteric thoughts in the past, at least looked at them. You've kind of delved into so many things, right? So talk about it, Tarek. I feel sometimes in analyzing, आप अपनी बात नहीं कहते हो, जो आपने experience किया.
देखिए,
you know what I'm saying?
When I was a student, I went to a Catholic school, but I used to go to my neighborhood mosque 5 times a day without anyone telling me, and pray over there. And people used to think he's crazy, you know, because cricket match chhod ke ja raha hai namaz padhne, but pagal they would say to me. But I spent a childhood of great poverty. After my parents moved from India, we saw periods where we didn't have food to eat, you know, and it affected us quite a bit. because back in India, as I hear, my grandfather's industry is still there. It's called the Oxychloride Flooring Company. But as a child, you can't imagine if you're from the middle class and you are in abject poverty. You are stunted when you figure out that today I don't have, mom doesn't have money to send me to take the bus to school. So you have to walk. Those things affect you if you're in your early teens and you see all around you. I went to a wonderful Catholic school. Family friends had managed, even my school principal who recently passed away. If I was ever short of school fees, I was never made to realize he would arrange for it. So I saw that issue and I couldn't figure out why people were poor. What sort of a God is sitting there asking us to do this and that and do this for me? And a simple case of people not having food to eat is beyond him. He can create humanity and 50 million animal sorts and insects and viruses and whatever. So for a long time, I just stopped having any belief system at all. But I also then, my first reading of Hinduism came from my wife. Long before we got married, we were in university together. And she asked me about certain things till I realized, what? I know absolutely nothing. This is supposed to be. So my first book that I took from my father to read about India was by Savarkar. This is the 1857 War of Independence.
Right.
I didn't know this guy is controversial, but I just needed to know. And I realized when I was 12, 13, कि हम सब हिंदू हैं. बाद में कोई मुसलमान हो गया हो, but all our mothers are Hindus. And then you say, माँ के पैर के नीचे जन्नत है. अरे भाई जन्नत है और वो हिंदू है, तो आप एंटी हिंदू किस लिए हो गए? I don't think people think like that. You are not making choices. Certain things happen, you're in those circumstances, and you need to, in the given circumstances, you need to make yourself strong enough to do the positive thing, which is to go against the stream of the river. नीचे तो सभी जाते हैं, गंगा में किश्ती डाली और चले गए नीचे ब्रह्मपुत्र, बांग्लादेश तक पहुंच जाएंगे आप. बांग्लादेश से किश्ती लेके जाइए और ऊपर हिमालय पे, तब बात बनती है ना.
So I think you should reclassify yourself as a believing atheist, Tariq.
मतलब एथियस्ट भी मैंने देखा 2 मिनट में एक्सीडेंट होता है तो हाथ जोड़ देते हैं. मेरे बड़े एथियस्ट फ्रेंड, अभी एक एथियस्ट मर गया, उसका चर्च में, मैंने कहा ये क्या एथियस्ट है यार, ये चर्च के अंदर उसका हो रहा है, बनता कम्युनिस्ट है. फैज अहमद फैज, आपने सुना होगा नाम.
Yes.
मर गए तो मौलवी बुला लिया, दो इनको. अरे ऐसा कैसा एथियस्ट है जो मरने पे मौलवी को बुलाता है? मैंने तो सीधा कह दिया भैया उसमें कि डीक्लासिफाई कर दो, डालो नहीं. वो है क्रिमेशन सेंटर, बिल्कुल यहीं पड़ा हुआ, आपको दिखा भी नहीं ये रखा हुआ. ये है आयरीन क्रिमेशन सेंटर में लिखा है प्लान नाउ देन एंजॉय लाइफ. मैंने कहा ये ठीक है, हमको छोटी सी लकड़ी उकड़ी करके जला देना, ऐश हो तो पीछे डाल देना, किसी पौधे वौधे में उग जाएंगे अगले जन्म में. लेकिन ये इतने बड़े इश्यूज लेके दुनिया डिवाइड हुई भी है. मेरे तो एक सिंपल है भाई, जमीन वैसे ही नहीं है हमारे पास, कम है, उसमें मरने के बाद भी 1.5 गज की जमीन इधर उधर से देखे ना भाई, जान छोड़ो, अब खत्म हो गया, समुद्र में डालो या अपनी आपको हिंदू स्टाइल में गेट बरीड, जगह की तो इकोनॉमी चलाओ ना. तो
in the interest of time, I know I love talking to you
I'm
for,
sorry,
for a
I'm
long
getting
time.
carried away.
In the interest of them, there's questions coming in. Usme, one question is that what will the repercussions of what has happened in Afghanistan be short term in India? That's question number one.
It's very serious. I am not the only one who has observed that in India, there was an air of triumphalism and happiness and joy amongst many centers. I have at least recordings of in fact, 4 Muslim imams who have celebrated that victory. That led to Nasiruddin Shah coming up with a rebuttal, almost making a major shift in how he looked at Hindustan. And he said something very brave, कि Hindustan का तो इस्लाम मुख्तलिफ है. किसी ने आज सुबह मुझे पूछा कि what do you mean? I said, कभी किसी मुसलमान को अरब को बिरयानी खाते देखा आपने? हमारे इस्लाम में बिरयानी है, पाया है, मच्छी है, भिंडी है, करेला है. आप उधर चले जाइए ईरान में, सिवाय उबले हुए अंडे अच्छे चावल के ऊपर और कुछ खाता नहीं है. तो हम डिफरेंट हैं भाई. हम थे ही हिंदू, उससे मुसलमान हुए. कोई ऐसा तो नहीं हुआ कि रिवर्स हुआ हो. So we, all our genes, everything is linked up. So, लेकिन अब जो हुआ उसका नुकसान ये है और थ्रेट ये है कि इनको शहादत, जिसे एक तो हिंदुस्तान में वर्ड शहीद आप लोग यूज करते हैं, आई एम एस्टोनिश्ड. शहीद मीन्स somebody who dies killing a kafir in the act of war.
It should be Veer Gati. It should be Veer Gati or something close to that. Yeah.
You cannot call anyone Shaheed in the Indian. लेकिन your ministers and early cabinet and education ministers ने सब fraud किया, वो जिना से ज़्यादा खराब थे. तो but anyway, this need to be Shaheed in their sense is enhanced. This notion that we are, this myth that the Muslim is 10 times more powerful than the Hindu is deeply settled in your brain from childhood. And this victory and catastrophe that America has imposed on itself for a fistful of dollars will go down as this entire pact signed and surrendered to the Taliban was done by that Pakistani Afghan agent Zalmay Khalilzad, the American who went through 3 different administrations representing Pakistan's interest in Doha.
Yes.
Not Taliban. The Afghan government was not represented there.
Yes.
इन्होंने बेचा है. And that is why the entire structure of this is that we will now talk about Kashmir. Why they will talk about Kashmir is because China will sponsor them. Iran will sponsor them. China has made treaties with Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Iran. This triangle to the Arabian Sea, to Balochistan coast, to Gulf of Oman, straight coming down from Hunza and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, you will know the road is coming straight to Gwadar and Karachi.
Yes.
They have the fisheries in their control. They have all the gold mine assets in Balochistan. The mineral that makes batteries are in lithium is in Afghanistan, and Iran is right there at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. And sadly, I'll add, India has been silent through this.
Yes.
India has played like in field hockey, you have the fullback, and he just stopped, make sure there's no goal on them. Sometimes you need to have center forward and left out and right out who hit the goal. India has to raise the issue of Balochistan's freedom to put Pakistan and China on their back foot. I cannot understand why they don't do it. आप लोग भूले हैं.
So, Tariq, we're coming up on top of the hour, 2 minutes to go.
Yeah.
I know you've talked about so many of these issues. Hopefully, a book will come out about your life's experiences. And
I'm writing one. It's called "The Hindu
Yes.
is Not My Enemy."
Yes.
But it will come out from in India, inshallah.
Yes. Yes, wonderful. Please follow Tariq Fateh on Twitter, Facebook. There's some questions that have come in. I've tried my best to ask them of Tariq. He's a bhandar, satrangi person who's always smiling. Whenever he is in trouble, I always pray for him. Let's all hope and pray that Tariq Fateh has a very long and illustrious life, and he serves humanity like he has done for many, many years. Thank you so much, Tariq.
Thank you, sir.
To take your time. Take care of yourself and take care of your family. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, Tariq Fateh.
Take care. Thank you.
Always, I always think of you as someone who has given me a second life. My whole ideology. I can tell you, I was from a family that is, totally leftist. And I basically got a very, when I saw his TED talk, is when I first discovered a lot of things, Tariq Fateh ji.
Left pe rahe. I'll tell you why. Because we are mentally conditioned to hear and believe only what comes from the left. The moment you say, I'm coming from the right, it is tainted with racism, colonialism, and slavery. You cannot get rid of 600 years of colonial rule by saying, okay, I'm right wing. Then you are a part of the collaborator. Left use
I'm with you. I know you are there too.
Take care.
Until next time, Tariq, thank you.
Please.
Stay healthy, stay happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Bye.
So, thank you so much, Pramodji, for moderating this wonderful session. We have, I'm just going to, oh, good. Okay. I'm going to announce the next topic, that is caste and Hindu phobia in the West. Who knew that we would be discussing caste in the United States of America? We never knew. Caste is just playing up now. And to me, as soon as you say caste, as we always call it the caste bomb, it was introduced by the British. Caste was actually introduced into India by the British during the census to, create and classify people so that they could monitor and manage the large population of India and the extraction economy that they came in to perpetrate in India. So, when people drop the caste bomb and try to, say it's, the whole anti-Brahmanism, Brahmins were equally colonized by the British. So we were the oppressed. We were the people, entire populations of India were oppressed in various ways. So with that, I want to introduce our two speakers, Sri Ayerji and Dr. Praveen Sinha. Dr. Praveen Sinha is he's a professor in California, and he lives in the Orange County, and is very active with his Indian American Association in Orange County. And Dr. Praveen Sinha has done a lot of work analyzing some of the caste issues that have come up, and also the surveys that have come up. So I think, Dr. Praveen Sinha, welcome, and so glad that you could make it despite a delayed flight. And since morning I've just said Vigna Vinashaya Namaha. So I just feel that Ganpati has worked a lot of these. There were a lot of things that always need ironing out when you run a conference, and I think of them as little miracles. So welcome. And Sri Ayerji, everybody knows you. Sri Ayerji, welcome. And Sri Ayerji runs a channel called P Gurus, and I write for P Gurus, and I have also done a couple of interviews there. And Sri Ayerji always does so many important, relevant Indian American issues are highlighted on his channel. And he's, of course, a tech entrepreneur and has many patents in his name. And, we all know and love watching your show. I think it's one of my favorite channels to watch. Shreyaji, I'm so glad you could make it. And you interact with so many people on so many issues. And, you are so close to this issue. I know you covered live some of the protests that we did on Caste when it was playing out in California. So maybe I will start with you, and we can do, I can ask both of you, for maybe if you take a couple of minutes to answer. California seems to be obviously, the center point of a lot of the caste issues that have come up. And I just want to know your take on it. What is driving it? I think if both of you can pitch in on that topic.
First off, in my opinion, it's a lot of mischief created by a few entities. The one that comes to my mind right away is a place called Equality Labs, one person driven company. However, this person seems to be extremely well networked and right now appears much bigger than what you should really take into account what they have accomplished. They have put out a report which is basically flat lies. And this person who says that she represents the Dalits in the of India has never gone to India. She has grown up all her life in the United States. So if somebody starts looking a little bit deeper, they will find that there is a whole bunch of fake narrative construction that has taken place. But let's leave that aside for a moment. Sometimes what happens is, people are fair-minded. When the one side doesn't say anything and the other side says, look, there is a discrimination here, it is based on caste, and here is the person who's a victim, then the California state, which has a system for this, it has a grievance cell, and they went ahead and filed a lawsuit. Interestingly, it was against Cisco. And what happened was that lawsuit, they withdrew that lawsuit. And the reason I believe that they withdrew it was because it had a lot of holes. And primarily, the fact was that they didn't quite understand what the caste discrimination was. Completely off the charts here. And when my detailed turn comes, I will explain a little bit more. I have done some research. I have to just present a quick infographic of 5 or 6 date lines when things happen, where we can go back and give you proof that this is how India was. So I think I'll like to stop here, but I look forward to speaking in more detail about all this stuff.
Thank you, Shreyaji. I think I'll go straight after Dr. Praveen. I know we'll take the infographic slightly at the end.
Okay, sure.
Right?
Sure.
Because it's the positive story. It's sort of, first let's discuss what the issue is, and then, right?
Yeah.
Or do you think it's a good time to share it early on?
No, this forms the basis of my lecture. So whenever my turn comes, and you tell me to do it, but I would like to hear Pradeepji give his opening statement. So go ahead.
Praveenji, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Richa, for inviting me here. Can you all hear me well?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you, Shriji. I was asked by Richa yesterday to talk about some of these caste-related issues and specifically talk about the various surveys that have come about. So what I'll do is I'll take a couple of minutes to go through those surveys, give you the broad results that were found in those studies, and then Shriji can take it a little bit further into other issues that come out of that. As Shriji mentioned earlier, there is an outfit called Equality Labs, a very nefarious organization which seems to have only few characters, but if you look at the scope and depth of what they have done, it is very obvious that this is very well funded and a very well orchestrated propaganda machine. So the other characters are probably not visible to us and they are staying in the background. And I'll be happy if we do a little bit more digging and some investigation is done to figure out where the funding is coming from, because most of it is fairly hidden and not in a public site. They did a survey in 2018, which became the start of this trouble that we are all facing. They did a total bogus study of about 1,500 respondents. Yes. Where they got them, nobody knows. It was a totally unscientific survey in which they ended up deleting a lot of observations, about 300 or so, coming to 1200 that suited what they wanted to state. And the net result was very simple. There's discrimination everywhere in the US. You go to any Indian community, it's full of discrimination. People see nothing but caste. Very soon it became clear when you read the methodology that it's all bogus, the way the sample was selected. Just to those who are not familiar with the whole idea of surveys and we look at them, just keep one thing in mind. Survey is a very serious science. When you have got millions of people, about 4 million Indians living in the US, and you want to make a statement about how they behave, you need to do that in a way that your sample, which in this case is pretty small, 1200, though not that small, has to represent the population. If the sample simply represents the people whom you chose, who engage in certain behavior, so 1200 out of 4 million, just think about how small that number is. I can produce any result I want. I literally can, you tell me what you want and I can reproduce it for you. If the survey is not scientific, and this is absolutely non-scientific survey.
Yeah.
So all the findings that came from this survey pointed out to our community in serious trouble, as if we are nothing but horrible people who don't see anything else but all the bad things in each other, and we are out to destroy each other. When anybody who has lived in this diaspora knows that we are a very, very peaceful community, law-abiding community, hardworking community, a community that has helped each other to grow and become the highest earning household income community in the US. We are a model minority. And when a model minority represents a powerful country like India, you can easily imagine a lot of people will not be happy. And Equality Labs is one such outfit. And I'll let Shriji give it more details about them, about how nefarious they are. So that survey really set the tone for the case in Cisco, which, as Shriji pointed out, was withdrawn. But it has not gone away. It has taken taken its ugly head out wherever they can. And a lot of us in the Indian community got really concerned because we knew it was propaganda to start with. So actually, I was about to start a survey myself to basically debunk this, and we got everything in place till we found a new survey came out from Carnegie. So I want to talk about the Carnegie survey because that is a true and real survey. It was again about 1,200 people, but just underline my word, representative sample. They went through.
I think what they used as a random stratified sampling methodology, right? Which basically they were able to represent the Indian. I just want to quickly point out that, they also debunked the Equality Labs survey, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So when we say representative sample, means the sample should represent what the population looks like. And as Richaji pointed out, there's several ways of doing that. And one of the best ways is to stratify and then randomly select within the stratified groups, which is exactly what they did, accounted for each and every observation they got, and found extremely interesting and good results. The results simply pointed out that, as usual, as you'll expect, there was some discrimination they filed, but it was not on the basis of caste. The people sort of separated the Indian population into two groups. About 1/3 found there was a discrimination. And the number one discrimination they said was on the basis of skin color. And that too, it was more prevalent among the Indians who were born here than those who were coming from India. But skin color discrimination, it's a very tough thing to decipher to some extent because there are a lot of preferences that exist in society. Even if you go to Western society and take a survey, you'll find blondes are discriminated. We'll say they have preferred over brunettes or what have you. These are characteristics that human beings by very nature will do it. But the number of people claiming discrimination was quite small. There was some
I remember that the sample size was so small that they were not even, it wasn't even projectable data. So they basically mentioned that at the bottom of their charts.
Very good. And then the caste one was very interesting. A very small proportion did report some caste discrimination, but the odd part was when asked who was discriminating, it turned out equal number of Indians versus non-Indians were discriminating.
Right.
So that was the oddest part of the result. So some of these results have to be taken with the internal consistency that did not exist. So I'll just simply state in very simple terms that the Carnegie survey literally debunked all the findings of the Equality Lab survey, which said there's a massive discrimination on the basis of caste and what have you. The results, which are more scientific, show totally a very opposite picture. And I believe that survey, as it takes place in the local law enforcement agencies, especially courts, will throw all the cases that are coming out based on equality labs. It's only a matter of time. So yes, these people are nefarious. They hit and run. So this was one hit, and now they're going to run away. And as we saw here, there's another hit that is happening on this debunking Hindutva that is going on right now, or dismantling Hindutva. I expect these attacks to keep coming. I don't think this is the last. The key thing is we need to understand what their next move is, and we need to be prepared for it. Some of us are working on it.
Ravinji, I also want to point out that all of the news and media reports, all of the resolutions that are coming up in the universities, they're all being, they all quote equality labs. So the clout that this organization has, they've penetrated into big tech, to their tech security, and messaging that they have, and the work that they do on security, tech security. They are penetrated into big tech. They are penetrated into universities, right? Where all of these resolutions, whether it was in California State, whether it was the Santa Clara, they pretty much pitched it to the Santa Clara Human Rights Council. And so people who don't know or have not followed, these are just some of the resolutions that we have seen. Brandeis has quoted them. Brandeis actually implemented it on their campus and in their, within their charter. I don't know what the university has, but they have included caste as a category of discrimination there. And then, of course, California universities have tried to pass it. At least the student bodies have passed it, but it has to still go to the faculty senate. And we really countered that very strongly, that, when the student body was passing it. So that, and also the Human Rights Council, Santa Clara Human Rights Council, when they tried to pass this resolution, which would have actually made it, move further into the legislative process in the city councils, I think a lot of resistance came through. And Shri Ayerji, you were there to cover it, right? You covered that. Actually, usually you were in your studio, but you actually went down on the street where we were protesting. A lot of our friends and people were out there. So I just want you to give us a little bit of understanding of what you think of these resolutions. And the fact that also Kadem has added caste internally as a protected category, which is the California Democratic Party. So I think maybe I will hand over the floor to you to talk about that. I know we do want to talk about Pew Research a little bit, just maybe, and I'll come back to you, Dr. Praveen. And but Shri Ayerji, maybe you can present your infographics as well. But first, tell us about Kadem and tell us about the protest you covered briefly.
Absolutely, and I was there the day before the Human Rights Council of Santa Clara County was going to listen to this application, petition, and so on. It was an online petition, and you heard I think 300, 400 people who all from different walks of life. The interesting thing was many of those people who were complaining about caste discrimination were not Hindus or Sanatanis. So it was a really odd mixture. And the amazing thing, I have to tell you this, Richaji, amazing thing is the same set of people will show up for every protest, even remotely connected with India or the government of India. If, for example, the Indian consulate holds a program, there was a program, I think, celebrating the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Gobind Singh. And these people are there protesting. It's raining. And we're having a really nice session inside, and these people are protesting outside. And you can hear the voices over the spattering of water, rainwater. Anyway, this is like the same set also showed up there. There was no resolution or recommendation done. They've essentially, that thing has been disbanded. They're trying to put together one more thing, and they're trying to come back and see what to do. But the first committee also accepted that this is a much deeper topic than what they thought it was. It is not as black and white as they thought or they were told or given to understand by who? Equality Labs. So let's first take, for many of the viewers here, you may not know how India's system evolved. Basically, there were two rishis, Rishi Bhrigu and Rishi Bharadwaj, and they met together to discuss how to form a stable society. Then Rishi Bhrigu said, there are 4 sources of power in a society, and we must ensure that nobody has more than one of that. The 4 sources are knowledge, weapons, wealth, and land. These should not be in one hand, not even 2 should be in one hand. So those who have knowledge will not have wealth, and those who have wealth will not have weapons, and those who have weapons will not have lands. Those who will have weapons will rule the country, but they will not make the policy. They have to go to the people having the knowledge to seek their permission and advice. This vyavastha was there for thousands of years. I mean, we don't even know when it started, but I'm going to show as a quick infographic that gives you some date points, and these are, let me see, I need to, all participants, I need you to give permission, Richa ji.
Yes, let me see.
You should see advanced sharing options, all participants, because it's not allowing me to. Okay, got it now. I got it now.
Okay.
All right. Let me see. Advanced. Let me see if I can get this. Give me 1 second. I got it here. All right. Are you able to see it? Because I can't see it.
I think, yes, we can see it.
Okay. So I'm going to just speak to this for a minute. So yeah. The earliest record of what a Varna system meant is recorded in the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna explains the Varna system to Arjuna. And he says, Chatur Varnayam Maya Srishtam Guna Karma Dibhagasha. I won't go into the entire thing, but what essentially says is that these were 4 Varnas that were created by me, and these are not based on birth, but you will be taking up this based on what you choose as a vocation. Essentially, one of the precepts here, which is not clearly mentioned, is that everybody is born as a Shudra, and then based on what you learn from different gurus, whichever Gurukul you go, at that point you choose what your vocation is to be, and that becomes your Varna. Now, I'm going to fast forward a few thousands of years, and I have here a book. I don't know if you can see that. It's called the Tamil Nadu, the Land of Vedas. In this, I have page 403.
It hasn't transitioned, I don't think so. It's still dates.
1000 CE, 1000 CE.
Okay.
That is 1000 AD. Yeah, that is 4,000 years later. This is, the king was Rajaraja Chola. He's considered to be the greatest Chola emperor. And there is a copper plate issued by him on how his administration was organized. And it is given in page 403 of this book, The Land of Vedas, by Padma Bhushan awardee Dr. R. Nagaswamy. And it counts that 70% of the administration jobs in the Chola administration were occupied by Shudras, about 15% by Kshatriyas, and about 14% by the Brahmanas. This was how the allocation of work, the administration was done. Now, let's, and there are many other places where you can find this thing. I have another finding here. This is very close to the city of Chennai, a place called Porur, where they are talking about how land was provided to anyone. Everybody who got a plot was always given 800 square feet. That was the regular plot size. And it did not matter whether you were a Brahmana or a Vaishya or a Shudra or a Kshatriya. This was the size of the plot given, and this was distributed equally to whoever was deserving. So if you look at anything where there is proof, meaning like either it's a stone, cast in stone, or on copper, you can see that these varnas were coexisting and they were doing extremely well. Now let's fast forward 700 years more. In 1822, a detailed survey of the Gurukul system was conducted by various British officers of the East India Company. And this is just recounted in a book called A Beautiful Tree by Dharampal, and where they find region after region, the majority of enrolled students were Shudras. And the regions are captured not like modern day states, but they were captured by the language that region was speaking. Odissi speaking region, Telugu speaking region, Tamil speaking region, and so on and so forth. But the consistent thing one found was that the enrollments were high. It spread across all, I don't want to use the word caste, but all four varnas, and it was based on the needs. Whoever wanted what, they got that. Now, we should remember that it was this that Lord Macaulay broke. I mean, he completely smashed it. 126 universities that were there were completely razed, and a new system that was based on English was forced down the throat of the Akhanda Bharat people. And in fact, the word caste is not even an Indian word, it's a Portuguese word, which means class. And the Portuguese arrived in India in 1498. So before that, so what people tend to do is they loosely associate the caste with another word called jati, a word that is actually used to denote someone's speciality. And in some case, this commonality is a context. Like, for example, a jati of weavers. It didn't mean that each one is a weaver, but it was a group. Maybe somebody was specialist in silk, somebody was specialist in cotton, and so on and so forth. How did the word jati come? It is believed that the Sanskrit word Vigyani, which is a scientist, over time changed to what is called as Gyani, someone who is knowledgeable, and then also to Jati over the time, because you have a little bit of Gyani required you to put more stress on how you pronounced it. So it became Jati. In fact, this is true because if you look at some of the names that we have today, for example, I'm just going to give you 2 or 3 commonly found names across India. One is what is called as Potadhari. A Potadhari was somebody who was a specialist at metallurgy. And now you will see names, last name, Podar or Fotedar, and various variations of that over India. Same way, somebody who was a specialist was called Sreshthi. Sreshthi became over time Seth, Sethi, Chetti, Chettiar. All these things are the same group of people who are practicing this varna. I can go on. Many such names come where the name evolved from what kind of a specialty they had. So to put the two together.
Can I interrupt you just 1 second?
Yeah,
just to give you a sense, this is exactly what happened in Europe also. The most common name in the Christian word is Smith.
Smith, yes.
And Smith is actually a short for people who engaged in the professions of goldsmith, ironsmith, what have you. Another common name that you will see is like Fisher. Very common last name. These were all fisher people who belong to the Jati of fishery.
Right,
so what we saw in India is nothing unique to India. It was happening all over. It's just that somebody chose to pick on us and demonize. Sorry, Shiji, you can please go ahead now.
No problem at all. I'm almost at the end of my infographic. In 1874, so remember that 1857, the first war of independence took place, and the British government took over control. And then they started systematically looking at who were the people who were supporting this independent war. And the first thing they found was the big landed farmers. They were supporting it. So what did they do? They tried to smash them up by bringing in what is called as the zamindari system. In the zamindari system, they found the ruffian of that particular area, and they told him, you can do whatever you want. This is your area. This is your responsibility. You need to give us so much as tax, and how you do it is up to you, whatever you want to do. So that is how zamindari system evolved across many states in India. Now, the other thing they did was in 1870s, and specifically in 1874, they passed this law called the Criminal Tribes Act. And it was aimed at some communities who were commodity distribution specialists. Let me give you an example. Many of us always wonder in awe at how your breakfast, your lunch gets taken from your home 40 kilometers away in a Mumbai suburb and reaches you exactly without fail, no mistake, and it will pass through 10 different hands. So basically, these are all people who know how to distribute commodities. Turns out, up until that time, there were a group of communities who were the people that you went and sold your produce to. And they kept meticulous figures. You can give them rice, they'll give you back the money, and after 6 months, 4 months, whatever be the time. But these communities, they worked together. They knew which region needed more rice, which region needed more wheat, and they had a way of making sure that the farmer got the best price for his produce. So they basically discriminated this group, and they were called untouchable, because what they wanted to do was, behind their back, they did not want any regrouping. Now, they also looked at
Can I add one thing?
Yeah.
I've been talking to a few people who are classified as Dalits or SC/STs, and some of them were also mercenaries for the kings. So they used to fight for the kings whenever the king needed extra people in the army, and they were de-weaponized, hunted down, and they had to run into the forests. And these are the people who later became Adivasis, because there are a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them went there. Or so they led a very different life, and again, that impacted the policing systems of India were completely I just wanted to add some more jatis that
actually you segued to my next observation.
Okay.
Now, if you look at the regional language in which the police of each state is described, I'm just guessing here. Uttar Pradesh is say police in English, and it says police in Hindi. And if you take Maharashtra also, it says police. However, if you look at Tamil Nadu, the Tamil equivalent word is called Kaval, K-A-V-A-L. What Kaval is, Kaval used to be a community whose only job was to protect the village, the town, the city, what have you. This group also was banished by the British. But somehow the name stuck, and today they still remember this group as the ones who were actually the protectors of the people who lived in that area. So they were also, banished, just like you said about mercenaries. So, and it was so bad that they were segregated, and they required passes. It was called as movement pass. Just like you get one in curfew, movement pass had to be obtained before they could go from one place to another. That is how scared the British were. And then in 1930, there was a pact that was signed between Dr. Ambedkar and Gandhiji, wherein they agreed that by the time the Dalits were in mainstream phrase, and Dr. Ambedkar was taking up the fight, and they agreed that there shall be reservation in a free India. So we have to remember that in 1822 is when the thing of Gurukul got dismantled, the Varna system got dismantled. 1947, 125 years later, it got at least recognized to some extent to try and lift somebody. Now, we are going to start this recovery process. I would say it will take another 50 years before we may come back to a situation that used to exist in India before 1820. Because all the Mughal marauders, they took two things. They took gold, silver, precious jewelry, and they took women. This was their thing. They never tried to stay anywhere and try to rule and impose. Mughals did it a little bit, but again, it was always plunder, plunder, plunder. That was the main thing. Of course, Aurangzeb is in a class of his own. But essentially what I'm trying to say is that this is where India is today, and India has made a much better job at recognizing those who had fallen behind and giving them a helping hand. And to try and take this thing and put it in the United States concept is totally out of place. And it is important that everybody who wants to rule on this understand that this was what it was. But the core reason for all this, in my opinion, was that there were 22,000 Britishers who were trying to rule over 220 million people. I'm talking about the Akhand Bharat at that time. And the only way they could do that was to keep creating divisions, Keep letting one person fight against the other. And wherever there was anything, any unity, they were afraid they would go and break it up. This was the core reason why all this happened. Unfortunately, we are stuck with it. Now we are trying to find our way back, but a lot of prejudices exist. And it is important that those of us who understand history make sure that people know what is the right thing and how things existed for thousands of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Shriji. That was a wonderful summary of what, I mean, the fact is we all need that education, right? We all need that education, but at the same time, their divide and rule created such social engineering. More than that, what's important is that whatever the research comes through, whether it's Carnegie endowment, whether it's the, Pew Research, and I'll go to Dr. Praveen Sinha to explain a little bit about what caste dynamics came through in the Pew Research. But the point is that their narrative is not going to stop, and their attacks based on caste are not going to stop. That is what we have found after seeing these two. So I will let Praveen Sinha talk about the Pew Research and caste, and then we can just talk briefly about what do you think is the reason that these, don't stop, these attacks, despite the fact that, we are finding a very liberal and, non-casteist or, people in the Hindu community through surveys.
Thank you, Richa. I'm just going to take a little segue and talk to you a little bit about the genesis of all this in the US. Shriji gave a very good background on how it evolved in India, the role of Britishers, how they used divide and rule to create a fractured society, which we are still recovering from. I'm going to talk about what happened in the US. To understand what is happening in the US, let's understand a little bit more about the history of US. The Europeans who came to USA, who founded this country, the discovery of this great country, have a very checkered past. We do not talk about hundreds of thousands of Native Americans who were killed, literally killed, butchered, and their land was taken over. That history is never talked about here, but there was a serious oppression in this country. A second equally heinous and equally despicable act was the act of slavery, in which the African Americans brought from Africa and all over the world were put in inhumane conditions and treated in a way that I don't want to describe. You should read more about it. That sin that was committed long time back has never been corrected in this country. To this date, it has not been corrected. You all have heard about Black Lives Matter. Since it is a reflection of the inadequacy of the system to fix a problem and undo the injustice of the past. The Civil Rights Bill that was passed in 1960s was attempted to fix the problem, but we know it did not do anything. And the problem still persists. I will give some credit to these people at Equality Labs and all these outfits that they saw that as an opportunity. So they clinged on to this oppression that was committed against the African Americans and put themselves in the same category, almost like a Me Too kind of a movement. You were oppressed and so were we. So we should be protected like the way you are protected. Unfortunately, our community has failed to make that separation. And let me tell you why we failed. Let's look at what did the United States do to fix the inequities of the past. The Civil Rights Bill was passed in 1960s, and that too, we all know, was highly inadequate. What did India do to fix these problems, as Shriji pointed out, created by the Britishers? India went through full frontal assault on this problem. We introduced a quota system. We simply said, we are going to fix this problem. We are not going to let this injustice that was done in the past to go without correction. And what is the result? I think we need to point out that the quota system that we introduced in India to provide reservations, people to scheduled caste, scheduled, backward category and Dalits, has shrunk that inequality that existed at the time of partition when India became independent to now significantly. We don't have that problem. Whereas in USA, that problem still exists. We need to highlight the fact that India as a country, despite being extremely poor, starting with nothing, did a lot more than this country did to fix the problem. And I will not go too much into Pew survey, but the Pew survey finds that the caste discrimination does not exist in India. Caste, it has been taken out. India has fixed its problem. But somehow, these people, as Sriji pointed out, who came from India, who did not ever go to India, are complaining of the problem in this country when none exists, as the Carnegie survey showed. So we need to change our narrative. We have to explain that we had a problem that was created by the Britishers and we did everything to fix it. It is still may not be perfect, but we have made tremendous improvements. We don't see scheduled castes and other backward categories creating movements like Black Lives Matter. We don't see them getting killed like the way it happened in the USA. So this Black Lives Matter, which is a very serious matter, which is a reflection of huge inequality and injustice in the American society, has been hijacked by these parties. I want to point out something else which is very important, and this is something we all should pay close attention to. In the university campuses, and I can tell you it will come, it's only a matter of time, there are South Asian student associations in every university. These associations have been indoctrinated into believing that South Asians are racist. They have a privilege. There's a document that is publicly available, which I was the president of Student Association at Carnegie Mellon when I was a student there. And so I remain active in that group, even though it has been a long time since I left. And I saw a document that was literally an indoctrination document for young students who attend college, to convince them that their parents are racist, that they have a privilege. And for that reason, they need to be going back homes and correcting their own parents. And it talks about how to tell your parents that they are racist, how to talk to them, how to convince them. So the point I'm trying to make here is that this is a little bit of a complicated story in which we have been juxtaposed into a problem which we have nothing to do with, but we are basically put in the same category. And when you do that, that story sells, because Americans and others who do not know so much about our culture, our background, tend to easily relate that, okay, that was injustice. This Black Lives Matter is injustice in the USA. They're talking about similar injustices. It is so severe that even Oprah Winfrey has bought it. And she has promoted books which basically are propagating this narrative. So the problem is a serious one. But I think I will stop here too, because I think Richa ji, you want to take some questions also. But the point here is that the Pew survey has totally dismantled all the negative narratives that were being brought about India. And I'll just talk about very few of them. The biggest thing that has been propagated for the last 2-3 years is that in India, there is a huge discrimination against minorities, minority religions, especially Muslims and others. The Pew survey, which was done which included about 30,000 people, huge survey, the biggest survey ever done on India, and an extremely scientific survey, found something which is unimaginable. 90% of Indians believe and respect the other religions. And I want to emphasize the word respect, not tolerate. We in the USA, we simply said our religion is supreme. I won't say me, but typically the Abrahamic religions, they believe our religion is supreme, but we'll tolerate you. In India, we have a very different culture. We don't tolerate, we respect it. And we expect the respect was mutual among both Hindu, Muslim, Sikhs, all the religions across India. It portrayed a beautiful picture of India, which is totally opposite of what the narrative that was being created in this country. The survey is very long. I won't go into the details of it in the interest of time. If Sriji wants to say a few things, he can say that. But my point is very simple. Let's understand where this is coming from. A problem that exists in the USA, which is a very serious problem, which I strongly support getting fixed, is being hijacked to artificially fabricate a problem that does not exist. And we have to fight that. That's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Praveenji. That was pretty comprehensive. And I just want to bring out a couple of points. I think one of the points I want to bring out is that both the cases, whether it's Cisco, I think we have been, again, interacting a lot, and HAF has filed a motion to intervene. So basically what we have understood is that it is the case obviously is filed because it is covered under the existing American law, and there is not really a need to add, another protected category like caste. Secondly, BAPS, there was a case against a temple called BAPS. It was found to be a false case. It was a case against the temple, but actually the temple had subcontracted the labor issue to some Hispanic contractor, labor contractor, and so it was more a labor law issue. But the fact is that they have such a control over the media, and people don't realize it. Two things: that the media is manipulated, and the stories that come out are not completely unbiased and true, and that now you don't see that case coming up anymore. So that said, the other thing is Kadem. I don't know if anyone wants to take that and bell that cat as to why is the Democratic Party, driving these kind of agendas. Because California is definitely a huge, Democratic powerhouse right there, and Kadem is driving and already added caste as a protected category into their own personal legislative process within the party. Shriji, maybe do you want to take that loaded question?
Richaji, there are people who do this thing in like a submarine fashion, in the sense that it is very, very low underneath the surface until suddenly it comes up for hearing and then a resolution is passed. You look at the 7 cities that passed the anti-CAA resolution, the resolution text is remarkably similar. And many of them have acknowledged that it was a CAIR, C-A-I-R, was the one that came to them with this and made them to pass the resolution. And some of the council members were so flippant when they were asked, how come you passed something without knowing what it was? And then they said, well, it doesn't affect us, but if we pass this, we get to earn brownie points with our party structure. So essentially every council member was thinking that this would be a growth path for them inside the party infrastructure. Now, Democrats have gotten themselves into a mess now. In fact, you are seeing the kind of havoc that is being wreaked by their progressives group. This progressives group is the one that is the mischief maker. Unfortunately, a lot of luminaries have identified themselves with it. Now are finding it hard to get out of it. Bernie Sanders, for example, but it is there. They have to figure out a way. There is a lot of manthan going on inside the party right now. You can see that the moderates are saying, look, if we do all these things, we are toast. So there is problem. It will correct itself. I think primarily, when I became a citizen in the United States, I somehow registered myself as a Democrat. But a few years back, I said, no, I don't think I'm a Democrat. This is not what I identify with. So now I'm an independent. Actually, I feel very good at that because I get less paperwork, less spam, and they think that, independents don't matter. And I'm fine with that. I can make my point and go on. So the thing is, this is a pan-US problem. You're going to start seeing Azan permission being given. I think one Azan was given in New Jersey. I know why I'm coming with this is, see, the thing is, there is a fake narrative being peddled, and this is being done to try to tug the heartstrings of people who believe in a sense of fairness, and then they suddenly feel like, oh, we're not doing this, we don't get to do this, we don't get to pray, we don't do this. So somehow, somewhere, somebody feels guilty, and then they pass the resolution. So this creep is starting to happen. But the point here is, let us make an example out of this caste discrimination suit and make sure that anywhere in future, if something like this comes up, they can say, look, this is settled. This is what it was. California went through it. And in that thing, it's good. Once California says that there is no such thing, I think you will stop. You will see the end of this. That's my hope.
Also, I just want to say there's Aarti Kaushal Chopra who works closely in the political systems in Kadem even, right? Aarti ji, do you want to start your video, or do you want to tell us a little bit about that? I know you raised your hand.
Okay, let me just say a few things, Richa, while she's getting ready. That there was a question about why there is a reverse discrimination against Brahmins at this time. it is important for us to understand the woke culture that is going on in the US right now, arising from the critical race theory, in which the struggle of Blacks and African Americans in this country versus against the white has been put in the context of an oppressor and oppressed class. Oppressors are the white people. According to that theory, the oppressed people could be anybody they have hurt, Native Americans or African Americans. That theory is being applied to Hinduism at this time. And in that, when that theory is applied, the oppressor class is the Brahmin. Again, a totally fabricated application of that theory in the Indian context by people who have no knowledge. So the Brahminical class has been portrayed as the oppressor class, and the other categories, which is the Shudras and all that, as the oppressed class. So a theory which is very applicable in the Western context and has literally no bearing in the India Varna system is being applied and presented in that way to the Western audience who really understand that theory very well. And that is the reason you're seeing this Brahminical reverse discrimination against the Brahmins, because suddenly they have been turned into an oppressor class. Very, very, very incorrect application, but that's the narrative that is being peddled. We need to work hard to correct it. As Shiji pointed out, with various examples, it is not that way in real. It was not conceived that way. It was distorted by Britishers. That's not what it is supposed to be, and plenty has been done in India to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pravinji. Actually, someone, I think Jayaraman Nair has written that there is a reverse discrimination now in South India against the Brahmin community. And how can you explain that? So I think we have all heard about it, seen it in some ways, you know, and I don't know if you want to.
I can take a stab at this.
Yeah, please.
The Brahmins in Tamil Nadu were about 3% in 1947. Now they are less than 1%. And so the reason this was done was, you have to go back and look at this party called the Justice Party that the British wanted to put up against Congress, which they thought had a lot of Brahmins in it. And the reason Congress had a lot of Brahmins in it was, initially Congress was a place where a lot of lawyers were employed, and Brahmins tended to be lawyers because they, see, in 1822, it goes back to that point when Gurukuls got completely smashed. Others, see, the farmers had land. The people who are doing business, they had their businesses to attend to, and those who were waging wars, they ended up joining either the military or the local police that the British had formed. The Brahmins, who were the teachers most of the time, they didn't know what to do, so they were forced to learn the language, and because that was the only thing they did, they became good at learning the English language. And soon you saw them, you know, as judges and lawyers, and becoming a little bit of a what I would call as a more prosperous part of the society. That part was usually held by the others who were like Mudaliyars and Chettiars. I don't want to get into more detail, but these people were the ones who formed the Justice Party, and their primary plank was that the Brahmins are taking all our jobs, therefore we are there for justice for everybody else. So there was always this thing called Brahmin versus non-Brahmin, and this started in that at that time in 1916, 1917 time frame, and the DMK today is a child of that movement, and they use this thing, and facts be darned, they don't look at the facts, they just keep hammering this, and the way out, in my opinion, this is a little radical, is that the Brahmins have to figure out how do they become bigger than that 1%. You have to find a way that you can say, okay, I am not 1%, I am 23%. How do you do that? There is a way to do this thing. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, but I believe many people, many Brahmins are actually going into the interiors of Tamil Nadu, and they are trying to bring about a change in people's mindset and thinking, and trying to take everybody along. In fact, I don't know how many of you remember in 2004, the Kanchi's religious head, the Shankaracharya, was arrested by the Sonia Gandhi government in Hyderabad, near Hyderabad. And the reason she did that was because that Shankaracharya was making it a point to go to communities which were comprising of SCs and STs. He would sit with them, he would eat with them, he would discuss their problems, he would do even a Kumbhabhishekam for their temples. I mean, this was becoming a revolution, and she saw that as something that came in the way of proselytization and conversion of people into Christianity. It took years before he came out of that, but the damage was done. So this is the kind of stuff that is happening in Tamil Nadu, and let's hope that this time around it is done in a more saner way, more efficient way. At least the BJP is in center. They won't do it, something like what the UPA government did. I can tell you that government in 10 years has done so much damage. Oh my God, I can't stop. That's how it is. Let's leave it for another day, another discussion. But this is
a huge discussion, and you've written some books also about some of the issues that cropped up at that time. And one of the things that I want to say is that, of course, I think Periyar was one figure that we hear about a lot from the Tamil Nadu politics of those days, 1916 or so that you mentioned, right? And then also that the roots of the movement that are existing in the United States, the language, the tone, tenor is very similar to what you see in the Tamil Nadu politics, They talk of the same things. Equality Labs talks about the Janeu, and, we hear that from Tamil Nadu politics also. Similar sort of, vegetarianism, beef, whatnot, they pull the same sort of tropes and push them onto us. And that same politics from from India is being transposed into the United States, the caste politics. But I think we had a great discussion. If you want to have 1 minute each for, just closing comments, I would love that.
Should I go ahead, or Shriji, you want to go first?
Oh, yes, I should probably.
No, you go ahead, Pravinji. I've been hogging the time. Yeah.
Okay. I will simply say the following, that the challenges we are facing in dismantling Hindutva and the caste-based cases that we saw earlier are real. They're not going to go away. We need to organize ourselves, understand those forces behind them, and take preemptive actions before it's too late. We do know what the next steps for them is. We need to organize ourselves better. And I think a lot of steps are being taken by HAF and other organizations, which will bring out the results. So I'm very optimistic about that. Another thing, that question that came up about the caste being a protected category by the Democratic Party of California, it's a very troubling development. And because typically California leads the way, other states follow. The fact that 70% of the Indians vote Democrat, and they contribute in very large amounts to the Democratic Party itself, is the biggest shame. We need to bring our leaders out who contribute money to put a complete stop to those donations to the Democratic Party till that line is removed. It can be done, it must be done, but our community needs to take steps. It is a serious threat and we should not take it lightly. It should not be ki chalta hai, don't worry about it. No, it is serious, and it will go to other states if we do not take preemptive action. So I'll stop here, but I will be optimistic to say that a lot of things are happening. I haven't seen Hindu community more unified now as I've seen before. So hopefully something good will come out with this, and a lot of us are working on that, and we are blessed to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say a couple of things before I hand over to Shriji, that, Pew Research, if you look at how the conversions, they have looked at conversions, and Christians largely dip into the SC/ST pool, So from the British colonial times, that is how the conversion process goes on. So Equality Labs, their first meeting that they had was in a church, So even though they call themselves Equality Labs, they're driven by a certain agenda from certain, religious groups. And you mentioned CARE, and I'm mentioning a church. And I know, Artiji wrote about the Khalistani sort of movements in California. So there are certain anti-India forces that are also working towards this. Shriji, please, the floor is yours. Please give us your closing comments.
Yes, and there is one great thing that we all have inherited, being born in Bharatavarsha. Many of us are born, I'm assuming, of course, that all of us are, but perhaps many of us. And we were born with this Sanatana Dharma that is running in our veins. What is Sanatana Dharma? It's eternal flow. We don't know when that flow started, We don't know when it's going to end. We know it is going to be there 1,000 years from now, 10,000 years from now. And what it tells us are very simple things. Follow the path of truth, speak the truth, do what is right, simple things. And I believe many of us actually follow this in our lives. So it's important to tell everyone that, look, in heart, spirit, and mind, you are essentially a Sanatani. And this is what it is. This is why it is like this. And let us try and see how best we can explain this philosophy, because it's not a religion. It's a way of life. It's a philosophy. We have to try and say that we are not a religion. That is why you have this open concept. Whichever God you feel like makes you feel spiritual, go ahead and pray with that God. If you don't want to have a God, that also is fine. So this kind of a flexible architecture where it gives you scope, room to contemplate on life. What am I on this earth for? And things like that we can provide. I hope that we do this thing, because as a P Guru's channel founder, this is what has been my goal, to try and take away some of these cobwebs, and hopefully this becomes a more kinder, gentler nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shriji. That was very philosophical. And that is what Dharma is about. That is what we are about. That is what this conference is about. There may be a hate fest going on parallelly, around here in the United States at this time. We wanted to create positive energy and also, dismantle some of the coloniality that is part of our structural framework, because we have lived 1,200 plus years in colonial rules of either the Mughals or the British. But the cobwebs, like you said, come off at some point and Dharma shines through. And this is that process that we are going through. Even Tariq Fateh, actually, just a few minutes back, talked about the same thing, that truth has to triumph. So we are on the side of truth, and that is our hope, and that is our belief. So, Satyamev Jayate, and I thank you so much for a wonderful, wonderful discussion, a topic that, we really, I think, laid out threadbare. Hopefully people appreciate that. Namaste.
Thank you very much. Namaste.
Pranam. So I think we're live on Dia TV, by the way. And
I think someone had asked a question, how can we contact you? I don't know whom was that. Oh, it was directed to me. Richa, will you be having some way of people being able to contact us or me? I think it was sent to me directly, so let me see if I can respond to that.
Yeah, please respond to that. And, I should probably give some sort of email. I will give my email. If anyone wants to contact and leave messages for anyone, Ravinderji, are you on the spotlight?
Oh, I don't know how I came in spotlight.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Just let me do one thing, Richa. I cannot find the person, Jairam Iyer. He was asking how to contact me. Simply professorsinha@gmail.com. Professor Sinha, one word, @gmail.com. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm going to leave one email that I use for, communications. Please write here for any follow-ups. I will make sure the panelist that participates gets it, So please use that email. We would love to get more people on board to participate and to become part of the sort of little work that we keep doing in different pockets, and we want to bring everything together. So I work with Kona, Shriji does the media, and we have, Artiji does Kadem, like political active, she's active politically, has her own, she's putting together her own PAC. And of course, Professor Sinha is working on his own organization and in Orange County. So I want to know who's there for the next session. I think we are at
I'm going
7.
to be the moderator for the next session.
Is it you, Ravinderji?
Yeah.
Oh, great. All right then. There you are. So I will hand over to you. And Ankur Sharmaji also, namaste.
Namaste.
And Ravinderji, I will take a break and hand over the floor to you.
Thank you. Actually, is Rajiv here on the?
I think the tech team is not really going to. I just hand over to you. Please start.
Oh, okay.
The floor is yours. Thank you, Ravinderji.
There was some confusion because of the fact that the previous session went a little bit above beyond it.
No, it's not. It was a 7. It's your floor. Now the recording has started. Ravinderji, please go ahead.
Okay, and 1 second, please. I wasn't sure that. 1 second.
So, Ankurji, you're joining us from Jammu, or?
Yeah,
Yes,
I have heard of Ankurji and heard him past also, because I'm from Kashmir, and so I know his exude and what his work has been. So it is pleasure to meet him here, actually.
Thank you so much.
Actually, I watch your videos on a regular basis. Okay, so the Ankurji, you are the main speaker, I believe, in this case, and everybody. Mr. Ankur Sharmaji is from Jammu. He's a fellow J&K person, as I am. Long back thrown out of that place, of course, and he has been. I don't know personally. I know his work. He started his organization Ekjut about 3-4 years ago, I think, and which has been bringing out the issues which the Jammu Dogras in particular have been facing about the systematic discrimination which was taking place by the previous government of the PDP and prior to that National Congress. So it has been actually happening since 1947, and it was, to me at least, it was a personal pleasure to see him pointing it out. There not many people had the courage to bring this out and present it to the audience, and so it's pleasure to see Ankur Sharmaji here. Please welcome Ankur Sharmaji, and he'll be talking about the subversion of J&K Jihad. And namaskar to everybody. I'm slightly disoriented because I was thinking that I will have to, Rajiv will be here actually. But anyway, so please, Ankurji, take charge.
Yeah, thank you so much. So you just mentioned that I will be talking about the kind of subversion that has happened in the state of J&K. In fact, it started way back in 1947 after independence. Mr. Sheikh Abdullah and the Islamist regime here in J&K managed to introduce a secular article 370 and 35A in the secular constitution of India to create what we call as a non-secular theocratic Islamic state within the secular polity of India. I mean, you have one Muslim majority state with which the Union of India has an arrangement saying that since it is a Muslim majority state, therefore, under Article 370, the Indian constitution, the infidel constitution, will not apply. Since it is a Muslim majority state, therefore, it will have its own constitution. Since it is a Muslim majority state, therefore, it will have its own flag. So what we had was a state within a state. And the foundation of that state was Muslim subnationalism. In the last 70 years, before August 5, 2019, the Indian state marketed this arrangement as refutation of two-nation theory. In fact, it was based upon the very concept of two-nation theory. So this is a general model that the Muslim Brotherhood deploys to purge democratic societies, that you get into democratic institutions, you subvert them from within, and then you destroy democracy using those democratic institutions. So what the manifestation of this model we found in the state of J&K, or in fact in India, way back in 1947, when through constitutional arrangement, the Islamists managed under the secular cloak to create a non-secular theocratic Muslim state within a secular territory of India, or the secular polity of India. So that is how it started. So I was specifically tasked today to talk about state-led demographic invasion of Jammu, or demographic assault on Jammu, or what is also popularly called as land jihad in Jammu. Now, since using Article 370 and 35A, the state of J&K was not secular, so therefore the land jihad process, or the state-led demographic assault, or the demographic assault in J&K was also state-led. Now, when I say state-led, how do I say it was state-led? Because it is the state instrumentalities which were deployed to unleash land jihad against Jammu. It was the state institutions, the democratic institutions using which this phenomena was unleashed against Jammu. And why did they unleash it? We'll have to understand it in the background of Brigadier S.M. Malik's book, or Pakistani generals' idea as to how do we go ahead, unleashing Ghazwa-e-Hind on entire India. They say for Ghazwa-e-Hind to happen, fall of northern India is important. And within northern India, fall of Jammu is critical. So how do they ensure that? As far as Kashmir is concerned, that's 100% Islamized, the valley. There were very less number of non-Muslims, especially Hindus. They're killed. They unleashed the worst genocide in the history of the country against the Hindus of Kashmir. And that is how it was Islamized. But how do you Islamize Jammu? Jammu province comprising of 10 districts. So unleash demographic jihad on Jammu. It has to be state-led. And how it will be state-led? You have already a non-secular Islamic, state instrumentality deployed using the Indian constitution. So the state legislative assembly was in the most impressive manner used to legislate what is called as J&K State Lands Vesting of Ownership to the Occupants Act, which is also popularly known as the Roshni Act. So they legislated a law with 2/3 majority to grant state lands in Jammu province in favor of Muslims. Of course, the law had this provision that it can be granted to anybody. But what we saw is that this legislative intervention, or this law, was used to give away state lands in ownership to a particular community, Muslims in Jammu province. That was number one. So through lawmaking, they ensured that lands, state lands, government lands, public lands in Jammu are handed over to Muslims. That happened in 2001. In 2007, the rules were amended, and it was very, very, in a sinister manner and a very, very effective manner was used against Jammu. And what we saw is encroachments and grant of ownership to Muslims in huge numbers, in large numbers, in several lakhs of canals of land were given away to Muslims in Jammu, in Hindu majority areas, using Roshni Act. That's number one. Second, the chief minister of the state, it was a PDP-BJP coalition government, and it was being headed by Mehbooba Mufti. She came out with an executive intervention. That is how they use democratic institutions, the position of chief minister. She came out with what is called as 14th February 2018 order. This executive order granted immunity in favor of Muslims to occupy state lands, forest lands, river lands in Jammu province. What it effectively said, it was a 4-page order. It said that if Muslims occupy state lands or forest lands or any type of lands in Jammu province, no DM, district magistrate or district collector or deputy commissioner or SSP will take any action against them. Suppose there is a court order, then the police head of the district, the SSP, shall not provide any police assistance for carrying out eviction of Muslims. And the third immunity that granted in favor of Muslims categorically was the Muslims in Jammu province, if they are found engaged in cow slaughter or bovine smuggling, then provisions of Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, as well as Section 188 of the RPC, shall not be invoked against them. So what we had is, through a chief ministerial diktat dated 14th February 2018, a legal immunity granted to Muslims to occupy lands in J&K, in Jammu province especially, and to engage in cow slaughter and bovine smuggling. Several thousands of canals of land was occupied or encroached in this manner. Now you had Rohingyas and Bangladeshis, the third mechanism that the state of J&K deployed to take away or to occupy lands in Jammu, so that Jammu can be converted into, again, a Muslim majority domain. So Rohingyas and Bangladeshis were settled under the argument of humanitarian requirements or humanitarian needs. It is the state of J&K which granted them ration cards illegally, Aadhaar cards illegally. And we have sufficient information and proof with us suggesting or establishing that some of them actually got state subject certificates as well. And what is very peculiar in their settlements is that Rohingyas and Bangladeshis are only made to settle in Jammu province. The Hindu majority districts of Jammu province, namely Kathua, Samba, Jammu, Udhampur. These are the places where these Rohingyas have been settled, and very, very specifically around military and security establishments. That's another way of changing the demography using the state apparatus. It is the state apparatus which gave them opportunities of employment, which gave them residences. And whenever the demand for their ouster or their deportation came, it was refuted by the chief ministers, by all the state instrumentalities. Now, another modus operandi, they made a law to give away lands to Muslims. They made an executive order to grant legal immunity to Muslims to occupy lands. They also did one thing. They kept quiet when Muslims were occupying lands in Jammu, or Muslims are occupying lands in Jammu. For instance, forest lands, riverbeds. Now, what we did in J&K High Court is to call for certain reports regarding encroachments of rivers and forests in Jammu province. So the first report that came in a sealed cover, a report prepared by District and Sessions Judge of Jammu District. Other members were Deputy Commissioner, Divisional Commissioner, etc. Some few members of the Forest Department also. What we saw, that river Tavi, which is Sureputri, which is the revered river, having the status of, a goddess. Within Jammu municipal limits, 668 encroachers have occupied the riverbed. Out of 668, 667 are Muslims. That is what the report prepared by a committee appointed by a division bench of Jammu and Kashmir High Court suggests. If you talk about river Ravi, if you talk about river Basantar, if you talk about Bainala, if you talk about Chinab, the riverbeds, the embankments have been exclusively captured and encroached by members of a particular community, that is Muslims, through state connivance. And in fact, I would not say acts of omission, but through acts of their commission as well. So you have forest lands. The reports also came in J&K High Court. This was our allegation that the forests in Jammu province have also been encroached by Muslims in the name of tribal rights or otherwise. So we have a full-fledged city now in Jammu called City of Bhathindi, a place which is a recorded forest even as on day in the revenue records, and no sale purchases can happen. So it is a forest land where you have 15 to 2,000 exclusively Muslim settlements around Jammu on forest land. So you have madrasas, you have illegally built mosques, and you have a full-fledged radicalization and indoctrination machinery and a full infrastructure within the heart of the city, Jammu, on its forests. The other reports also came, district Udhampur, Jammu, Samba, Kathua. The names of the encroachers, their entire details were presented before the court, and you will be surprised to know that more than 90% of the encroachers of forest lands are Muslims. So now you have a model that where in a Hindu majority city, around a Hindu majority city, whatever the forest area is, you go it, you capture it, you create ghettos, you create an exclusive concrete jungle of Muslim settlements, and that is how this model can be deployed elsewhere. I'll not go into that because I have less time. I have been told to speak only for 20 minutes. This same model was deployed in Kathua district through Rasana, the infamous Rasana rape and murder case. That is also a place where this Batindi model was being deployed, and city of Hiranagar or district Kathua, there also a forest ghetto comprising of Muslim settlements was sought to be created. I'll not go into the details, but I'm making just a reference of that. In 1991 also, the chief minister, the then chief minister, 1991 or between 1991 and 93, Farooq Abdullah was the chief minister. He came out with an order saying that an exclusive Muslim colony should be created in Jammu. So that is something which was also classified document. Ultimately, it came into the public domain, and what we saw is creation of so many muhallas and colonies and areas around Jammu, around Kathua, Samba, encirclement, etc., happening through state interventions. The rate of change of demography of Jammu, the demographic scientists say, is critical. It is very, very alarming. That is how they categorize it. Now, question is what Jammu did in fighting against these state interventions, which had the active backing of the state of India, the Delhi, because that is how these people come into power. The Islamists, they have this constitutional protection and the backing of Delhi, and that is how it happens. So I challenged the constitutional validity of Roshni Act in 2014. This was kind of a legislative jihad, which I could understand that it is happening through this. So it is in October 2020, after a sustained, relentless, constant fight against this legislative jihad in J&K High Court, that I could get it demolished, destroyed through the J&K High Court in October 2020. So the Roshni Act 2014, I challenged, to 2020, it's gone. 14th February 2018 order, the chief minister's order, it was a classified secret document. I, Ekjut Jammu, and I personally came out with this document in the public domain, exposed it, and directly attacked the sitting chief minister. That's a different story, that she wanted to detain me under the Public Safety Act, preventive detention. She could not do so because the newspapers published the expose of 14th February 2018 order with my exact quotes saying that Jihadi Mehbooba unleashes jihad against Jammu. She was the sitting chief minister. As far as Rohingyas and Bangladeshi settlements are concerned, we're fighting against them. We have made it a point that everybody knows the security threat that is involved because of the settlements in Jammu, and we are very happy to say that people in Jammu now know that Rohingyas have to be ousted. It's only a matter of time that we'll be pushing the state as well as the central government to act under the Foreigners Act. As far as forest land encroachment, river and land encroachment through state support is concerned, people of the area know we have sufficient evidence and proof brought directly through authorities in J&K High Court, on the basis of which we have built a very, very strong narrative that this land jihad, this demographic invasion in Jammu is state-led. Not only it is state-led, but there are also many non-state actors which are acting to accelerate the pace of demographic assault on Jammu so that it can be used as a springboard or as a launch pad for Ghazwa-e-Hind against the entire nation. You have what is called as funded colonization of Jammu, where Islamic NGOs, by getting money from abroad through Hawala channels, are subsidizing land purchases in Jammu in Hindu majority areas. Last we came to know the subsidy is 30%. So if a Muslim buys a land in a Hindu majority area in Jammu province, in Jammu district, in Samba, Kathua, Udhampur districts, so if they get it for 1 crore, these NGOs will return back, or will, as a matter of subsidy, will provide them 30 lakhs as compensation for purchasing lands. So that is also a phenomenon which has been recorded, for which sufficient evidence has been accumulated, and we have all of that. This is funded colonization of Jammu. So you had another, enabling environment by the government, where the revenue officials, the lowest rung revenue official, who is a very vital, cog in the entire wheel, the post of Patwari, which is a district cadre post, people from Muslim districts or Kashmir were sent to Hindu majority districts in violation of the service rules. A Patwari cannot be transferred outside his parent district. But these were transferred outside their districts, and they would make revenue entries in favor of Muslims. And we have sufficient proof to suggest that several lakh canals of land was involved in this manner, where you had suddenly Muslim claims coming up in Hindu majority areas that this land belongs to us. So these were the Patwaris who used their position in violation of law by coming to Hindu majority districts through Kashmir, etc., in violation of service law as well, to create records in favor of Muslims, and ultimately they could get ownership under Roshni Act or some other scheme, or at least a stay order from the court on the basis of Girdavari entries, which were illegally made. Now, the issue is that the problem Jammu is facing is the connivance of State of India with the Islamist regime in J&K. Yes, in August 2019, Article 370 and 35 were abrogated, but that is only demolishing the de jure Islamic State. That only the legal edifice was demolished or destroyed. The de facto Islamic State is still in existence and is being nourished by none other than the State of India. If they had to take 10 steps in taking abrogation to its logical conclusion, they have stopped at it. They are moving in reverse direction, and they are giving messages and signals that nothing has changed. We did it, but we in no manner are committed to taking it to its logical conclusion. So we'll have to understand here, and in the entire, background of what is happening in the country is from the last 70 years, that the State of India is hostile towards the nation of India. The State of India is against the nation of India. The State of India is lacerating the nation of India. So for instance, whatever is happening continuously in the state of J&K is an example of it. And how do I say this, that the State of India is against the nation of India? For instance, the State of India does not believe in Sanatan Indic civilization's continuity. The State of India still believes that India is a nation in the making. It does not believe in civilizational continuity. In 1947, Muslims divided India. So as a national security imperative, maintenance of Hindu majority character should have been the first priority for the State of India, because it is only because of the Muslim majority character of certain areas that the territory was divided. The act of war, what should be an act of war for the State of India? Hindu genocide should be an act of war for the State of India. But what we have seen in Kashmir and other districts of Jammu province, where in the 1990s and after that, the worst Hindu genocide was unleashed, the State of India is in a denial mode. It doesn't even recognize formally or officially that whatever happened to the Hindus of Kashmir in 1990s and Hindus elsewhere in Muslim majority districts of Jammu province is genocide. It doesn't consider genocide of Hindus as act of war. And that is how I say that these are certain instances on the basis of which we can say that the state is against the nation. You talk about minority rights in J&K. They are being illegally taken away by the majority community in violation of the constitution and the law. Muslims are getting minority benefits in J&K. Now, what I did in 2016 is to challenge this arrangement in the Honorable Supreme Court of India. I fought that case for 2 years. I won that case. The Supreme Court of India appointed a joint committee of the state government as well as the union government, and they filed an affidavit. In my case, Ankur Sharma versus Union of India and others, PIL 489/2016. And on 12th March 2018, on the basis of the assurance given by the governments in that affidavit, the case was decided in our favor. It was said that Muslims in J&K will now not get minority benefits. But it is ironical to see that even as on date, despite a Supreme Court judgment and acceptance by the government of the fact that we are doing something illegal in J&K, the union government, the state government is as on date handing over minority benefits and minority status to the majority community, which is Muslims of J&K, which is against the law. You have a 15-point program run by the Prime Minister's office in India, the implementation guidelines of which at clause 7b says that Muslims of J&K will not get minority benefit. Violating its own guidelines, the Prime Minister's office is giving minority benefits to J&K. Not only guidelines, but also the Supreme Court judgment or the order, or dishonoring their own affidavit in the Supreme Court. Now, what is more important? It is 60 to 70 schemes, thousands of families being empowered through scholarship minority schemes per year. That's one part of it. That what is due for non-Muslims is being given to Muslims by the state of India in violation of the constitution. And we're talking about fundamental rights here. Article 29 and 30, the minority rights. These are not simple rights. That's one part of it. But if Muslims of J&K get minority status, that under the UN's charter, human rights are available only to the minorities against the state. So if Muslims of J&K have minority status, they automatically are covered under the UN charter and they are entitled for human rights. Hindus are not. So any violation of human rights entitles them to have a presentation before UN or UN affiliate agencies, and that is how they get international support for secessionism. Who is providing an enabling environment to the secessionists in Jammu and Kashmir to have an international support for their movement? It is the state of India. It is not Pakistan. It is not China. It is not any other entity. It is the state of India by granting them minority status and hence coverage under the UN Charter that UN and UN affiliate agencies can interfere in the sovereign affairs of India on the grounds of violation of minority rights, human rights of the minorities. That's another instance. So where we say that state is working against the nation. State is hostile towards the nation. What you see in J&K is state takeover of Hindu temples. J&K is not a Hindu majority state. Elsewhere also in the entire country, this is the problem. But wherever Hindus are in minority or lesser in number, that's the same attitude. I, around 2 years back, challenged the constitutional validity of the Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine Board Act in J&K High Court. And this current dispensation government files a reply that no, this temple will not be given back to Hindus and state will continue to run the affairs of Hindu temple. The law of the land under the constitution is this: a secular state cannot run religious institutions. Only on the grounds of mismanagement, etc., it can take it over for some time. But as far as taking over power is concerned, the taking over power is available to the state against all communities, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Christians. But in the last 70 years, the state of India has selectively taken over only Hindu religious institutions. That's selectively. So they're implying indirectly that mismanagement, maladministration, and corrupt practices are associated only with Hindus. Not even a single mosque has been taken over in the last 70 years, or for that matter, Gurdwara or a church. So therefore I say, and you also see in the state of J&K where Muslims are in majority, the Hindu religious institutions are being run by the state, and which I earlier described is a non-secular theocratic Islamic state. And the money that they collect from these temples, donations, they use it for non-Hindu purposes. Everybody knows it. I am not going into that because that's another topic. Now they are again wanting to take over Machel Mata Yatra. That's a very famous temple after Vaishno Devi, located in Kishtwar district of Jammu province. We are fighting a case against it in J&K High Court. We are trying that it should not be taken over. But the position of the state is they appointed Bashir Khan advisor to decide on the question of taking over of a Hindu religious institution. And that is how, again, we say the state is working against the nation. You, after the abrogation of 370 and 35A, you do not have a strong or any anti-cow slaughter law in J&K. Because that is something which annoys Islamists. Islamists should not be annoyed. And therefore, we will not have an anti-cow slaughter law, which is a civilizational requirement in the state of J&K and elsewhere, I mean, in country also. So therefore, state is again, what we say is hostile to the nation. After and I'm concluding it now, after abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, the balance of power in J&K, we expected that it will be shifted from Kashmir to Jammu. Now, in its quest to maintain, to ensure that Muslims in J&K continue to govern democratic institutions or control democratic institutions, the state of India, in connivance with the Kashmir Muslim establishment, did so many interventions. Fudging census was one of it. They started with ousting everybody who did not belong to National Conference from entering the Constituent Assembly. That was the first intervention that the state of India did. 75 out of 75 members of the J&K's Constituent Assembly, an assembly which was to decide the relationship of the state of J&K with the Union of India, that was filled only by the members of National Conference. All other nomination forms were rejected. They were not allowed to participate or contest elections. So that is how the first intervention. After that, successive census have been fudged by the Kashmir-based Muslim establishment in connivance with the state of India against Jammu. So when 370 and 35A were abrogated and Reorganization Act came, we believed that these historical wrongs will now be corrected. But what we saw in the J&K Reorganization Act is that they are again planning to conduct, or they are conducting, fresh delimitation exercise. I mean, an exercise on the basis of which it will be determined who gets how many number of seats. How many seats in the Legislative Assembly does Kashmir get? How many seats in the Legislative Assembly does Jammu get? They are conducting it on the basis of fraud and fudge 2011 census and not fresh 2021 census. It is a decision which has been taken by the government of India through Parliament, Reorganization Act. It is the official position of the current dispensation also, BJP and RSS, that 2011 census, 2001 census, they were fudged. The population of Jammu province was decreased. The population of Hindus was decreased. The population of Kashmir was shown to have increased by numbers which cannot be sustained or explained by any logic. So it is a general position that if 2011 census are made basis for delimitation, Kashmir will have more number of seats. Kashmir will have its own chief minister. If 2021 census happens, and on that basis delimitation exercise is taken, Jammu will have more seats, if not more, equal number of seats. But again, they're handing back power to the Kashmiri Muslim establishment through this intervention. As a matter of fact, we are protesting against it, but nothing seems to be happening. Islamization of Himalayas is what is the project of Pakistan by their own admission. For Ghazwa-e-Hind to happen, Himalayas, the cradle of Sanatan Indic civilization, has to fall. They started with it way back, but in 1990s succeeded in Islamization Kashmir. Same thing is happening in Himachal Pradesh. Same thing is happening in Uttarakhand and all other states or areas where Himalayas are located. Because Himalayas are the cradle. now as a strategic importance to reverse the process of Islamization of Himalayas in which they have succeeded and are succeeding in Jammu province. It is imperative that the state of J&K should be reorganized. The Kashmir Valley should be divided into 2 union territories, one exclusively for Hindus of Kashmir, the victims of genocide. And for that, the state of India has to come out of its denial that nothing happened against Hindus. It was only a migration. When you deny genocide, you engage in committing double genocide. Denial of genocide, in fact, is the climax of genocide. It is the state of India which is engaged in, taking genocide to its climax by denying it. So, Islamization of Himalayas, natural strategic security requirement, you have to have a strong geopolitical Hindu foothold within the valley, which has been Islamized. And that can happen and giving a secular argument with this, because this dispensation needs secular argument. So for rehabilitating and resettling victims of genocides, Hindus of Kashmir, you can go ahead and create a strong geopolitical Hindu foothold in Kashmir Valley and make Jammu a separate state. So that this Muslim Brotherhood model of purging democracies by entering democratic institutions, by using freedoms available in the constitution, constitutional democracies, to enter democratic institutions should end. And why should you hand over your democratic institutions to secessionists or half separatists or anti-national entities? NC, PDP, they're all Pakistani flanks. They are the people who are subverters of democracy. Why should you hand over your democratic institution, and that too on falsehood or on interventions which are not, on the basis of interventions which are not permissible under law? So I'll end by saying that we are also discussing this in the background of whatever has happened in Afghanistan. If you see the situation in J&K as on date, I can conclude by giving this thing to the audience, that you have Afghanistan, Taliban in Afghanistan, you have ISI in Pakistan, and that axis is completed when you have a half separatist regime in Jammu and Kashmir, NCPDP, backed by the state of India. So Taliban, ISI, Kashmir, NCPDP backed by Delhi is the worst axis, the most dangerous situation that is erupting, which will ultimately lead to other genocides, takeover of Hindu lands, using Jammu as a launchpad or a springboard for unleashing us by him. I think with that, I'll end my address. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ankur Sharma ji. You came for me, you came out larger than what I knew you. And I have been following you for the last 3-4 years now. And actually, it is very horrifying of listening to extent. I knew the to extent to which the things have happened in Jammu. Actually, I studied in Jammu in Araspura, RS school, higher secondary school. And lived in Pakidaki area. So I'm very well aware of what was going on here. But the picture which you have just portrayed is really very horrifying. Is there any mechanism? I would actually also request the audience, if they have any questions, please raise your hands so that you can ask the question to Ankur Sharma ji. Is there any mechanism for example, in Jammu area, to have an alternate strong Hindu party who can contest these issues?
Yeah, absolutely. Ekjut Jammu Party is one such alternative. We believe that Jammu needs a strong regional ideological alternative. The paradigm, the policy paradigm of the state of India as far as J&K is concerned was always that J&K should be in the hands of Kashmiri Muslims, so that to the world we can establish that in 1947, when Kashmir decided to merge with India, and when Muslims are the face of democracy in J&K, this can be portrayed as a victory of India's secularism and democracy. So that has been the state paradigm, and therefore that is how Jammu is excised out of the entire equation. Jammu is disempowered, Jammu is enslaved, Jammu is made hostage, and Jammu is rendered mayor as a colony of Kashmir. So this realization is dawned on the people of Jammu now, and we are making it sure that people know it, that in the last 70 years, Jammu has all along been used only as a doormat in terms of the policy paradigm that the state of India has towards J&K. So it is very important to have a regional ideological alternative who does not listen to Delhi and who does not talk about Kashmir. And that is what we are all about. And all, manifestations of jihad in J&K, we are fighting. And that is how we are going, right down to the grassroots level of the society, building an organization and trying to create a political alternative, which ultimately fights against jihad in Jammu by naming it like jihad and not covering it up like the state of India or other political parties. So we are already on that, and we have taken this responsibility on our shoulders that Ekjut Jammu will take the cause of Jammu forward. We are already taking the cause of Jammu forward. The laws which were legislated against Jammu, we made sure that they are quashed, they are dismantled. The orders which were passed against Jammu, we made them redundant. We fought against sitting chief minister, the entire cabinet, so many corruption cases also. The Roshni case, you also know whatever is happening there. So I think these things are happening, and ours is now a registered political party. We are yet to receive a symbol, but that is going to happen in another 15, 20, 25 days. And we have declared that Ekjut Jammu will contest coming assembly elections on all seats of Jammu province.
I see. I would have loved to ask you some more questions, but I think there are people who are waiting in the line. Nabendu Palji, please ask the question.
Yeah, Ankurji, first of all, namaste for beautiful exposition of the ground realities in Jammu and Kashmir. I'm from Bengal, actually, and we are seeing the same Islamization along this Bangladesh-India border. I mean, if you look at the eastern part of Ganges bordering Bangladesh, that is pretty much now being converted into an Islamic land. Okay, now come back to this Jammu. I believe that in Jammu, BJP state unit has a strong representation. It has a very strong hold. So what is the state units, BJP state units, the Jammu parts, stand on this? I mean, why don't they take any action? This is number one question. The second question is, what I'm very much afraid is if you are forming another political outfit, it is going to divide the vote and it is going to eventually help the jihadists. So have you thought about that? Because this vote sharing is the most dangerous thing that happens for the Hindus, and eventually we get defeated by our own action plans. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So as far as the state unit is concerned, like I talked about the state of India's policy paradigm on J&K, it is as follows. Power in J&K should be handed over to Muslims of Kashmir so that it can be described to the world as victory of secularism and India's democracy, because Muslims happen to be the face of Kashmir, a place which chose India and not Pakistan in 1947 when the concept of two-nation theory had been unleashed and India was divided into two. So that is how the state of India started. So state BJP unit is also suffering the same syndrome of the state of India. Even after 2014, this policy paradigm did not change. So therefore, we returned 25 MLAs in favor of a political party in the name of Hindu issues, and they handed it over and gave it to Mehbooba Mufti of the PDP for practically all purposes. The state of India and the current dispensation is in denial of Hindu genocide. It is the current dispensation which is engaged in the process of secularization of their organization. It is the current dispensation which denies state-sponsored demographic jihad on Jammu. I talked about Roshni Act. I fought for 6 years in court. It is the current dispensation, or the people we believe will fight for us or Hindutva issues, who were opposing me in the court. Roshni Act was a legislative tool of jihad. To demolish it should have been the prime responsibility. But look who was opposing me in the court. It is the same people that you believe will be fighting for us. They are in denial of Hindu genocide, denial of land jihad. And now, once the act was declared unconstitutional in October 2020, and the court ordered that all allotted land should be taken back, it is the current dispensation which has filed a review petition in J&K High Court saying that we want to come out with a scheme through which, and it practically says so, through which we can give away ownership of these lands to poor Muslims. I mean, people who have built single houses. So 400 canals of land was captured by one colonizer, and it was sold exclusively to Muslims. 400 families were settled, and now these 400 families, the state says, are poor people. They've built their houses. Entire encirclement of Jammu is now being sought to be regularized by the people who we will be fighting for us. That is the situation we are suffering here. It is an existential threat. We cannot live in wishful thinking that they will do something for us, when on the contrary, they're doing something which is against us, and they're doing everything which is in the favor of the enemy party, or the ones who are unleashing genocide against us. And same is the situation in Bengal. We now do not have the luxury of living in wishful thinking. So therefore, we have taken this responsibility on our shoulders that we'll be fighting against these odds by, of course, in a democratic society, forming a political party. It's a subversion that has entered in that political party also, which we believe will be fighting for us. Bengal is the recent example you saw. Hindu genocide in Bengal was termed as post-poll violence. What can be worse than that? And the minority rights, what is due for Hindus is being given away to Muslims. They are empowering Muslims. They are at the cost of other minorities, Sikhs or Buddhists or Jains. 4 to 5 lakhs of scholarship in one scheme. One beneficiary gets 4 to 5 lakhs. There are 800 such as a scholarship scheme, 800 beneficiaries in one scheme. Imagine 60 schemes empowering in 70 years, how many families? And then international support for secessionism, because they have the minority status, and human rights are belonging to the minorities. So that is something we are fighting against. In fact, the plan of Greater Muslim Kashmir, or consolidation of Muslim areas or Muslim ghetto in J&K. I mean, Kashmir is Muslim majority. In Jammu province, you have certain districts which are Muslim majority. So how do you connect them? How do you bind them? That was what Sheikh Abdullah had planned, and that is what is called as Greater Muslim Kashmir, so that Hindus can be taken care of. Because Islamization of Himalayas, for Ghazwa-e-Hind, Islamization of J&K, Islamization of Kashmir is over. So you connect 2 highways, these districts with Kashmir. It is the current dispensation which built 2 highways connecting Muslim majority districts of Jammu province directly with Kashmir. After that, the radicalization has increased manifold in these districts. I'm talking about Rajouri, Poonch, Doda, Kishtwar. Then how do you connect them psychologically? You create false identities. This BJP dispensation gave a formal stamp or recognition to false Muslim identities which have been coined by Islamists in J&K. For instance, Doda and Kishtwar area, there they say that this is Chenab Valley. Chenab is a river, Chenab is not a valley. Everybody understands that there is no valley which is located in Doda or Kishtwar region. Now, since it is a Muslim majority area, they gave it a false identity, Chenab Valley. And then there is Pahadi area, Rajouri and Poonch. They say this is Pir Panchal. There are so many other Pahadi areas also in Jammu province, but they are Hindu majority areas or districts. So that these areas do not have a city. So this Pir Panchal and Chenab Valley, false Muslim identities, Muslim identity politics was given, and this was accepted, validated, formalized by the current dispensation. So the acts of war on Hindus are being facilitated by the concern, by the current dispensation also. I'm not absolving Congress. Congress started it all. Congress deployed all these policies or formulations within the state apparatus, and that is how the state was taken over, because individuals were planted. Formulations and policies were planted within the state apparatus. And that is how the state became a tool of jihadists against the nation. And that is why you find that state is hostile towards the nation. I cited in my speech, my address. So now we are not living in wishful thinking. The luxury of wishful thinking is not available to us. We are in the front line. Bengal is gone, Kerala is gone. In J&K, it is the state which is unleashing jihad against us. We can't be living in wishful thinking. Therefore, we have taken this responsibility to fight them. We are fighting them since 2014. If I talk about me in very particular, people of Jammu are fighting them. But there is no alternative left now but to form a political party and fight against them and fight for Hindutva interest. Our votes should go to the right. Our vote should go for the right cause. That is what we do.
Mamta Kabraji, can you please ask your question? Please unmute yourself and ask the question.
Yeah. Hey, hi. Thanks for giving me a chance. So I heard sir saying that the Islamization of Himalayas and the whole strategy behind that. So my question, of course, I do even agree with one point of having a political party out there that will be a better representation. And then my question is that how I guess there's a lot of background noise here. Hello.
Can we mute everyone, please?
Yeah, there's someone. Yeah. Yeah.
Dilip Bhattacharya probably has to mute his.
Okay, I'll just do it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Because I think TV is on. Yeah, background TV is on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah. Okay. So my question out here is, firstly, I even see the political debates that happens, and where these people keep on always saying that Kashmir is like a place of Islam and Kashmir was a part of it. So why don't we start, when you start your political party, why don't you spread that whole thing about Hinduism related to Himalayas? Well, present Himalayas as the land of Lord Shiva. Because ideally, according to our Indic civilization, it is actually a place of Lord Shiva. So this is how we have to start again, spreading the message and start relating back these lands to our culture, which will be the.
Mamtaji, can you please ask your question, because we don't have a lot of time, please. Sorry about interrupting.
Yeah, so my question is this only. So can we come up with these type of ideas where we start again relating back Kashmir to the original Hindu civilization and spread across India and across the world? Because every time I hear in the TV, it's all about that Kashmir is a place of Islam. That is what is coming up, and this is how it's spread across the world.
Got the question, Ankurji, please.
Yeah, absolutely. We are on it, and we are conscious about it, and we are doing it. The problem with the mainstream national media is that it calls only Kashmiri Muslims to have their point of view. So we are also battling those odds. And I think the idea through social media, and we also participate in debates that happen on national medias, but we get little chance whenever it comes, whenever it is about Jammu and Kashmir, somebody either from Kashmir or somebody either in Delhi gets the chance to represent Jammu and Kashmir, but slowly and steadily we're getting these chances and we're conscious. That is how I say in the beginning that since Himalayas are the cradle of Sanatan Indic civilization, Pakistan, ISI, Islamists understand that. And therefore, Islamization of Himalayas is their project. So when I say that it is the cradle of Sanatan Indic civilization, we understand that Kashmir and Himalayas, what does it mean to us? And you rightly said that we should project this thing in a more amplified way. We will be doing that. That's a great suggestion.
Great, thank you.
If I may add to that, please keep in mind the two Kashyapas are from Kashmir. Kashyapa's grandson is Manu Vatsavasya. Manu Vatsavasya's grandson is Yayati, and all the Chandravanshis and Ikshvakus come from Manu Vatsavasya. So actually, it is the source of Bharatas. It is the source of Ikshvakus also, because Kashyapa is actually dweller of Kashmir. But that's separating from that. The Srinivas ji, can you please ask the question?
Hari Om, Ankurji. Thanks a lot. It was a great presentation. And every time we hear this kind of information on Kashmir or Tamil Nadu, even Tamil Nadu, this is what is happening today. It really worries me a lot. But my question is, how are we going to raise enough fund? Because the funding is the biggest issue. On one end, we have all these so-called pseudo-intellectuals and Hindu liberals who talk about equality and all the secularism, all the crap they talk about, and they just dismiss most of the facts. But one thing is we have to spread this message across. That's one challenge. and we need the world press to listen to us, the social media to listen to us. And at the ground level, people like you are, really taking up this cause and fighting it in the Supreme Court, and that those are not getting implemented today. Although Supreme Court has given the dictatum, most of these things are not implemented or it's not enforced. So that is one worry. But more importantly, how do we fund? I mean, what are you guys are doing to raise fund so that you all can sustain and do your work? And that really worries me, that I'm not seeing in the Hindu community. Unless we all start spending money, some X amount of money every month on all this, it's not going to happen. Things are not going to happen, sir. Sorry, I mean, people like you are great, but without everybody putting in money, some resource into this, we're just going to be talking and holding conferences, that's about it, and sending WhatsApp messages. I mean, that's my 2 cents. So how are you doing about the funds? What's your funding situation? How do you do that? Sorry to ask you this question.
Yeah, absolutely. We're also battling this, I mean, facing same issues. And you rightly said that Hindus will also have to get their acts together and start funding for such kind of initiatives or this thing. But then there are people supporting us. We are, I mean, the normal modes of collecting money, asking people, self-funding also in most of the cases. As far as fighting elections are concerned, it's a huge project, and we will be now going to the people. There are people who are identified. There are organizations which are identified. It's a ongoing process. There are people who are contesting elections on our ticket who can contest elections. But like I said, that since now we do not have the luxury of wishful thinking, we also cannot wait till the time we get funding and start doing something. We've been doing it and will continue to do it. Yes, we require funds. Funding is a big issue. It is a big challenge. We are short of funding. But all ways, all legal ways, or all manners in which we can convince Hindus to put in their money for right causes, we are doing it. And I think people like you can also support us by spreading the word. I mean, this conference is also one of the platforms where many people can connect with us and seriously contribute, donate, and spread the word even across. I mean, if Aam Aadmi Party can get so much of funding from outside or abroad, the Indian diaspora probably can invest and should invest in all those interventions which are seeking to revive the great glory of our Sanatan Indic civilization. So that's only an appeal that I can make. But yes, funding for any Hindu initiative or organization is always a big challenge.
Ankurji, if we can have your contact, and so that people, if they want to contact you later, they can contact you.
Yes, my WhatsApp number and the only number that I use is 96222 57548. I'll repeat, 96222 57548. I am also on Facebook and Twitter, Ankur Sharma _ADV, advocate, the first 3 letter, AD, Ankur Sharma _ADV. And if you want to find me on Facebook, you can find me by typing Ankur Sharma and the name of my native place, Kathua, Kathua. So on my timeline and even on Twitter, in fact, on Facebook timeline, I have put up everything that I discussed today. Videos, evidence, court cases, newspaper reportings. If you go to my Facebook timeline, and I would request all of you to go to it, you will get sufficient information. And it's clean timeline. I have not enabled that tag thing. So what you see is only the kind of activities we are engaged. There are no personal posts. Everything is informative about J&K, about nation.
Yeah, I think Alok Kumarji, this will be the last question because I think we are running out of time. So please make it short, and Ankurji, give the short reply if you can. Alok Kumarji, you are on mute. Okay, I think time is up, and so we should stop at this point. Ankur Sharmaji, thank you very much for such an enlightening information. I think this is an ongoing struggle for you are leading, and a lot of us are, in some sense or other, connected to this region, and we would support you as much as you can. And thank you everybody who attended this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the invitation.
So who is the next person?
Right. So next person will be Dr. Rajat Mitra. Maybe we can restart the recording. So the next speaker is Dr. Rajat Mitra. So maybe we can restart the recording while I introduce him.
I don't have the control on the recording, so I don't know how to act on that. Okay.
All right, let's got started. So Dr. Rajat Mitra, if you can please come put your video on.
I have done that. Am I audible?
Okay, yes. Now you are visible. Yes, thank you. All right. So it's a pleasure to have Dr. Rajat Mitra next speaker. He's very well. He's a author of this famous book, The Infidel Next Door, on the plight of Hindus in Kashmir, and we have been talking about Kashmir right now. So Dr. Rajat Mitra is a psychologist, and he has worked with the grief and trauma of people across many countries. And it is very interesting that he has also worked with Islamists in Thailand, terrorists in Indian prisons, and also in UN. He has spoken in UN and different universities, groups, audiences across the world. So he's a writer and he's a speaker on issues related to historical injustice and collective trauma. So he's a social entrepreneur and an Ashokan Fellow from 2004, and he has also received the United Nations Public Service Award in 2011. So The Infidel Next Door, especially I'd like to highlight, this is a fantastic book about these people in Kashmir, and we have been just listening to the previous speaker on Kashmir and what happens. And I actually recommend everybody to read this book. And I understand that he's working on the second book, which is Island Without a Shore.
That's right.
Right. And this is, again, an extremely interesting and historically important topic, which is the British India slavery, that how they use slavery, not by declaring this as slavery, but it was slavery nonetheless, right? So
that's right.
Yeah. So other than this UN award, he has received NASSCOM Social Innovations Honors and Edelgate Social Innovation Honors for Gender Justice in 2010. And this was also extremely glad to have him. He's a very well-known speaker. And today, the topic that he will be speaking to us is the transgenerational trauma of Hindus. And a psychologist speaks, and no better a psychologist than Dr. Rajat Mitra to tell us about it. So over to him, and we will take the questions in the end. So you can please keep on typing the questions, and we will take them all in the end. Thank you, Dr. Mitra.
Dhanyavad, Arnab, and it's a great pleasure to be here and talk about a topic which is very dear to me. So am I audible clearly to everyone?
Yes, you are.
Okay, fine. Okay, I'll be talking about transgenerational trauma and what effect it had on the Hindu psyche. And as Arnab, you introduced me about with my book, The Infidel Next Door. Let me tell you, just begin with a story. The other day, somebody wrote to me. I get letters from all over the world. He says, I have bought your book, but there is no mention of trauma of Hindus or Kashmir in that. I mean,
Dr. Mitra, I think we have lost him. Connection is off. okay, just while he's connecting back, so this infidel next door, while he's coming back. So this is actually this is about the people in Kashmir and how almost overnight the life in Hindus transformed. So it is about the genocide that went into Kashmir, and there is no two ways about it. And this bigotry, intolerance by the Islamists of Kashmir, it was planned, and they wanted to permanently erase the Hindus, and not just physically, but the culture. More importantly, I think the culture, that was what was targeted, to erase it from the face of Kashmir. And well, of course, I mean, there are this, I mean, this is a story and this novel in the end. So there are these very nice, what you call anecdotes and small factoids and all those things. So the bigger point, I guess, is that so whether the Hindus and the Muslims can stay together. So many, there is this many other forums and many other places where say, no, all that is fine. Yeah, we know this is historically the Muslims oppressed us, killed, etc. No, they are reformed enough, there are enough voices in it, we can stay together. So it does investigate this question at some level, and it shows different things. My take is probably it's not possible unless they reform their ways significantly. And this, I am saying, this is because this is not happening only once. This has been happening again and again and again, starting from this Khilafat movement and all of these things. Then, of course, the great Calcutta killings that happened, the Noakhali riots, and Kashmir. So we thought, oh, it was all because the British, because they were oppressed and had to find a way out and all those things. Then they got their own country, and then this keeps on going on. So there's something more fundamental to it.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yeah, Dr. Mitra is back. So Dr. Mitra, if you can please.
Yeah, yeah. I lost connection, and I'm really sorry for that. We tried very hard, and my daughter helped me to immediately reconnect again. That also shows how fast children are in today's world, and helping their fathers, and in doing so. So when I was doing so, she quickly came over and said, "Baba, amake oi korte dao, ami ekhoni kore dicchi." So she could do that. So okay. So I'm talking about transgenerational trauma, and it's a very important topic for us, those. So as I was talking about transgenerational trauma, let me begin with a story. Like I live in Delhi, which is a Hindu city. And one thing that struck me was that there are no medieval temples in Delhi. For example, the oldest temple in Delhi, which is Birla Temple, is only 100 years old, not even 100. It was made in 1939. And if we look for a temple before that, we don't have any temple which is of a large size, which is of a big size. Now, Hindus had culture, art of developing, making huge temples. So why is it that there is no large temple in Delhi? I mean, we have, St. James Church, which is 300 years old. We have numerous mosques, masjids all across Delhi, which are 300, 500, 800 years old, right? But why is it that there was no
Join the meeting.
In fact, I searched for it and I found that the oldest temple is Yogmaya Temple, which is a very small one, which cannot be even seen, beyond a point, more than 100 meters. So I began my research and I found some very interesting facts that no temples were built for a long time in a city like Delhi, almost for 1,000 years, right? So why is it that Hindus who were in predominant majority did not build a large temple in Delhi? It was because of a certain fear that pervaded them, and they knew that if they were to build a temple, it will be demolished or it will be broken down. So they did not build any. So why did they then build a temple in 1939, which is the first large temple in Delhi? They built it because at 1939, the freedom struggle was at its peak. The nationalism gave them the motive, the power to go ahead and again take the initiative of building a temple. So after almost 1,000 years, Hindus built a new temple for themselves in Delhi, right? And this is something I have asked several historians. I have asked people from all walks of life, and surprisingly, nobody knew about it or nobody even talked about it, that, this is something they were aware of, right? So when I go to Birla Temple, I wonder that why is it that we don't place a plaque over there or a notice board saying that this is a temple that was built after 1,000 years? Because it also shows the rise of the Hindu spirit. It shows the rise of Hindutva. It shows the rise of Hinduism once again, that the fact that we could rise again. And I tried picking up this issue with several people, and they all said, why do you want to create a conflict? Why do you want to raise this? So I said, the fact that it's something also historically true, that it was built in response to a prolonged fear that Hindus lived in, and they could overcome it only after centuries. So now the thing is, we need to take an initiative to write over there that this is a temple that was built after almost 1,000 years, and because it will give rise to a sense of resurgence within us. And let me share with you that when Birla Temple was built and it was inaugurated, I think do you all know who came to inaugurate it? No less than Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, because he realized the importance of building this temple. But nowhere it is mentioned that in history books, in places, we don't talk about that how we were silenced, how we did not build any temples, any heritage for ourselves, and how we started again. Now, today we can see major temples once again coming up, which is of large size. But once upon a time, it could not, be done. In fact, I have a close connection with Kashmiri community, and there was a discussion about Kashmir going on. One thing which I heard from Kashmiri, friends of mine is that they shifted all their festivals to celebrating it within their homes. All religious festivals were not outside, but once upon a time it was outside. Why did it happen? Because again, of fear of Muslims, that if we do this, then we will be attacked, will be destroyed. So all Kashmiri festivals, for example, you see happen inside the home. Major festivals in North India, they have only started coming out right now, like Navrata and all that, and doing so. But if you trace historical records, you will find that it did not happen that way, right? We are changing, and it is important that this history be taught to our children, that how we stayed in fear and how we have changed and how we are changing right now. Our children do not know this history, this part of our history. And that is what brings me to the second point, is that we, there are two Hinduisms that, we face today. One is the Hinduism of our of our Vedas, of our Upanishads, of Gitas. And the other Hinduism, the part of Hinduism that is, which struggles to preserve it, our priests, our fighters, like, whether it is Maharana Pratap or Shivaji, who also fought for Hinduism because they saw that that is being obliterated by the Muslim rulers, or people like Swami Shraddhanand, who fought for Hinduism, their history needs to be told. Our children need to be told that, Hinduism is in danger and we need to fight it. Because the children in other religions, they are being taught about their religion in a very different way, which makes them stand up and fight for it. Our children are not being taught about the religion in that manner. And pedagogy tells us that if we don't tell them that, they also do not see Hinduism under threat. And they realize it at a much later stage in life, like we are realizing, right now, right? So transgenerational trauma is, as I was talking about, is talking about trauma of the generations that has gone through. Like, for example, Ram Janmabhoomi. 500 years back, our temple was destroyed. But what continued in that is the memory. And we carried the memory of that place, and after 500 years, we got it back. Are we going to get back the other spaces, the other areas that we lost in a similar way? The chances are very little, because in the way that there is an assault upon our identity, our collective consciousness, as we call it, we may not be able to retrieve it back until and unless we teach the next generation about it, right? So it is very important that we help develop the Hindu children with a new identity, with a new consciousness about themselves, right? And this is what we call the pan Indian or the pan world identity. And this collectiveness, it is something that is the need of the hour. The slavery for 1,000 years has fragmented us. How do we build it back again, right? We can take an example, from the Jewish people. The Jewish people also got scattered for 2,000 years. And when they were given the land of Palestine, one of the things that has come about is that the British told the Arabs that the Jews, they have almost been slaughtered during the Holocaust. Nothing is left. They are not a people who can be an army. They are traders primarily. And the army that they have created can be demolished and finished in any time, right? So it will be just a very small task for you to do so, right? So the Arabs thought that finishing the Jewish army and Jewish people will be a matter of time, and they won't be able to stand against them. But the very opposite happened. The very opposite. The Jews fought like people possessed, like an army possessed. And everyone was surprised, the British, the Europeans, the Arabs, that where are they getting this strength right now to fight? And these people who have not fought a single war for almost 2,000 years, they were never part of any army, they never fought, they only stayed on the edge of society, as we call it. Suddenly, where are they getting this zeal, this passion to fight? And today, for example, we know that the Jewish people, the Jewish army is one of the best in the world. In the Yom Kippur War, they had 12 nations fighting against them together, and they all defeated them. Where did that collectiveness come from? Psychologists have studied that. And what they found is that the Jews, they changed, they submerged their older identity into a new identity. Like 50 years back, more than 50 years back, say 75, 80 years back, if you were to ask a Jew, what's your identity? He would say, I'm a German Jew, or I'm a French Jew, or I'm an American Jew. But after the Holocaust, they all started changing and saying that I'm a Jew. So the identity changed from individual to collective when they realized the threat upon them, when they realized that they are just on the point of extermination. So if a race after 2,000 years under feeling of extermination could change its identity, surely we can do much better. Surely we can give up our individual identities. For example, that I'm a Bengali Hindu, or I'm a Kashmiri Hindu, or I'm from so-and-so part or I'm a Dalit, or I'm this, or I'm a Brahmin. We can all start thinking like a Hindu. And I can tell you that if we start thinking like that, and a process like that is something which is initiated, 1 billion of us can be a very powerful force. And that is the only way. There is no option left apart from that. If we don't follow that step right now, then we would not be able to go ahead and survive. We will not be able to preserve, ourselves. And let me say this, that even at this moment, when we are talking, even at the moment we are discussing about how to preserve ourselves, how to talk ourselves, there are people, there are organizations which are trying to, get me the book. There are people who are trying to destroy us, demolish us, change us, right? Now, I was introduced with my book, The Infidel Next Door, right? Which I wrote as a response to my work with Hindu refugees of Kashmir, and also my work with terrorists. I'm a clinical psychologist. I work in close, contact with both them. And the other day, this person, he wrote to me saying that I bought your book, but you have not mentioned anything about transgenerational trauma or Hinduism or about Kashmir. Now, here is my book, which I think I'm just putting it across. So I was very surprised. I said, but my book is of that. So he says, no, I bought your book and I tried to read it, but I couldn't go through it beyond 100 pages. I spoke to him. So then I realized that he had bought another book, which is called The Infidels Next Door. So when my book came out in the market, it is on Amazon.com and Amazon.in. Also, at the same time, you will see a book called the Infidels Next Door. The only difference is the plural, right? So my book was prevented from publishing. My book was no big publisher would take it. And when it finally has come out, someone has cleverly manipulated and put another book, so people get confused, people get, and buy that book, which is also happening, right? So it means that somewhere there are people who are, trying to stop this book from reaching across, right? Another person, one of my friends, Gunjan, she told me the other day that she met some people from Pakistan, and they said, we would not let this book ever, reach Pakistan or come across there, or he dealt with that. So even the fact is that this book talks about transgenerational trauma and helping the Hindus to be aware of their roots in a historical sense. And there are people who don't want this book to reach to the masses, to the people. So it is a sole effort, and I would understand that all our efforts like that are perhaps like that. They are being prevented from reaching out and spreading across. I'm the only psychologist, perhaps in India, and perhaps who speaks openly about these topics. And there are people who are aware of that it was the Jewish psychologists who played a critical role in Jewish resurgence. They did researches, they talked to people using a different language, and they do not want people like me or people who use this kind of framework approach to go ahead and spread their word. So it is very important to understand that, yes, we are aware of the threat, we are aware of the danger that we face, but also how do we support the people, how do we support ourselves, how do we become a collective in the present circumstances, and go ahead. When I was some time back on a book tour, I had gone to a temple where a lecture was organized, and there was this Hindu priest who asked me that apni kiniye lecture dite eschen. He was Bengali. What have you come to lecture with? So I said the threat to Hinduism, and he was surprised. He says, Hinduism faced threat? I said, yes, they're facing threat. We are all facing threat. He says, what kind of a threat? So I talked to him briefly about what threat we are facing. I realized I did not make any impression upon him. I perhaps failed. He was talking to some of the boys and girls over there about Hinduism. I'm talking, this situation happened in US. He was talking about Hinduism concepts and things like that. And he said, maybe, if you can also talk to them. I talked to them and I said, do you know about the threats to your religion? Do you know that how many people have fought for it? They were not aware, but there was one difference. They got interested. They said, oh, all we hear about Hinduism is about the Vedas and the Gitas and the shlokas that we have to remember. But we did not know that Hinduism faces threats. So where can I read it or where can I know it? So I said, okay, there is right now nothing, written about it, or nobody talks about it, to you. So they said that if that is so, then you must talk about it. You must share your experiences, right? So I think that, we need to talk about in that language to our children, to our youth, telling them about the struggle of Hinduism. That is extremely important, that when they grow up, they are, not met with disdain. They are not met with puzzle and, getting surprised that nobody talked about it. A Christian child or a Muslim child knows about the struggles of his religion from his madrasa, from the church. They are talked about in different ways. We need to change the way, the pedagogy with which we teach our children right now if we have to survive. So I will stop with that because I know that I have also taken extra time because of the fact that I got switched off. So I have tried to condense my talk in this, and if there are any questions or answers, I would be very glad to answer. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Mitra. I can see one raised hand, Mamta Kabra. So I will unmute you and you may please ask your question.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, hello, sir. So here I wanted to ask you about the psychic, that how the Britishers used against Indians and divided Indians on, the basis of Dravidian and, the way they divided, and that mentality is still existing among the Indians out here. That there is a Dravidian thing, that is, we are like South India is a Dravidian, and the North Indians are Aryan. So the way that, and then they made us really felt low about our languages and made English the supreme language. And that's why they created divide in our society. And that's how, that was imposed on us. Now, my question is, how do we now raise the psychic of the whole Hindu community across the world, where they are more united? Because half of the time, it's like whenever we all come together, there is like the unity is not seen. So which is very important to fight this whole, ecosystem that is created against Hinduism.
All right. Yeah, I think it's a very important question. Yes, that's Dr. Mitra.
Yeah, I will answer that question briefly. The British divided us. It is very true. And do you know one thing? The British were also expert psychologists. For example, the person who made Andamans, if you study why he made it, the Andaman jails, he writes about it that if we are able to take the Indians out of their homeland, away from that, they will feel that they have lost their caste, they have lost their identity, and they will be living in fear. The British understood very well how the Muslims had created fear in the Hindus, and they carried on with that process. And the fact is that is what I am writing in my next book, The Island Without a Shore, which is about how the British created terror and how they became a victim of their own terror, which was created by the Bengali revolutionaries, the Punjabi revolutionaries, and that forced them to leave. There was no scope for ahimsa and charkha over there in order to make them go. Like regarding your second question about how do we bring this unity, I think we need to see that how others have created the unity. And the way the unity can be brought about is only through one way, and that is creating awareness, right? So, for example, a simple thing, like if there are millions of people who go to Birla Temple, they read about the Birla temples, so that Birlas, who were great industrialists, built their temple. But do we know that the temple which came about has a different history behind it? If we teach this different history, all those millions of people who visit it will get commonly bound by a single thread. The history of trauma binds us, and we have not taught a history of trauma to our children. We are not teaching that. Our history is not the real history. Like, how does a German child read his history? He reads his history in terms of why he came to the point where he created the Second World War, right? So that they don't do it again. How do the Americans today read history? They read history in terms of context. We read a history in terms of a way which has no connection to us, which disconnects us. So if we start, first of all, reading a history which is a true history, and how we had people who fought for us, that will be the first step in binding us, creating a pan-Hindu identity together. Now, one of the things that the Jewish identity came about was also, because of the movie The Schindler's List. We are all aware of that. People did not think favorably about Jews. Even, for example, the Jewish Museum in Washington, if you read its history, nobody wanted it. They struggled for it. They fought for it. Jews came together from different says that we need a museum like that, right? So therefore, you have to come together and create symbols, create works of art. Now, it's almost been almost a year. Many people told me to make a film on this, to let the worldwide audience know about this, about the transgenerational trauma of Hindus, how they have faced it, right? No Bollywood producer would come forward. There were some who connected. One said that I want to make an entertainment film out of this. Are you ready? I said, no, I will not. Okay. So and he's one of the top-notch producers in Bombay. He says it's a beautiful story. It is something which is a classic, a masterpiece. But you see, it is too serious for the Indian audiences. So entertainment karna padega isko. So are you? And they were giving me a huge sum for that. I refused. I said no, I will not. Now, can we come together? Can you spread a message to the Hindus, to all people across the world, that there are people who are willing to do it. Very few who are willing to make a film, who are willing to put their lives at risk. Will you put money for it to do it? We need to go ahead and create symbols like that, films, museums, facts, so that we start coming together, so that we realize our common heritage and identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mitra. I can see many raised hands, but unfortunately we have run out of time. If anything, at least this proves that we are still serious about it. So there will be many other questions. If there is a way to contact Dr. Mitra, please do tell us. And also, I will personally recommend reading the book. And also, I'm looking forward to the next book, which is on this Andamans and this. Yeah. So with that, we have to end this session. Our next speaker, Mr. Dipan Mitra, is waiting. So again, Dr. Rajat Mitra, thank you very much. And I think if we have some time, we can take up some more questions. So yeah, so if you can also share your contact address, and if you don't mind sharing that email address or something.
No.
So people can.
I've written the email in the chat box, and I can also send you my.
Sure. So I can. So yeah. In the meanwhile, maybe Mr. Dipan Mitra, can you please turn on your video? I cannot see you. Oh, okay. Right. Anyway, so Deepan Mitra, he's an education specialist and a human rights activist, and one of the most prominent Hindu leaders in Bangladesh, current Bangladesh. So he did his MCA from India, from Sikkim Manipal University, and then did his MA in educational leadership from the BARC University, Dhaka. So he also appeared for PhD research at the National University, Bangladesh, and he has been involved in many governmental as well as non-governmental organizations like BARC, DAM, GIZ, Save the Children, etc. And he has been working in this BARC University as an educational specialist since 2006. So his forte is working with religious minorities, children rights, human rights, etc. So, and he is the senior research fellow of the Bureau of Human Rights in Bangladesh, and also the executive member of Inter-Religion Harmony Society. Now, only recently I saw him in news because this Deepan Mitra Secretary General, he is from the World Hindu Federation, the Bangladesh chapter. They could write a letter to the Prime Minister of Bangladesh highlighting the plight of Hindus and the recent attacks and the way the temples were vandalized, etc. So today we will be hearing from him about Hindus in Bangladesh. So, Mr. Mitra, over to you.
Thank you. I'm audible?
Yes, you are audible and you are also visible.
Thank you, everyone, and especially the organizer who organized such a nice conference, especially against the conference that is dismantling global Hindutva. Yeah, I am surprised why they choose the date 11th September for organize their conference dismantling global Hindutva, because everybody knows that on that day 11th September the Islamist terrorists attacked on Twin Tower in USA. They destroyed the Twin Tower and more than 4,000 people were died. Yeah, so they choose the date, choose the same date for organizing their conference to relate the Hindutva as the same as Islamic terrorist. So for this reason, I am talking some points about the Hindutva. I believe the Hindutva, Hinduism and Sanatana Dharma, there is no difference. But outsider, they want to make Hindutva as a terrorist concept. First, we saw what is the Christianity and Islamism. And if we see in Old Testament, chapter 2, verses 17, the God says, you can eat all the fruits of the garden except the fruit of the knowledge. If you eat, you must die. And when you see in chapter 3, verses 1 to 7, God will prove a great liar because the man ate the fruits but he never died. So from the beginning, God became a liar. And another point, God want to make man in dark. God didn't want man will be intellectual. But in other respect, what it says in Vedas and Sanatana, Ashutama Shadgamayo, Tamashma Jyotirgamayo, Mittuma Amritam Gamayo. That means we are come from light to truth, dark to lightness, and mortality to immortality. This is the basic difference between Hinduism and Islamism and Christianity. And I want to mention another quote from the Bible, chapter 12, verses 49 to 53. Jesus said, do you think I have come earth for peace? No, I come here to set the fire on the earth, and I will create divided between the men. I will create divided within a family. Yeah, I will son against the father, father against son, daughter against mother, mother against daughter. Yeah. Yes, God wants to create divided and make quarrel between each other. Yeah. And even the Christianity we saw, I have to mention that they never want the civilization. They wanted to destroy the civilizations. You know, everybody knows the Olympics. You know, in Greece, the Olympics was there for a millions, thousands of years ago. And the god Zeus prayed for his wife, goddess Hera. And regarding this prayer, they celebrate a game named Olympics. But when the emperor Theodosius come in power, he stopped all the rituals and stopped the game. That means Christianity didn't want the civilization. They want to destroy the civilizations. Even in the Roman civilizations, the Christian missionaries destroy the Roman civilizations. Yeah. Now we came in another year about Islamism. In Quran, Surah 4, Ayat 56, Surah 66, Ayat 9, Surah 59, Ayat 2. Here, God tells to their Muslims, to their followers, to attack on the non-believers, to attack on the kafir and mushrik, and he also ordered the Mumin Muslims to be rushed to the non-believers. That means God wants to destroy all non-believers. Yeah. And already mentions the different speakers how the Muslims attack in India and destroy our old civilizations and destroy the thousands of mandirs and kill millions of Hindus. And so I want to mention some few names. The Muhammad bin Qasim and Tuimulong. At that period, he killed 1/5 of population at that time. That means if we compare with the recent time, now it is nearly 160 crore people if it is happened in recent times. So everybody knows the Jews Holocaust in Second World War, but I think this is the greatest Holocaust where 1/5 of people from the earth were killed by the Muslims. And they want to destroy all the civilizations, all the cultures. For example, Ikhtiaruddin bin Mukhtar Khilji in 1199, he attacked South Bihar and destroyed Odantapur Vishwavidyalaya and the greatest Nalanda Vishwavidyalaya. At that time, he killed 3,000 teachers and more than 20,000 students. The students came there from all over the world because at the time there was the only one university in the world. So India was the rich in knowledge, but the Muslim destroyed everything. And but about the Mughal era, the era of Emperor Akbar, Babur, Jahangir, Shah Jahan, and the last Aurangzeb. All of them destroyed the thousands of mandirs and construct the mosques on the mandirs and killed millions of Hindus. This is the common practice of them. But what we see in India, we glorify the perpetrators, the killers. We say Akbar the Great, sword of Tipu Sultan. So the Hindus know, now the Hindus know the Muslim emperor was the great person. So they didn't know the real history. So I think first this is the time we have to learn the real history for our children, for our students who are studying in college, universities. If they know the real history, then they will realize what was happening for the Hindus and what will do for protecting Hindus. And now come in the point of Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, every day, every part of corner of Bangladesh, Hindus are persecuted. But there is no justice for the Hindus, and government patronize the Muslims, the fundamentalist group, to attack on Hindus. So I want to mention just two records. And 17th March 2021, the supporters of fundamental Islamist group named Hifazul Islam, they attacked on a Hindu village named Salta at Sunamganj district in Bangladesh. They totally destroyed the total whole village, and they demolished more than 122 Hindu houses. They looted all valuable things, and even they destroyed more than 10 temples there. But government didn't take any kind of initiatives to against the perpetrators. Even when this news was viral in social media, government arrested some people as I was, and after a few days, all got released. But unfortunately, Jhuman Das, a innocent Hindu boy, whose Facebook ID was hacked, and according to his Facebook ID, the attack was happened. But Jhuman Das is still in jail. But when the judges didn't provide bail, for the 5 times, judge refused to get the bail for Jhuman Das because he is Hindu. This is the reality in Bangladesh. And I want to mention another incident in last August, 7th August, at Shiali village in Rupsa Upazila in Khulna district. Same kind is happening. Why this is happening? They are the Shiali village is a total Hindu populated village. The villagers, few villagers went to the Shoshan to bury a dead body, and they reciting the Harinam Kirtan. And a mosque beside there on the road. For this reason, the Muslim felt insulted their religion. They attacked on Hindu village, and they demolished more than 59 Hindu houses and 8 temples, and they looted all valuable things. Unfortunately, I want to mention the why wouldn't make the protect them, because already mentioned in Salta and Sunamganj incidents. After the incidents, more than 100 families, Hindu families, were in open sky because there was no shelter. All of them are destroyed. They looted all valuable things. And I appeal, in Bangladesh, we operate an NGO, especially for the minority Hindus. But we appeal the many Hindus globally to support us to make a small shelter for them so that they get a shelter on their and we want to provide them some training so that they can get the self-employment. They can because Hindus don't want relief, they want to stand on their foot. But unfortunately, we haven't got not a single penny. I repeat, we haven't got not a single penny from outside of Bangladesh, from any Hindus. But in parallel, I want to mention another incident in the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar. The Rohingya Muslims, they have a terrorist group named Arakan National Army. They attacked on army camp and police station on they attacked more than 69 police camp and army camp and killed 76 army and police persons. After the incidents, when the army take actions, Rohingya Muslims take shelter in Bangladesh, and Bangladeshi government welcome them to provide shelter. And when now more than 13 lakhs Rohingya Muslims is in Bangladesh, and when they entered in Bangladesh, all over the world, all NGOs, they provide millions of dollars for the Rohingyas. But even we have another example, a student in Turkey, he's a university student, he collect the relief from their university and she going to railway stations and provide relief and provide money for the Rohingya Muslims, because Muslims thinks for Muslims, Christians thinks for Christians, but not a Hindu thinks for another Hindu. This is the main problem, because we are totally scattered. I know the Lord Sri Krishna says, "Dharma rakshati rakshat." If we protect our dharma, then dharma will protect us. But nowadays, we are totally out of dharmas. We never practice our dharma. We never went to the mandirs. So, but for example, in USA, outside of USA citizen, most of the intellectual are Indians and Bangladeshi Hindus. The university teachers, engineers, software engineers, architects, all of them are Hindus, but they never think about the Hindus. They never support the Hindus. So I think this is the right time to think what is happening. I already mentioned what is trying Christian missionaries, what is trying the Islamizations. They want to remove Hinduism and they want to remove all Hindus from all over the world. They're targeting India. But I believe now still the Indian Hindus are in sleep. But they never think when India becomes again a Muslim country, again under the Muslim emperor, what will happen for Hindus? So I request everyone to be united and to make a strong platform and to raise the voice, because I know this conference against the conference of dismantling global Hindutva organized by more than 40 universities all over the world. But they raise the issue Hinduism as a terrorist, as like an Islamic terrorist. But then it should be dismantling Islamic terrorism from the world. It should be. But they want to dismantling Hinduism, because this is a great conspiracy for the Hindus. Now we have to realize what is happening for the Hindus. And I request all, if there is any questions, I want to provide answer.
Right. So yes, thank you very much.
And my contact number is in chat box. Anyone?
I think the chat box.
Me?
These things, no, I think the chat box. These things are not reaching. I mean, at least I do not see your contact number. Even for Dr. Rajat Mitra's, he said he sent it. I could not see. I'm not sure. So you have to send to everyone, maybe, or I'm not sure what the problem is. In any case, so if there are questions, people can please do ask. So, I mean, I want to highlight one thing that we have been talking about. So the courage that Mr. Dipan Mitra and all the others are doing, staying in Bangladesh and then openly calling out these issues, where we all know how they can be. I mean, these Hindu bloggers got killed and all of this. That requires courage. And the previous speaker just spoke about trauma and how important it is to psychologically win the game. So this is a very important part, to say that if you get a defeatist mentality that, oh, no, we will not speak, then you are defeated. So, I mean, I really kudos to Mr. Mitra and others. So if you have some questions, please do raise your hand or type it out. In the meanwhile, I have got the contact address for Mr. Dipan Mitra. I am just pasting it in the chat box for everyone. Yeah.
If there is
right.
No questions, I can raise another issue.
Yeah. Sure, please.
Yeah. You know,
we are actually at the end of the session, Dipanji. So
yes.
Yeah, you can add 1 minute of concluding remarks.
Yes.
Definitely.
Sure. Okay. Now I conclude my essence. Before conclude, I have to mention another thing. You know, the Muslims, what they want? They want Islamization in a country. They want the Sharia law. But whenever the Sharia law is established in a country, they never stay there. For example, in Afghanistan, when the Taliban captured the power, they established Sharia law, Islamization, but Muslims left their country and want to go to the non-Muslim countries. Same is happening in Syria. When the IS captured the power and established the Islamist law in the country, but the never Muslims stay there. They want leave the country and go to the non-Muslim countries because the devil will stand for the Muslims. Yeah.
Thank you for all the work you're doing, Deepanji. This year, actually, I work on lots of these issues. And between March and December, I've been holding webinars on the Bangladesh 50th year anniversary and highlighting, the issues from that time until now. So today we even had Dr. Richard Benkin to discuss the Bangladesh, quiet cleansing, ethnic cleansing of the Hindus that he has written a book about. So, and yeah, so.
Okay,
great.
I can conclude my speech.
Thank you so much for all your, because this is a late night session and people are joining.
Just one line, just one line. I want to conclude
one
in one
line.
line.
Yeah, sure, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have an appeal to all secular leftist Hindus to provide the immigration in Afghanistan and Taliban because there are no Hindus terrorists there. They have equal rights there. So I request all secular leftist Hindus I will provide free immigration to Syria, Afghanistan. So if anyone interested, please contact us. Thank you, everyone.
So okay, on that note, we can end, but I'll be very surprised if you find some secular leftists in this conference
Please,
now attending.
I request you please note it here and if possible to disseminate the my appeal to all.
Sure.
Absolutely. We will definitely do that. Thank you so much for this session, Deepanji.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arnabji, for hosting it. And
thank you all. So we can move to the next session. Yeah, we are all
I really appreciate highlighting all the issues. Namaste.
Namaste. Namaste. Take care.
Thank you. I think we had two really important sessions, two states in turmoil, Kashmir and West Bengal, and some of the transgenerational trauma and also Bangladesh issue that Deepan Mitraji brought out. I think we probably missed highlighting Kerala, which is often known as the next Kashmir. But now we are sort of switching gears. I guess I will wait for the tech team to put us back on air. The tech team also needs a break sometimes. So it's good to end the session 5 minutes ahead if possible. Sometimes we are not able to do that. And but I can see that we have in the audience our panelist. Namaste. I'm back with a very interesting session. And today we're going to talk in this hour about some of the portrayals of feminism, portrayals of caste and Dalit, and some of those manifestations that come up in academia, media about Hinduism. And we want to sort of bring our perspective and the reality as our panelists have researched. We today have Mr. and Mrs. D.K. Hari, D.K. Hariji and Hema Hariji. Namaste. I'm hoping we are able to spotlight you. I will right away. And I also want to spotlight Alrin Deepakji. Alrin Deepakji, namaste. He is also our panelist, and I'm looking to see if Madhu Kishwarji is here because she is also going to speak today. But I will go ahead and introduce Sri D.K. Hariji and Hema Hariji. I am a student, first of all, so you are my guru, so, namaste and pranams to you. I have been just floored with the kind of work that you have done in so many years, almost 2 decades and over, you have been researching the Indic civilization from the Indic lens and Bharat. I have just learned so much with you on your channel, Bharat Gyan, as well as through some of the courses that you run on Hindu University of America. And these are the most fun courses that I've ever attended in my whole entire life. So first of all, let me say that. And today, I wanted to give you the floor to talk about some of the issues that we face and on how feminism is portrayed, how women's roles and women's problems are portrayed from the Western media or the academia. And when you related some of the issues and how coloniality is linked to how things changed in India and what was existent before that, I think those are like very important perspectives. And I want to give the floor to you right away so that we can start the session. And I don't know if you have slides to share.
Yes, please. Yes,
you do, right?
Slides to share. That's right.
So I will give you rights. I think I would like Rajiv to sort of help me with that. To give screen share rights. All participants have the rights.
Yes, we've got it. We got it right. Okay,
excellent.
Fine. First of all, we'd like to thank Richa Gautamji, our good friend, for introducing us to this audience and inviting us to be part of this session. Thank you so much. And as you rightly said, in the field of Indian civilization studies, we both, husband and wife, have been working on this for well over 2 decades, as you rightly said, through our effort called Bharat Gyan. It is to appreciate and relish this knowledge of the civilization as a whole, and not just look at history or aspects, but overall. So that's why we call it Bharat Gyan. Gyan, knowledge, the way we say it in anglicized form, Bharat, the land which relishes knowledge. All this you can see, as she said, you can see more in our website, but we'll get on to the subject of the day, which is very important, Stree Shakti. The women, Stree, have their own innate Shakti. So it's, and what the layers of it in the given time of this program, we'll try to bring out some of these aspects. Screen is, you can see the screen?
Yes, we can see the screen.
That's good. Excellent. So this is an important aspect. And the first aspect in this particular narrative of Stree Shakti is, when you look at a Western idea, you always say, behind every successful man, there is a woman. And this is an offset statement. And this is the fundamental of the thought process. The very idea, thought is from this. That means the woman is behind and the man is in the front. That's a fundamental issue. That means what? It also implies one more very key thing. If you can all pause to think for a moment there. That means man is the achiever and women has to support from behind in a faceless manner. And any achievement, even if a woman does, has to go to the credit of the man. Because even up to 100 years back, in West Europe or other parts of the world, except India and Southeast Asia, if a woman authors a book or comes up with an invention or discovery, it is attributed to either her father, husband, brother, or son. She cannot take credit. That was how it was. So that is why this concept of behind every successful man, there's a woman, has come down to us. See, that's the basis of it. Whereas, if you look at the Indian thought, the dharmic thought, what is it? The Hindu civilization thought. What is it? It is Ardhanari. It is not behind. There's no behind here. And they are together. Look at that. So equal, it's beyond equal. See, again, we're going to discuss for next few minutes about equality. Is it really equal? And we're going to look at a word called where you give rights to women. No, we'll discuss about those two as we go along. So the first idea is we have to move from this mold, from the mindset of saying behind every successful man is a woman to the concept of Ardhanari. Ardhangini. Look at it's a shift. It's a shift in the mind. And from there on, everything else. That is why.
And the other beautiful word that this civilization has held for a woman is a Sahadharmini. We have never called her Samadharmini. While we have called our society a Samaj, where the Sama denotes a balance. Sama does not necessarily always indicate equal. Even when things are equal, it is meant to lead to a state of balance, not comparison. Unfortunately, today the word equal has created a mindset of comparing, whereas the idea of equal has always been that it should balance. And so automatically when you talk about balance, it means there are two sides, because only then you need to balance. So equal is needed so that you can balance both the sides, and that is when you have a Samaj. But even then, we have never called the woman as a Samadharmini. She has been called a Sahadharmini. And therein lies the beauty, where the word Saha denotes togetherness, complementary in nature. That is why you have a brother or a sister who has come from the same womb, who has shared the same womb with whom you've shared the same womb of the mother, is a Sahodara or a Sahodari. So because we don't use these words, we have forgotten these ideas itself. We don't refer to the word wife as a Sahadharmini or a Sahadharmin, and therefore we normally use the very easily flowing words Pati, Patni, which also have a very beautiful inner meaning. But these words also, if we start practicing, we will understand that it was meant to be a complementary relationship.
And let's see what is the difference between the Saha and Sama in the next few slides.
And this idea, we'll just see the Saha Sama aspect a little more in detail.
So this is because we introduced an idea called Saha Sama. We'll see that little bit here, and then we'll get on to the next point.
So the idea is that there are going to be differences, different gaps, and you fill each other's gaps. It is never that you're both equal and you match perfectly. It is when you match the gaps that you're perfect. And it is when you match the gaps that you create a nest. If you're just equal, you're just creating gaps, and you're creating a society riddled with gaps as well, even between one family unit to another. Every family unit, which is where the caste system had a beautiful role to play, the Varna Jati Ashrama
system, Varna Jati system.
Varna Jati Ashrama system of Bharat had a beautiful role to play to fill in the gaps in society. And the Saha idea of the woman, the Sahadharmin, Sahadharmini, gave in a complementary feel within the family. So that was how it was. And this aspect was also there in the idea of divinities, where you see even the divinities have been paired. It's not just Shiva as Ardhanari. Look at the pairs of divinities. You have Brahma, who is charged with, he has the function actually of creating and expanding the universe. So Brahma, the mind and the universe, the consciousness, everything is Brahma.
But here the word Brahma, we should understand the etymology. The word Brah means in Brahma to grow, expand. That's why you call Mumbai Brihan Mumbai, the big one, the growing big Mumbai. Brihat Ishwar, the big one, the big Ishwar. Brihat. So the word Brah there stands for growth. So expanding universe. That's what the root means. So to expand, what do you need? Of the universe, expanding everything, you need the knowledge to expand. So that's why they are complement each other.
And Saras means a reservoir. So how can you have a space without medium? So the attribute of the performer, the strength of the performer comes from his consort Saraswati. So she is the one who has the ability to hold. See, she is the reservoir. So a space without the ability to hold is meaningless. So Brahma has to go with Saraswati. And look at this, Vishnu as a preserver He is one who pervades and permeates to the lowest and pervades to the largest. So which is why he is Vishnu, Vis. And this Vis, for him to permeate and pervade, he needs Lakshmi, who sets the goal, Lakshya. So look at the words themselves. If you start looking at them and understanding the meanings, no word is without a meaning. And nothing has been conceptualized and depicted without a very deep inner meaning, and which holds good across layers. So Vishnu and Lakshmi are beautifully paired, therefore, together. Likewise, Shiva, who is normally called a destroyer, but he is actually a regenerator, because the word Shiva itself means Mangalam. How can Mangalam be a destroyer?
Mangalam means auspicious in English.
So Mangalam is auspiciousness. So to regenerate in cycles, which is a fundamental Hindu ethos of cyclical in nature. Everything is cyclical. So the cycles of creation and dissolution also need regeneration. And that is where you have Shiva going with Shakti. And you see that beautifully depicted in the Ardhanari. And this aspect of cycles.
Join the meeting.
And this aspect of cycles, if you see, is also beautifully shown here as in the word parinama. While Western view of evolution is just one-sided,
is linear,
the Hindu view is parinama, which means a cause and effect cycle. So a cause and then creates an effect, which becomes the cause, and this goes in a cyclical manner.
Again, this is a mindset change. Each aspect you're talking about is a paradigm shift in the mind, in the very thought process. Because to understand Stree Shakti, we must be willing to shed the baggage of the coloniality, Western mindset, which has pervaded for the last 200, 300 years, unfortunately, and actually stamped its foot on femininity there. We'll see that. And all this leads to look at this. So when you said Saha Sama, why are the Western women fighting for equality? Because they were suppressed. There was suppression. So you fight for that. Whereas when you have harmony, you are complementing. But through time, this degenerates to suppression. Then you fight for equality because there's resurgence. Then women fight all over. They say we also can do it. So this is a cyclical process. And we realize this is a cyclical process through time, through geography, through various reasons. And we see the harmony in it, as she showed you the hand of the nest egg. Like that, you see the harmony very clearly there. And that is why we bring out. So whenever people ask us in women's conference, if they ask us, are you for equality? We say no. That opens up their minds. What? You're not for equality? No, we said we are for complementary, the next level. So today you are all speaking about equality, but 20 years later, you all come to a concept called complementary. We're already there.
So we have to start speaking about gender complementary rather than fight for gender equality. If you start focusing on gender complementary, you will leapfrog faster than go slowly into.
And look at this. We often use a word, women's empowerment. We both are loath to the word empowerment. Absolutely loath to it. Do you know why? Because when you say empowerment, what does it mean? Somebody is more powerful than the women, and that somebody has to empower the women to be powerful. That means willy-nilly women are not powerful. They have to be given it with a leash and held back anytime. Nature didn't ordain it so. The creation didn't ordain it so. The forces of the whole Prakriti is not so. Women are naturally have their own gifts and their own power, Shakti. So equality is not the going forward. Empowerment is not the going forward. It is Saha, complementary is the going forward, where we shift. And this, we have unfortunately been put with a word called patriarchy in Hindu thought. The people who put up that word patriarchy don't understand what it is, because Hema, I'll show you now. Look at that.
There are actually 7 different perspectives in which you can look at a society as a whole, as a civilization as a whole. One is from the point of perspective of authority. So in the family unit, and this is authority in just within the family, who represents the family to the outside world? So patriarchal, if father wields the authority within the unit, mother wields it within the unit, matriarchy. But that is just one side of it. We talk about inheritance, about both traits and wealth. And that is where you have patrilineal, if everything. So there are some aspects where you look at it from a patrilineal perspective. For wealth, very interestingly, the Hindu civilization has held a very matrilineal view and practice. They have practiced matrilineal inheritance of women's wealth, and which was called a Stri Dhana. And unfortunately, I'm not sure how much time will permit us to share, but it is this aspect which kept the civilization sustained, prosperous, and continuously living for so long.
Millennia.
And where the women had their respect and they were therefore complementary. But it is this particular aspect which was broken down, because in the West, the women were not like we started off. It was always women behind the man. She couldn't hold anything. She had no power to hold her own wealth. So that is where, when the British came to India, they broke down the Hindu way of holding wealth, of gender balance. And that is where we find a whole lot of discrepancies.
Baggage, the colonial baggage is what it is. Anyway, let's finish this point first before we go to the next.
So 7 aspects, then from location, patrilocal, matrilocal, then the marriage and so on.
Who shifts to which place is patrilocal, matrilocal? Where the girl shifts to the husband's place or husband shifts to the girl place. As you have in Hindi, you have a word called Garb Jamai.
So then affiliation. So all these, there are various things, but fundamentally the issue for us has been, this has been ignored. People have not seen the patrilineal, matrilineal difference, and they have mixed it with patriarchy. And unfortunately, they have snatched away all the wealth that was in the Stri women domain. And that is where we have lost our balance. And fundamentally for the Hindu civilization, this has crept in 2 ways. One, because of violence, which started about more than around 800 to 900 CE. And
because of onslaughts from the near West.
And that was because of violence, direct violence, resulting in the women being suppressed, protected, then suppressed, therefore the mindset becoming to keep women indoors. The second aspect, the second way women have been suppressed in the Hindu civilization now has been because of these indirect British legislations which influence the mindset of society due to peer pressure. It's a very involved thing. We have written in detail in our book called Breaking the Myths about society. These are the set of 4 books we've written on breaking the myths, and in About Society is where we have written a lot about what is caste versus jati varna, about how women were held in the Hindu civilization and so on. So here we have delved in detail about this Stri Dhana and how it has, the legislations of the British caused it to morph into practice of dowry, sati, and various other ills of society.
So it was actually, there are 2 onslaughts. One physical for a few centuries on the women from the near West. The other was far West, where in the far West onslaught, it was not so physical as through law. That was what it was. Because in Manusmriti and all others, it is the women holding wealth is not differentiated at all at the fundamental basis if you go. But whereas, you should understand when Maine, who came to make law for India, he had a huge problem 250, 300 years back. What was it? In England, back home where he came from, women could not hold wealth. Whereas when it comes to this land, in a ship, faraway land, in the East Indies, as they called it then, because they had the West Indies also, they called it East Indies. So what did he see? Women holding all the wealth. Majority of the wealth of the land were held by women, and whom you call Dalits today, who are then called respectively Shudras. See, Dalit is a political term. So those were the 2 people holding the wealth of the land. So which was anathema to him. The aristocracy is not holding the wealth. The plebeians are holding the wealth. And the women are holding the wealth in the form of Stri Dhana, which is their right, their hak, as you say in Urdu language, is the right to own it by lineage. That was what, and what did he do? He created a law called reversioners. By that law, he reverted the wealth. He reverted the wealth back to the male kingdom over a century, which was held for millennia.
So I just saw that you also have a slide on Manusmriti, and the next panelist will be covering our Manusmriti in slight detail, 3-4 slides. So I hope you'll stay for some question answers at the end. If if the audience has questions, I know it's such a detailed topic, and I will just in the interest of time, I will just ask Aldenji to sort of come on board and explain to us some of that Manusmriti which you just mentioned, that it is actually very liberal. Aldenji, namaste. Aldenji says that Manusmriti is more liberal than the Bible. Aldenji, if I can give a small introduction to you about just about Aldenji, he's an ex-Christian. Aldenji is also he identifies himself as a Dalit, and he is a proud Hindu, and he has in fact taught me a lot of some of the texts that he knows so well in Sanskrit. So Aldenji, please take it away. Give us 2 minutes about your personal story, just 2 minutes because we are short of time, and then please take us into Manusmriti.
Okay, namaste everyone. My name is Aldrin, and I come from a place in Karnataka called Colonial. Well, I was born in Bangalore, but I was raised in Colonial by my maternal grandparents. They were strong Christians, so I grew up as a Christian, and I was very strong, raised in a Christian family, so Orthodox, a Christian family. So I used to go in front of temples when I was 6-7 years old. And I used to preach that your gods have ears and eyes, but they cannot hear, neither see, so you should convert to Christianity. And I was always puzzled by the reactions of the priests, the Hindus. They never reacted violently or angrily or dismissively. They would smile and say, yes, yes, all gods are one, or oh, it is complicated. So I was always wondering, why is that? Why these people who are so not knowing anything are so much more confident than me, who has to go and tell them these things like you have to or else. So that just gave me a perspective even when I at that age. And as I grew up, I was not allowed to go to my father's side of the family, who were the Dalits. And once my mom moved away to America, that's when I was allowed to go to my father's side of the family. And when the first day that I went there, I was so happy because now I finally get to talk to them. I lived in a place called Christian Street in Colonial. You can Google it. There is a Christian Street in Colonial. There are 2 streets. Only Christians live on this street. So we were never allowed to interact or ask questions or say anything to others. So I went to Christian school, Christian friends, and all of that. So eventually I moved to Bangalore, and I went to first time to my father's side of the family. And I was so happy to go and talk to my aunt about the murtis and know a little bit more about it. When I went there, all of them were gone. And I said, what happened? Where are the murtis? I want to know more about it. And she said, well, I knew you were a strong Christian. I didn't want to offend you, so we put away the murtis so you're not offended. I was taken up by my whole body just shook that day. And then I was like, wow, these people that we keep on saying are ignorant are so much more in tune with these things. And they were not educated. So she taught me as much as I can. Eventually I moved with my family, and then I came to America, and this interest grew, and I learned more and more about Hinduism. And now today I'm here talking about Manusmriti of all things. So yeah.
I know, of all things, because I know a couple of my friends have told me that we have a library of books, why don't we just burn the Manusmriti if, it is the symbol of oppression. But then you educated me through all of the shlokas that you brought out about how it treats women. Maybe you want to talk about some of those shlokas, or at least tell us. Maybe two or three.
Can I mean, it was a great starting from Dr. and Mrs. Hari, that it is amazing, and it's such a good way to start. And yes, Parinama and Saha is much more important than anything else. Our Sanskrit words are so much more meaningful than the everyday words that we use in English. So I think we should use this one. But I just want to invoke this inscription that is written 800 years ago on the temple in Belur, in Keshava temple in Belur. And I just want to go through this very quickly because it's very important that we acknowledge all Sanatana Dharma followers. So it says, Yamshaivaha Sampasute Shivaiti Brahmaiti Vedantinaha Bauddhaha Buddhaiti Pramanapatavaha Kartaiti Nayaikaha Arhan Nishchita Jaina Sasana Prata Karmaiti Mimamsakaha Soyamvo Vidadhato Vanchitapalam Trailokinato Mivo. Which means it says, this is our Vaisala Vishnuvardhana, our king, 800 years ago, put this inscription on Channakeshava temple. Channakeshava is the beautiful Vishnu, that's what it means in Kannada. And it says, whoever the Vedantin in their heart adore under the name of Brahma, and Shaivites who under the name of Shiva, Buddhas under the name of Buddha, Bauddhas under the name of Buddha, and the Nayayikas skilled in Pramana under the name of Karta, whomever the Jain understood as Arhats, whomever Mimamsakas called as Karma, we call as Channakeshava. So let all worship the same one. So this is the way that we always lived. We always had this feeling of all of us, regardless of what we come through, this is where we are. And this is Sanatana Dharma. And the Sikh is not here, so Vaheguru Fateh Vaheguru the Khalsa, he would have added if Vaisareshwara existed today. So this is where our tradition comes from. Nobody has to tell us how living together means and how to respect each other. So this is the first place that we start with. So I just wanted to talk about this one. And in order to talk about the Manusmriti, why should we throw away? That is our library. Only the morons and ignorance burn and throw away books. Never throw away books. Every book will teach you something. So as we know, there are Smritis and Shrutis. Smritis are Kala Desha Patra, which means in the time, in the place you are and the part that you're playing. And the Shrutis are Aporusheya, we cannot touch it. That's the way it is, and that's what we are to follow. And Manu, Smriti, as it is called, it is a Smriti. So we can change it, adapt it, not follow it. It doesn't matter.
And Arjunji, isn't it true that it is not written by a Brahmin, but by a king?
Manu, exactly. Manu is a Kshatriya, by the way. So this Brahmanical text was written by a Kshatriya. And he has some choice words to say about who is a Brahmana. So Brahman Jnanati Brahmana, right? So who has the Jnana of Brahman? Now he says, so what are the other 14 characters of Brahmana as well? So, but before we go there, I just wanted to talk about the time of Manusmriti as we accept it today because of the scholars who tell us how old it is. Let's say 2,300 years old. Let's talk about how it was when the Christianity was at the same time. In Christian Bible, there are 3 times women are mentioned, particularly women are mentioned. The first one is Esther in the Old Testament, where she was this beautiful woman who seduced people into killing so she can propagate Israelites, the religion. The second one is Mary, the virgin, whose only job was to carry the Son of God to the world. And the third time is the Mary of Magdalene, who was a prostitute that Jesus forgave, and she washed his feet with water. And those are the 3 women in Bible. And this is why it is important. And 80% of the Bible talks about killing people because it didn't believe in the other God. They believed in other God, and God of Bible did not like it. And 20% of it is this and that. It's very related to that as well. So, but let's see what our Shrutis, our Shastra said. In Raghuvamsha, Mahakavi Kalidas said, Vagartha viva sampruptyo, Vagartha pratipatye, Jagatat pitaro vande, Parvati parameshwaram. Just to add to what Dr. Hari and Mrs. Hari said, that Vagat, so the speech and the meaning is Shiva and Parvati. It's one and the other. This is Saha, right? Because in order for one to exist, the other have to exist. One without the other has no meaning. That's what it is. And it's so wonderful that you already said this. So I don't have to go through all of this. You explained all of this and it was great. And this is amazingly important that we have to understand that it's not one coming plus one becoming two. This is one completion of this. With one, without one, there is no other. So this is very important. They both play the important role. They don't have to be the same, not equal. They have to be, to become a whole, to become Purnam, this is important, right? That's the hub, is important to be Purnam. This is the most important thing that I wanted to say. And
I think just to segue into the fact that in Bible, woman comes out of the Adam's rib.
Exactly. So that's what Manu.
In the Manusmriti, in the cosmogony of Hinduism or Sanatan Dharma, Brahman splits into two, right?
Purusha,
and
yes.
then, so there are two equal parts.
Correct.
So that is also an interesting.
Exactly. So these are the little thing I want to bring in comparison with the Christianity and Bible. From the beginning, there is no woman. Forget about the woman. Who woman? What woman? Why woman? And then God decides after creating Adam, he says he felt kind of depressed. So he needed a companion. Okay, I'm going to make another doll. And no, let me just pull a rib out of him. Why bother spend another doll on this other creature? And the only reason she was created is to give company to this guy. Just like, well, it's an afterthought. Oh, this woman, whatever, she's going to be in the side. So this is the problem. The problem, like just, I can't say any more than what they've already said, but this is the truth. The truth is that we don't see these things in these linear ways where you make these mathematical equations of this expansion of that which is, right? So this is the important aspect of it. And when you look at it, the whole Manusmriti is full of these things. Yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devata, right? Wherever the woman is worshipped, there the gods are happy. Ramante devata, right? And yatra dastuna pujyante sarvastatra phala kriya. Wherever they're not worshipped, regardless of what you do, your actions will not yield good results. Show me one other scripture of any other religion that says that. Puja, adore them, revere them, respect them. No, it doesn't say. In Paul, who is the guy who wrote most of the Bible's books, said women should be sitting in the back with the covering their head and wait until they get home to ask their husbands if they have any questions, what was said in the church. That's what he said. This was 2,000 years ago. While our Manu, the horrible Manu, was sitting there and going, Pujante, yatra striyam pujante, right? So, and it's I just want to give a perspective of, it's not just about putting a woman in a pedestal, it's about everyday thing, right? So there's many of them that there's one that says that if you're sitting in a car, make sure that you give place to a woman, a king, a learned one, or an old man, or somebody who is carrying heavy weight. This also shows this is an etiquette. This is a civilizational formalities that are brought by to show that we are civilized people. We understand. The empathy is there. The compassion is there. This is how the society, the lived society that does that. And when I want to talk about some other stuff that
I think one of them you mentioned to me was that, for all of the rights and service.
Yeah, I'm coming to that. I want to talk to you about one more of them that it says Bharya Bharata. Just a second. So yes, and in one of that it says she's a Sahadharmini. You cannot do, just like what they said, it is Sahadharmini. You have to share everything with her, including the rituals that you do, because she is half of you, she shares everything with you in your life. So you need to make sure that you involve her with that. So it's not like somebody sitting in there in the back and doing something else. It's you have to do what you have to share with her what religiously you perform the actions, right? Sorry, I just want to find the one that and then let me talk about the marriage and divorce. The marriage and divorce, it was not that the father told who she can or she cannot marry, who she can and she cannot divorce. This is about divorce. This I wanted to talk to you. So today we assume a woman who can divorce is on the stage of the Western civilization with all rights given to the woman. This is the horrible Manu telling you. Look at this. And look at the Adesh, the thought behind this. This says, Trinavarsan Yudhikshit Kumaryat Tumati Sati Urdhva tu Kala de Tasmad Videt Sahasam Pitam. And it says, wait, Trinavarsan. Wait for 3 years, and after that, if you want to marry whoever else you want to marry, go and marry them. Why 3 years wait? He's not saying it's not like a imposed law. 3 years so that you can process emotionally, psychologically, whatever that is that happened with your divorce. What is the reason that you ended up in this place? Now, tomorrow, choose somebody carefully, be aware of it. And it takes that time, right? Because you have gone through life with this, and the divorce is not that easy to go through. And this is the thought process that Manu had when he talked about it, right? So there are thousands of those.
Yeah, there are thousands of those, because you went through this for 45 minutes on one of the webinars that I did. And really, I think we were all enthralled. Now,
yeah, and you don't have to, and that's why I'm saying,
in the interest of time, I want to cover two things.
Yes.
And because we have 2 more minutes for you.
Oh, sorry.
And I know this was a power pack session, but this 2 minutes, I wanted to tell us, you talked about Dalit also once, how mercenaries were converted into Dalit, and how your family had that experience in your ancestors. And secondly,
I also
you identify as a homosexual, as a gay man, and you have found similar liberal thought.
And this is my terrible Manu saying, right? My terrible, horrible Manu talking about me. He says, and it's interesting how it says, I'm going to take 2 more minutes, but that's Maitunam tu samasevya pumsi yoshitit dvijaha yoga nopsu divachaiva savasaha snanam chare. It says, Maitunam tu samasevya. Like when you go and have sex with man or a woman, and he's talking about a man having sex with a man or a woman, it doesn't matter where. It says Goya, so which means the bullock cart. If you're having even sex in a bullock cart, this is the horrible Manu who is so backward talking about it. And he's, you know what he says? What is the punishment if you do that? You have sex with a man or a woman in a bullock cart? Go take shower, be clean, make sure that you have some etiquette that you can go and be properly. Meet other people before you go and do something else, right? That is the punishment. There is another punishment. I don't have that one with me. It says, if you have, it doesn't matter, man, woman, have sex with a virgin, your finger will be cut off. And you know why? Usually in those days, women used to get married much earlier age. And when they say virgin, she's more likely underage woman, a girl, which means pedophilia will be punished. But a consensual sex is not going to be punished. And it says one more thing. It says, and what he doesn't talk about, there's no gay part in there, but I want to talk about what he says about Puman Pumso Dike Shukro, Stri Bhavatyadike Striya. He says, I will, because I want to make it quick English. when male seed is predominant, this is, by the way, 3,000 years ago, it doesn't matter what you're talking about, the context you have to put it. 2,300 years ago, this man was saying, if there is a male, more hormone of male, female is, then female is born. More of the male is born. But if there is some imbalance, then the Tritiya Prakriti is born. Somebody like me, right? So that is the 2,300 years ago, when people didn't even have the thinking of what it is. So there is no, he's not saying, well, kill them or they're bad for the society. There is no such thing in, I went through a lot of it. There is no such thing about it in Manu's thing. So that's why I want to make sure that we understand. Please go read your Shastras. Learn. I don't know. I learned this Sanskrit by myself. Nobody taught me. I know Kannada. I went to the Kannada medium school. I am very good at Kannada. The only reason I passed high school is because I learned in Kannada. And the only reason I know this is I speak Kannada, and it takes me 10 times to read this Sanskrit words, and then I understand that way. So this is very important that we understand these things and learn about this thing. And then like the Dr. Hari was saying, there is no Dalit word that is ever in, you have Shudras in Manusmriti, but there is no Dalit. Dalit is added up. Just like the Thakas were added as criminal tribes, I found out to my cousins, we need to do this research. We cannot just keep on talking about it. We have to do this research. Through my cousin's friend, that most of our families were mercenaries for our kings. And what happened when the British came, before the British came, the Tipu Sultan, when the Adil Shah came, Vijaypur Adil Shah came, that's when this whole thing started. They started cutting down the mercenaries. And they all ended up, if you had money, you went to whatever Varga you wanted to, because Varna, like I say, Varna was not, and I wish I had more time, I would have told you that it says Shudra can become Brahman, Brahman can become Shudra, same with the Kshatriya and Vaishnava in Manusmriti. It says in Manusmriti, and it also says, Brahmana with my name is like an elephant made out of wood and a deer made out of skin. So let me tell you, all of this bull that you hear from these people.
I think, Aldenji, we'll have a longer session with you, at some point, because today I think the fact that you have done your own research on this topic, and if there is intersectionality is the sort of mantra du jour. Like you really represent that. You bring so much. You have experienced some Muslim household, you have family, Christians, Hindu, and you chose this because you felt it is the most accepting.
No, I went through all of them, and I can put one at a time in verses in front of verses, and I can give you stand on the Shastra our ancestors have given. I'm telling you, you never have to shy away from one of them, not one of them. Just like you pick one, I will give you something else that will show you, what are you talking about? You're talking about 2,000 years ago. I can apply my Shastra today.
Aldenji, thank you so much for for taking us through this. And we have Madhu Kishwarji. I want to spotlight her. I don't know why I'm not able to do that. If the tech team can help me, we need to spotlight Madhu Kishwarji. I don't know what happened. I just saw her, but I couldn't spotlight her.
Madhuji, you're on mute.
Where is she? Can you see her?
She's here, but she's on mute.
Madhuji, namaste. So Madhuji, we just covered. Can you hear us? I can't hear you.
Yeah, no, because the host had muted me. I couldn't do anything about it.
I guess, we have, Madhuji, we've had like at least 100 participants throughout the whole day. So it's been a pretty, and of course on live streams, we've had many participants. Aldenji, thank you for sharing. And also, I know in the paucity of time, we may not have question answer, time frame, but, we will hold more sessions like these because this topic is very, very intense. We probably should have broken it out into 3 separate sessions. But I just want to quickly introduce you, Madhukeshwarji. Madhukeshwarji is well known to all of us. You know, you were the founder of Manushi, and Manushi, I guess all of us who have ever had any tryst with feminism in India have, you know, always seen that book, whether through our cousins or parents, or, you know, and the magazine has been around for a long time, and you have been part of sort of a pioneer in research and women's studies in India, yeah, you know. And I just want to also mention that you wrote one paper that said why I do not call myself a feminist. And, you know, I think that is actually the topic du jour, because that is what we explored a little while back with Dr. And Mrs. Hari. And they offered, you know, some of the coloniality that impinged upon women's rights in India. And also Aldrinji explained how Manusmriti is so much liberal, and he's an ex-Christian, and he says Manusmriti is more liberal than the Bible. So from you, I really want to get, you know, your perspective on sacred feminine, obviously, and also your, you know, your take on feminism, and anyway, all the issues that, you know, that you can cover in these 20 minutes. Thank you so much, Madhuji, for coming and gracing our event.
Thank you for including me in this session. Many of the points have already been covered by previous speakers. Before I start with what I have to say, I would like to make an appeal to Aldrin Deepakji. I agreed with everything you said, except one small semantic issue. You said your ancestors were mercenaries. No, Deepakji, your ancestors were warriors. Yeah. They were part of royal armies. Yes. And I have studied this in small bits, and I'm going to be working more on this. Even, for example, Paswans. Recently, one of the BJP MLAs, senior leader from Bihar, came to meet me. He's from the Paswan family. And while his children, both studying in JNU, have become Ambedkarites and, you know, all this castes, SC, oppression, etc., when I started talking to him about his ancestry, because I knew that Paswans and many other castes, jatis that during colonial rule were suppressed, oppressed, like most of our productive castes, artisanal castes, who they reduced to the status of OBCs, backward castes, most backward castes. These were not our terms. They destroyed the economy, they destroyed livelihoods, just as they did for your ancestors. Those who were the warrior races were disarmed, firstly. And since most of the Rajwadas were dismantled, disempowered, and the British took over, therefore, these warrior castes became unemployed, and their status got depressed. And then they said, oh, you're SCs and you are, you know, scheduled caste or backward caste or most backward caste. So please never use the term mercenary, because you don't call people who work in the Indian Army today mercenaries. No, they do get a salary, but they're not mercenaries. And so also, not only that they were warriors at the service of Rajwadas, local royal families in different parts of the country. But another thing very important, and this is something that came out through the study done by Dharampalji, J.K. Bajaj and M.D. Srinivas, the Chingalpet study, which clearly showed that people from caste groups, which today are SC, were not only warriors in the employment of royal families, but more importantly, every village used to have its own chowkidars or police. Yeah. And those who were then the police caste or the martial caste, who therefore took on the job of protecting the village were among the highest paid personnel of the village, because the village used to appoint its teachers, the village used to collect revenue from within, have teachers, gurus, artisans, the entire lot of service providers, including the village police. And today, those who were once the village guardians, the village police, the warriors in the service of many royal dynasties are today reduced to SC status. Yes. We really need to collect these jati histories. It's very important. What happened to them during colonial rule or before that during Islamic rule? Because slavery was, or this kind of demeaning of any jati in this manner, was alien to our culture. Anyway, so no mercenary shabd ever coming from my humble appeal to you.
No, sorry, but one quick thing, those people in Karnataka, those police that you just talked about, they're called Palyagaras.
Yes.
We know them, they're there, yes.
Yeah, so no need ever to use the term mercenary. Okay. Because then by that logic, the commissioner of police today of Delhi would be called a mercenary. No, we don't. We call him one of the most important officials of the government of India or Indian state. Anyway, many of you have already covered important issues, but even at the cost of repetition, I'll raise those issues in small bits again. Firstly, I believe that we have been in the defensive mode too long. Those in the West who presume to lecture us, who arrogate to themselves who arrogate to themselves the right to tell us how to liberate ourselves, how to become assertive, empowered women. I think it's better that we teach them to look within, to understand where they are situated. They can't afford to forget, Deepakji, you already referred to it, but I'm going to very quickly run over it. The Christian civilization in the West was founded on the creation myth, which asserts that God created Eve, the mother of mankind, as a seductive temptress who was misguided by Satan appearing in the form of a serpent to eat the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge. So knowledge is forbidden and the fruit of the tree of knowledge is forbidden. That's the bottom line, the foundational myth of Christian civilization. She in turn seduced Adam through a wiles, leading to the downfall of the entire human race, with Adam and Eve being thrown out of the Garden of Eden in disgrace and condemned to suffer till redeemed by Jesus Christ. Now, it's a very sadistic myth, which is to say a newborn child is condemned to suffer, rot in hell, unless he or she accepts Christ. Why? Because the mother of mankind had caused the downfall of the entire human race. Now, that's the role they give. But even before Eve turns into a destructive temptress, we are told that while God made Adam in his own image, he created Eve out of Adam's spare rib in order to provide him a playmate in the Garden of Eden. In other words, the feminine in the Christian imagination is not only made out of faltu haddi. Spare rib is the equivalent of faltu haddi, dispensable. And from that faltu haddi, dispensable bone, rib, and easily dispensable material of the male body, and she was created also as an afterthought to be Adam's plaything. Her existence has no intrinsic meaning or purpose. That's something we have to understand. Whereas I'll compare it to how we see the feminine in the Indic imagination. With such a negative role assigned to women by the almighty God of the Christian world, it is no surprise that this world's historic gift to women is pornography, which treats women as subhuman sex objects as use and discard pieces of flesh. The West has spread this disease globally and made it fashionable to treat women's bodies and sex appeal to sell everything from car tires to soaps and cold drinks. So you display the bodies, the naked, semi-naked bodies, nude bodies, so men can rule over them. And that's your whole advertising industry. And as I said, pornography. It's one of the ugliest manifestation of gender relations. And in such a situation, quest for equality, demanding that women be treated as human beings, is fair and just. So I can understand when Western feminists yell and scream about equality. But for us Hindu women, equality is a very poor thing, because an essential tenet of Indic faith traditions, pre-Vedic, Vedic, and post-Vedic, is that Shakti, the feminine energy, represents the primeval creative principle underlying the cosmos. She is the energizing force of all divinity, of every being, both animate and inanimate. Furthermore, different forms and manifestations of this universal creative energy are personified in a vast array of goddesses. Hariji had already talked about these goddesses and what they represent: Lakshmi, Saraswati, Durga, Kali, and the countless regional avatars. I won't go into the details of that, but the most important thing is that she's both a creator and a vanquisher and destroyer of evil. And even Devatas look to the great goddess to save them from destructive forces. And one important thing is that Hindu deities are gods and goddesses, Devis and Devatas, gods, goddesses, nahi kehna chahiye, are, they're not just distant heavenly figures. One constantly meets living incarnations of the divine in everyday life. It is very common, for example, for a talented daughter to be commended as a virtual Saraswati, or a fearless woman who battles wrongdoings in society to be treated as Durga incarnate. Thus, every village in India has its Gram Devis and Devatas. And what is more important is that it's the Devis that are feared. Devatas are revered, but nobody's afraid of Bhagwan Ram. Nobody's really afraid, Sakha hai Krishna Bhagwan to. Ram to Kripalu hai. But Devi maa jo, or goddesses bhi two kinds of goddesses. The consort goddesses and the non-consort goddesses. The consort goddesses are benign, like Ma Sita, Radha, Ma Parvati. But non-consort goddesses like Durga, Kali, and their regional variations in every village, you will find local Devis. They all have their legends surrounding Gram Devis tell us of ordinary women who felt outraged by the acts of some evildoer who either tried to ravish them or cause harm to society. Their response to such desecration is to rise in terrible fury and thereby grow in stature so that they are able to span both heaven and earth. So they restore order, they restore dharma, and even devatas appeal to them when they are unable to deal with evil running amok in society. The Hindu view of feminism is not just relegated to ancient history, but continues to have a living presence in our daily lives even today. And India is the only country where goddess worship, Devi puja, is a living tradition. There are more Devi temples in India than perhaps even temples designated to Devatas. With this as the background, the task before women of Indic faith tradition is to halt the erosion of their position as creative leading force in society that came about during Islamic and British rule. I think that erosion has to be taken serious note of. and stop that erosion rather than demand mere equality as Western feminists do. For Western feminists, equality is a big thing, but for us, it's not adequate. अगर मेरा समाज मुझे देवी मान के आंखों पे चढ़ा के रखता है, तो मैं mere equality क्यों मांगू? It just doesn't seem enough to me. Also, feminism arose as a protest movement in Europe in mid and late 19th century against gross forms of discrimination. And those discriminations were part of their history. They were not part of our history. Till 19th century, 18th century, in Europe, they were burning women at the stakes. Women who were supposed to be scholars, or women who had on their own become healers or knowledgeable women. They were thousands, hundreds of thousands of women in Europe over 4-5 centuries were burnt at the stakes. And these are the people who try to come and civilize us and tell us that they have to guide us to the path of equality and women's empowerment. No, thank you. You handle your own problems, that's enough. You have very little to give to the rest of the world. From the very start of my public engagement through Manushi and even before, I've been averse to using the Western lens to viewing Indian reality. And that is why, even though Manushi was celebrated as the mother of Indian feminism, but I honestly could not adopt that label. And one of my most famous and controversial essays written way back in 1980s was Why I Do Not Call Myself a Feminist, where I explain it all. And Deepak ji, I also want to tell you, have a look at my article From Manusmriti to Madhusmriti. It explains how they have distorted it. Firstly, neither Manu nor any of our Shastras ever give commandments. And it's always made very clear that all dharma or codes of morality have to be time specific, they have to be culture specific, they have to be situation specific, and often even person specific. There are no universal commandments for all times to come. So it's not like Manusmriti was ever the equivalent of a Quran or a Bible. Why do you need to burn it? You just don't have to heed it if you don't like it. And those of us who find meaning in it will take what we like from it. So it's not as if Manu says, you will rot in hell if you don't obey me, or if you don't follow my dictates. And so it's basically because they don't want us to read our text. They don't even want us to read Ramayana and Mahabharata as stories. They would rather we read Bible, Milton, Chaucer. I mean, these were things that we were taught, baby stuff. And mind you, as a student of English literature, it used to really amaze me that the British started writing in 14th century when they start producing their first text. And they come here to a civilization where the Vedas, the Mahabharata and Ramayana written thousands of years ago. And no comparable text exists anywhere in the world. So they were naturally written with inferiority complex. And what do people with inferiority complex but big ambitions to rule do? They start manipulating you. First, they try to suppress you through the power of the gun. And then, of course, try to manipulate you into believing that you are not their equal. I mean, the Islamists burnt our libraries. Every conquest led to not only destruction of mandirs, but also burning of libraries and universities. Imagine coming from thousands of years, thousands of miles away to burn somebody's libraries, to break their places of worship. That's how bizarre this whole mindset has been, the Abrahamic mindset. And the Christians brought in Macaulayite policy, whereby they trained us to despise whatever little was left of our heritage. Now, as far as isms are concerned, whether it's feminism, Marxism, even Gandhiism, I would say, they arise out of the specific historical conditions of particular societies. By making them a guide to action in totally different situations and totally different societies, produces very tragic results. We've seen the horrors produced by Marxism. Its dogma of class war morphed into Leninism, Stalinism, Maoism, etc., gave rise to the most horrific massacres, atrocities, and tyranny wherever it went in its diverse avatars. And feminism, likewise, has become a very destructive ideology, tearing asunder the social fabric, first attacking women and family. I think we need to also remember, Islamists, how did they handle Hindu women? They couldn't obviously convince them that wearing burqa and following the Islamic way was so superior. So they just captured them, abducted them, and treated them and sold them as sex slaves through brute force. That's what they did. But they went after women. They would slaughter the men, capture women, and take them over as sex slaves. Then the British, likewise, the missionaries, when they came to India, they started, I don't know how many of you are aware, Zanana missions. They would go enter the house, they would send female missionaries to get hold of women at home, a young widow, or even ordinary housewives, and try to win over women, trying to convince them that they were oppressed. But they didn't succeed very much. Hardly any women fell for them, except for a handful like Pandita Ramabai, maybe, few during famines. They picked up poor families, their kids, and even women, and converted them. So rice-bag Christians, that's all that they could get, which is why in India, when British left, less than 2% of population had converted to Christianity. It was not a very attractive option, except for the poorest of the poor who could be bribed in times of adversity, not normal times. Now, then come the feminist missionaries. It's very important to understand that from mid-70s onwards, starting with the UN declaration of Year of the Woman, Decade of Women, etc., they start sending feminists to countries like India in order to awaken the consciousness of Indian women and turn them into feminists. So they too, the agenda clearly was to open the way for conversions, because women in Hindu society have been the founding rocks of our civilization, the founding rocks of the family, like the Dhruv Tara, around whom the other stars move, but the Dhruv Tara stays firm. But once you wean away women and turn them by turning them into Macaulay Putris, deracinating them, then they are ready as cannon fodder for feminists, and then ready as foot soldiers of Western civilization, and open the way for conversions. And it is my personal experience that wherever feminist organizations set foot, whether in the slums of Delhi or any other city, or in villages, in no time they opened the way for planting of churches. That's been actually the very direct relationship. And it's the same thing then. First to be captured were women and turning them into feminists. Then, of course, the caste angle, Dalits as cannon fodder for Christianity and Islam. But even the categories imposed on by them. Now, the reason I think Hindus find it difficult to accept these isms is because the Abrahamic gods are jealous gods, commandment-giving gods. They allow you no freedom. You have to follow or be destroyed. And their modern day isms and ideologies are loaded with the same biases. You are treated as a lower species. Look at what Marxists, communists have done wherever they acquired power. Communism or Marxism is yet another Abrahamic ideology, drawing heavily from Christianity. If you don't convert, you get slaughtered. And that's why Stalin, Lenin actually committed genocides within their own countries of their own people, all in the name of social justice. And feminism is not very different, even without being in power. Look at how feminists have become gatekeepers to all the academic institutions, to all power centers, and they do taken charge over our minds and the entire thinking process. Today, not today, but in the last 3-4 decades, the entire legislative process or social legislation in the name of empowering women or empowering Dalits or even environment legislation has been taken over by these foreign funded NGOs, leaders being feminists. So I think it's very important for us to understand that the fact that they can't stomach our dharmic worldview of seeing women as incarnation of Shakti, the divine power that moves the entire universe. They can't stomach it because Christianity is pathologically patriarchal and women-hating, misogynistic. That's evident even in the foundational myths of Christianity. So therefore, they have to, as they say, offense is the best form of defense. So make us self-hating. But I think it's important that they remember, these empowerment givers, that women in Europe began demanding equality as late as mid-19th century. That's when they began even writing. Women authors in 19th century used to often use male pseudonyms. But by contrast, ancient India produced countless women scholars, Ritikars. Even Vedic hymns have been composed by women. And Gargi, for example, daughter of sage Vachaknu, born around 7th century BC, is said to have written hymns, the Vedic hymns, and chose not to marry all her life. Think of how unmarried women or women without sexual partners are treated even today in the West. They're really social discards. If they chose, it's okay not to be married, but not to have sexual partners. To remain celibate is considered a disease, as though they'll send you to a psychiatrist. But those women in India and some of the leading women sages, for example, through the Bhakti movement, remained unmarried or walked out of marriages and lived very unusual lives, roamed around freely without any male protection, and became leaders of wholesome moral leaders, spiritual leaders of whole society, rather than being burnt as witches on the stakes. And these are the people who want to teach us freedom. They are the ones who tell us that India is misogynist, Hindu dharma is misogynistic. Now, I'll conclude very briefly by saying this is not to deny that large number of women in India have come to occupy a subordinate position, that there are some gross forms of abuse taking place in India today, including feticide. Our very adverse sex ratio is a direct outcome of the unsafe conditions we lived under when Islamic invasions were a regular feature of our society. And what we need to understand is this, that whether it's seclusion of women or downgrading of their status, parda, ghungat, char diwari, or female feticide. These were distressed responses of a society under attack, under siege, in a situation when Islamic invaders were capturing women or even rulers, capturing women to be converted to sex slaves and sold in the markets of the Middle East, in the bazaars, paraded naked. In such a situation, it is no surprise that Hindu families were compelled to, were constrained to protect women by restricting their movements, by restricting their access or visibility in public life. Now, these are pathologies that have come to us under terribly stressful circumstances. Similarly, during British rule, disinheritance of women, destruction of matrilineal traditions, destruction of matriarchal family traditions, destruction of all forms of family structure, inheritance patterns that gave women more than equal rights. They tried to model society under in the image of the Victorian British society, where woman is a subservient, a dependent creature. So we cannot defend all that. We cannot defend restrictions on women.
But Mataji, that is more like a social engineering. Right?
And we need to face them head on and fight them with our own tools, with our own intellectual weapons, not borrowed weapons from the West. Thank you.
Thank you, Mataji. That was a fantastic, fantastic, talk, and very, very, it summed up everything. Whatever. I'm in the interest of time. I think we will. This is a topic that, like you said, it has been used as a weapon. Feminism has been used as a weapon for so long that we could talk about it from a decolonizing lens, from the re-indigenizing lens, for a long, long time. And hopefully we will carry on this conversation. But now I will have to hand over. Thank you so much to all my panelists for coming and enlightening us on this really, really important topic. So I will now hand over to Pramodji as the presiding chair for the next session. Thank you, Mataji. Thank you, Aldrinji.
Namaste.
And thank you, Mrs. Hari and Dr. Hari. I need to remove you from the spotlight somehow. I don't know what's going on. So I need help with this. Hi, Jia Manjuri. Namaste.
Namaskar.
Pramodji, you're on. I apologize for the delay.
It's okay. It's okay. That was an important, exciting session. I was glad to at least hear Madhukeshwarji for just a brief little while.
Yes,
and
that was very
talk
enlightening.
about that is more exciting for me, the spiritual, the social aspect than media, because media is all about who speaks the most, right? That is what the general perception is. And Jia, and I'm pretty sure Avadesh, we are all trying to make that change happen, where substantive interventions will take place, hopefully with Bhagavad Kripa in the future. So welcome, Jia, welcome on the session. We are already 15 minutes late, so I wanted to get started with you. And Avadesh ji, are you there as well? Can I hear you? I think I briefly saw him join. Okay. Okay. Well, let's wait for him to join and then we can begin. But I'll do a brief introduction of Jia Manjari. Very honored to have met you after a long time knowing about you. But sometimes Bhagavad Kripa makes these things happen, right? We are all meeting because of the interesting and very dangerous times we are stepping into. Oh, Avadesh ji says hello too. So let me get started with both the introductions for our people who are going to sit and try to understand how media works and what the general perception is. So Jia is an IT consultant, TV panelist. He has been an ambassador of Beti Foundation, which is very, very good to know about the activities and your vision. You have been an accomplished award-winning professional with 14 years of experience, progressively in a leadership role at Wipro, Spectrum, Reliance, and I'm pretty sure people will want to hear about Beti Foundation, which is working on women empowerment. You would have really liked what Madhukishwarji was saying. The earlier session was about this this Western brand of feminism, right? And how we have a natural response to that within our traditions. So welcome, Jia. And
Namaskar and Dhanyavad.
Avadesh ji, I'm so excited to have you here. In normal times, if my Sanskrit was right, I would have addressed you in Sanskrit, knowing that you're a Sanskrit scholar, you have a master's in Sanskrit, and you gave your bio in Hindi, which मैं पढ़ के मुझे इतना अच्छा लगा कि शुद्ध हिंदी पढ़ने में ना वो जो excitement मिलता है वो English introduction में नहीं मिलता है. And you had a 12-year career. You worked with ZTV, you worked with Sadhana, and your coverage has always been on very interesting topics. I was seeing your timeline on Twitter as well. You were talking about the sattvic nature of the river Ganga. I think you shot that photo, riverbank of Ganga somewhere. I think, is it Kasi that you shot the picture?
Bilkul, Kasi.
So let's get started, guys. Look, people who are listening in would love to know how this game of media is played, right? Because everybody's favorite, sort of punching bag is media. कि media लोग ठीक तरह से नहीं दिखाते हैं, पूरा गलत projection हो जाता है, and without understanding what the media is, it's not a monolith कि एक ऐसा unified entity नहीं है जिसमें हर एक लोग हर एक किस्म के लोग उसी तरह से react करते हैं. खासकर I want to bring you in on the first topic of discussion, and then Manjari will go to your presentation. You made an excellent presentation. Is the way NRIs, OCIs, PIOs जो बाहर रहते हैं प्रवासी, वो Indian media को perceive करते हैं. वो सोचते हैं कि Indian media is दूध का धुला, right? They are the most non-corrupt, ऐसे intellectual, मेधावी नेता जो could not make do in politics because ये इतने सत्यवचन बोलते हैं कि वो politics में जम नहीं पाए इसलिए media में आ गए, right? So I have seen some people come out of that cocoon, that matrix, courtesy of Rajiv Malhotra and other intellectuals like Rajiv Verma ji. They're beginning to understand कि कोई monolith नहीं है, ये तरह के लोग होते हैं. So what is your take, Jia? You've appeared on so many TV discussions. What is like ये NRIs का ये भ्रम कब दूर होगा?
First of all, I would like to thank all of you for invitation, and this is a really interesting topic because this is about thought seeding and imaging about something in your brain, which is a psychological term. Whatever you think or you get to understand is by three ways. First, what you read, second, what you see, and third, what you listen. So this all media gimmick is created by these kind of smart people who look like a fool, but they are extra intelligent to create a fake image of their karmas, I would say, whatever they are performing. And on international platform also, maligning India's image on the international platform, this is their agenda. And we all of us knows about that these forces are paid or these forces are encouraged by the anti-India bodies, right?
So Jia, let us cut to the chase. How does it happen at the practical level? ये जो हम बात करते हैं breaking India forces की, क्या ये incentive देती हैं टीवी में जाके बात करने की against India? Do they get paid by NGOs? Like how does it work? Like ये structure कैसा है?
Definitely, they get paid to write. You just go to few weeks back or like Greta Thunberg, we are aware about, and then so many activists, even like there was a singer also, like So she also got paid for doing the tweets. So these all people are getting paid by these people, anti-India forces. Even in Kashmir, the people who do stone pelting, they are also getting paid. So in media, they are heavily paid in various manners. They have NGO after this government. That is the best thing which has happened, that they have put a check on the NGOs which was getting funded by outside of Indian forces, and they were using that money against India itself. So they are definitely getting scripted documents as a toolkit, as we have just got little time back, that it is a planned narrative which they show on the TV, which they speak, and you can just check that the same narrative is taken by the list of people, right? You will just check that even they do not change
बिल्कुल
the text also. So
हाँ
it is all planned narrative which they
मैंने
play.
मैंने Jia, and correct me if I'm wrong, Avdesh, you work now in ABP and you're doing excellent work, and you're one of the rising stars on television networking as well. लेकिन जो जनरल सॉर्ट ऑफ थॉट प्रोसेस होता है कि जर्नलिस्ट को या मीडिया पैनलिस्ट को एक पर्टिकुलर स्क्रिप्ट या टूल किट दिया जाता है, जिसके लिए ऑफ कोर्स अ टेलीविजन चैनल विल कॉम्पनसेट फॉर देयर टाइम, बट देन इट्स नॉट जस्ट एज सिंपल एज दैट. उसमें और बहुत से इंसेंटिव्स और ट्रिप्स टू अब्रॉड, ट्रिप्स टू डिफरेंट कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होती हैं. क्या आपने भी ऐसा सुना है और या देखा है ऐसे होते हुए, बट यू आर लाइक, अरे मेरा ही इतना काम होता है, आई कांट इवन बॉदर अबाउट ऑल दैट? हैव यू लाइक डू यू सी दैट, अवधेश जी?
देखिए, मैं ईमानदारी से बताऊं, लगभग 12 साल के करियर में संस्थान कोई बुरा नहीं होता. हाँ, ये हम मान सकते हैं कि हमारे बीच में जो कुछ वरिष्ठ हैं या जो समकक्षी पत्रकार हैं जिनका अपना व्यक्तिगत एजेंडा चल रहा है, वो अगर किसी विचारधारा से प्रेरित हो गए, चाहे वो मार्क्सवाद हो, चाहे वो इस्लाम को लेकर उनका हो, या फिर उनकी केवल वो कमाने की वजह से आए हैं, तो अलग हो सकता है. लेकिन संस्थान के स्तर पर 4-5 बड़े संस्थानों में मैंने काम किया. कम से कम कोई संस्थान अपने ऊपर धब्बा ना लगे, इसलिए वो किसी चीज का हिस्सा नहीं बनता. पहले अगर बना भी रहा हो तो वो संभव इसलिए नहीं कि सोशल मीडिया बहुत ज्यादा एक्टिव है. और रही बात जो चलती है, तो फिर मुहिम के स्तर पर कुछ बड़े नाम तो हैं जो अब जाहिर हो गए, उनका नाम लेने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. कि अगर आप भारत में बात करेंगे तो एनडीटीवी क्या कर रहा है वो सबको पता है, और वायर यहाँ पर क्या कर रहा है वो सबको पता है. इसके अलावा अगर आप बाहर जाइए तो न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स का क्या रहता है वो सबको मालूम है. गल्फ न्यूज की बात कर लीजिए, वॉशिंगटन पोस्ट की बात कर लीजिए. कुछ उदाहरण मैं देना चाहता हूँ. जैसे 9/11 रहा, तो 9/11 की जो त्रासदी हुई, जो मृतक थे, उसको न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स ने किसी भी मृतक या मृतक के परिजन की फोटो प्रिंट नहीं की. उनका तर्क ये था कि जो उनके पीड़ित के परिजन उनको दुख होगा. लेकिन आप भारत के परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखिए, कोरोना से मौत हुई और शमशान घाट की भी फोटो छापी गई, मृतकों की भी छापी गई, मृतक के परिजनों की छापी गई. तो यहाँ पर वो उनका जो आइडिया है वो काम नहीं करेगा भारत में, लेकिन वहां पर उनको अपने पीड़ितों की चिंता होती है. जो वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज के पेपर्स हैं, खासतौर से प्रमुख पेपर्स जो हैं, वो कभी भी अपने शहीद सैनिकों का जो चेहरा है वो नहीं छापते हैं. वो जो कफिन है वो दिखा दे तो अलग बात है. उसमें भी उनका कहना है ये पीड़ितों की भावनाएं आहत होती है. लेकिन जब वो भारत में आते हैं तो वो भारत में अस्पताल के भीतर की रिपोर्टें करेंगे. और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि अमेरिका और ब्रिटेन की हम बात कर लें, कोरोना के टाइम में किस तरीके से एजेंडा चला, भारत से कहीं ज्यादा हालत खराब थी अमेरिका की और ब्रिटेन की. लेकिन आप देख लीजिए, भारत में अस्पतालों में घुस कर रिपोर्टिंग की विदेशी जो मीडिया था, जो पश्चिमी मीडिया था, जो एजेंडा चलाता है. लेकिन आपको एक होगी कि अमेरिका या ब्रिटेन में जाकर इन्होंने वहां की बदहाली की रिपोर्टिंग कर दी हो या उसको सामने ला दिया हो. तो ऐसे एजेंडे वाली पत्रकारिता होती है. ऐसे लोग भारत में भी हैं, ऐसे लोग बाहर भी हैं. लेकिन हाँ, संस्थान के स्तर पर अभी तक 12 साल में मैंने कभी महसूस नहीं किया कि कभी, चूंकि मैं एंकर हूं और मेरा अपना डिबेट शो भी है, तो कभी ऐसी दिक्कत आई कि किसी को ये कहा जाए कि हमें इस एजेंडे पे, इस लाइन पे चलना. बल्कि ऐसी ताकतों के खिलाफ जब लड़ाई लड़ी चैनल्स ने, तो आपने सुना होगा कि आजकल एक गोदी मीडिया शब्द बहुत ज्यादा प्रचलित हो गया है, बहुत सामान्य हो गया है. लेकिन ये बौखलाहट है. गोदी मीडिया हो नहीं सकता है, क्योंकि आप माध्यम बन रहे हैं. अगर आप गोदी में बैठ जाएंगे किसी के, तो जनता आपको देखना बंद कर देगी, आप रेटिंग में नीचे चले जाएंगे और आपके सामने बदहाली की स्थिति आ जाएगी. तो कुछ लोग एजेंडा चलाते हैं व्यक्तिगत तौर पर, लेकिन संस्थान के स्तर पर अभी फिलहाल स्थितियां अच्छी है.
ओके, सो इस पे जिया, लेट्स कट. हाँ
जी, अवधेश जी की इस बात में मैं कहना चाहूंगी, सिर्फ पश्चिमी मीडिया ही आकर के यहाँ नहीं कवर कर रहा था, यहाँ पे हमारे इतने सारे रमेश कुमार जैसे लोग भी हैं यहाँ पे हमारे। बिल्कुल, हाँ, मैं नाम लेकर के ही बोलना चाहूंगी, मुझे किसी का भय नहीं है। यहाँ पे इस प्रकार के लोग भी हैं जो कि इस प्रकार के एजेंडा को रन करते हैं और अपने ही लोगों के लाशों के ऊपर बिजनेस करके और अपने ही शहीदों, अपने ही देश के लोगों को शहीद करके वो पैसे कमाने की पूरी रणनीति पे चलते हैं। और वो सारा पैसा वो बाहर से ऑर्गेनाइज्ड वे में उनके पास आता है। आप देखें बरखा दत्त जैसे लोग शमशान के बाहर जा करके और एक टीन के डब्बे पे लैपटॉप रख करके अपने आप को एक सफल पत्रकार दिखाते हैं अंतरराष्ट्रीय पटल पे, और पाकिस्तानी मीडिया वहां से बैठ करके कहता है कि यहाँ अरुंधति रॉय और बरखा दत्त जैसे अच्छे पत्रकार भी हैं। तो ये पैसा कहाँ से आ रहा है, ये सबको सर्वज्ञात है, क्यों आ रहा है और किस एजेंडा के थ्रू आ रहा है, और वो क्यों इतना खुल के बोल पा रहे हैं। कोई भी व्यक्ति बिना संरक्षण के काम नहीं कर सकता, बिना आर्थिक सहायता के काम नहीं कर सकता जब वो बैटल फील्ड में होता है किसी भी प्रकार की, चाहे वो सामाजिक हो, चाहे वो राजनैतिक हो और चाहे वो मीडिया के थ्रू।
और क्या जिया और दोनों के लिए ये सवाल है, एंड आई विल कट टू द प्रेजेंटेशन आल्सो, क्या ये एक तरह से जो एजेंडा ड्रिवन है, जो जिसको हम कहेंगे ब्रेकिंग इंडिया फोर्सेस, राइट, ये टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग, ये सब एक ही कॉन्फ्लुएंस में आते हैं कि इनको सिर्फ इंडिया को पीछे रखना है, एंड इनका ये क्लियर एजेंडा है, वेदर वे से हिंदुत्व, हिंदुइज्म, इंडिया, धर्म कुछ भी हो जाए, उनके लिए तो हम सब एक ही हैं, उनके लिए कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। ये पॉलिटिकल डिफरेंशिएशन हम लोगों में होगा बिकॉज वी आर ए डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री, डिफरेंसेस ऑफ ओपिनियन तो होना ही है, लेकिन क्यों इंडिया इतना गुड बॉय का एटीट्यूड लेके हर एक जगह पे जाता है? ये जिस तरह से हमारा पुलवामा में ट्रेजेडी हुआ, फिर इंडिया ने एयरफोर्स भेजा ना बालाकोट में, राइट, उसी तरह से जिस तरह से गालवान में हुआ, इंडियन सोल्जर्स वेंट डाउन फाइटिंग, लास्ट मिनट तक लड़ के मर गए सभी, राइट। So when you're openly saying this against Pakistan, when you're openly doing action against China, तो विश्व में जिसका नैरेटिव ये वेस्टर्न सिविलाइजेशन कंट्रोल करता है, मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया कंट्रोल करता है, तो क्यों इंडिया इतना जोर से इनको कह नहीं पाता है? ये सिर्फ ये वेस्टर्न लोगों, गोरों से वैलिडेशन के लिए क्यों इतना तरस जाते हैं? What is this thing attitude? दो लोगों को तो आइडेंटिफाई कर दिया ना, चाइना एंड पाकिस्तान। जी गो अहेड।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए बात ऐसी है कि कितने सालों से, कितने वर्षों से जो हमें सिखाया गया वो उन पद्धतियों पे हम चलते आ रहे हैं। ब्रिटिशर्स के समय से ही हमारा अधिकार जो है, कहने के लिए फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच है, लेकिन आप अगर फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच पे जा करके ये बोलना शुरू कर दें कि जो कास्टिज्म का नैरेटिव है ये हमारे यहाँ था ही नहीं, ये कास्टिज्म का नैरेटिव आया है मुगलों के समय से। हमारे यहाँ पे सभी लोग यज्ञोपवीत करते थे, सभी लोग पूजा करते थे। ये जो डिफरेंशिएशन क्रिएट किया गया, यदि मैं कास्ट की बात करूं और स्पेसिफिक कास्ट की बात करूं, तो भ्रष्टा उठाने जैसा कोई भी कॉन्सेप्ट हमारे भारत में नहीं था। आज भी गांव के अंदर जाएं तो वहां पे भी यदि कोई शौच के लिए जाता है तो वो अपने घर से बाहर खेत में जाता है, इस प्रकार के एनवायरमेंट में जाता है जिससे घर में शौचालय नहीं होता है। किंतु अरब कंट्रीज के अंदर एक कॉन्सेप्ट चलता था वेयर दे यूज्ड टू कीप अ बॉक्स विद अ मड एंड देन दे यूज्ड टू डू these kind of activities, और उसको बाद में साफ किया जाता था। वो ये कार्य जब ये लेकर के आए भारत के अंदर, अपनी जीवन शैली को वो लेकर के आए, तो उन्होंने देखा कि भारत में जिन लोगों को उन्होंने गुलाम बनाया उनसे उन्होंने ये मलिन काम करवाए, और उसके बाद में उन लोगों ने जब अपने जनेऊ त्यागे, जब अपने यज्ञोपवीत त्यागे, उनको भंग किया, तो उनको उनकी कास्ट बना दी भंगी। इस विषय के बारे में हमारे यूथ को आज की डेट में कुछ नहीं पता है। इसलिए जब हमें अपने ही विषय में अच्छे से नहीं पता है तो हम इन सब बातों के अंदर आ जाते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ कास्ट सिस्टम है। हमारे यहाँ कास्ट सिस्टम कभी था ही नहीं, हमारे यहाँ कर्म सिस्टम रहा है हमेशा। तो इस प्रकार के जो नैरेटिव्स क्रिएट किए जाते हैं वो इसी प्रकार से किए जाते हैं। हमको मिस प्रेजेंट तब कोई कर सकता है जब हम अपने आप को सेल्फ प्रेजेंट अच्छे से नहीं करते। वी आर नॉट रिप्रेजेंटिंग आवरसेल्फ, वी आर नॉट स्पीकिंग अगेंस्ट, वी आर रिएक्टिव। जब वो कुछ कहते हैं तब हम कुछ कहते हैं, हम प्रोएक्टिव क्यों नहीं?
What are your thoughts अवधेश जी? क्या हम हमारे में ये जो हम्बल नेचर है, हम किसी को दुख नहीं पहुंचाना चाहते, ये एम्बेडेड है? बट ये एम्बेडेड इतना होता तो हम पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देते हैं, चाइना को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देते हैं, राइट? वी डोंट मिन्स आवर वर्ड्स। हम हमारी जो मन की बात है कह देते हैं ना। तो ये गोरों के सामने ये क्यों इतना हाथ कांपते हैं इनके?
हाथ इसलिए कांपते ना, कभी भी कोई व्यक्ति अपने अपने से नहीं हारता, वो अपनों की वजह से हारता है। हमारे यहाँ तमाम ऐसे लोग हैं। आप एक कुंभ का उदाहरण लीजिए। कुंभ एक ऐसा आयोजन है कि दुनिया में किसी को निमंत्रण उसका नहीं जाता है, लोग अपने आप खींचे चले जाते हैं। इसमें अंग्रेजी शासन को बड़ी दिक्कत होती थी कि एक छोटा सा पंचांग है, उससे एक तिथि निकलती है और उसके बाद पूरा देश उमड़ पड़ता है। ये बड़ा संकट का मामला है। दिक्कत ये है कि हरिद्वार में जब कुंभ हुआ तो उसका वैभव दिखाया गया, उस पर बातें हुई परंपराओं पर कि किस तरीके से चीजें चली। लेकिन आप देख लीजिए, कुछ वेस्टर्न मीडिया और कुछ हमारे भारत के जो पत्रकार थे, उनका फोकस इस पर नहीं था कि इतनी बड़ी हमारी परंपरा है और इतना बड़ा समायोजन है जहां पर जाति धर्म पंथ कुछ भी नहीं देखा जाता। वो ये गिनते रहे कि सामाजिक समरसता के बीच बाबा बिना कपड़ों के क्यों चले आ रहे ना, आज भी उस पर बात होती है। वो ये फैलाने में लगे रहे कि बाबा आए हैं तो कोरोना फैल जाएगा, मतलब मरकज कोरोना नहीं फैलाएगा, कोई बड़े बड़े आयोजन हो जाए तो कोरोना नहीं फैलेगा, किसान आंदोलन में लोग लाखों की संख्या में जुट जाएं तो वो कोरोना नहीं होगा। लेकिन चूंकि सनातन धर्म से जुड़ा सबसे बड़ा आयोजन कुंभ है, तो वहां पर विदेशी मीडिया को भी कोरोना दिखने लगता है और हमारे भारत के कुछ लोग उनको भी कोरोना दिखने लगता है। दो महत्वपूर्ण चीज और हम बात करना चाहते हैं। 2010 में छत्तीसगढ़ के दंतेवाड़ा में नक्सली हमला हुआ, 75 सीआरपीएफ के जवान शहीद हुए, पूरी बस उड़ा दी गई थी। जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय में तो खुशी के मारे वहां खुशियां मनाई गई कि ये बहुत अच्छा हुआ, मार्क्सवाद की जीत हुई और जो सामाजिक समरसता का सिद्धांत है वो जीत गया। सोचिए कि इतनी बड़ी घटना हुई लेकिन मीडिया से वो खबर गायब रही। जो बड़े बड़े तथाकथित बहुत अच्छे पत्रकार बनते हैं वो मौन रहे, क्योंकि उनको अगर वो बोलते तो फिर उनका जो नैरेटिव था वहां पर डिस्टर्ब होता। आप देख लीजिए, भारत तेरे टुकड़े होंगे इंशाल्लाह इंशाल्लाह के नारे लगे जब, तो किस तरीके की स्थितियां रही। तमाम ऐसे पत्रकार थे। जब मैं जी न्यूज का उदाहरण यहाँ पर नाम लेना चाहूंगा, जी न्यूज ने डंके की चोट पर वो वीडियो दिखाया कि किस तरीके से वहां पर भारत तेरे टुकड़े होंगे के नारे लगे। वही एक वक्त था जब वहां से गोदी मीडिया का जो शब्द था एकदम सुछाल दिया गया जी के लिए कि ये गड़बड़ कर रहे हैं। आप सोचिए, भारत में रहकर भारत के विश्वविद्यालय में टुकड़े के नारे लग रहे हैं और अगर आप दिखाते हैं तो गोदी मीडिया हो जाते हैं। बॉलीवुड की बात आ जाती है, दीपिका पादुकोण वहां पर पहुंच जाती है समर्थन में ऐसे नारे लगाने वालों के खिलाफ। तो यही वजह है कि अगर हम लोग सच दिखाएं तो कोई बाहरी व्यक्ति अगर हमारा विरोध करे तो हम लड़ लेंगे, लेकिन अंदर के लोग ये अगर चार खड़े होकर आपके खिलाफ बोलने लगेंगे तो फिर एक कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट होगा और शायद उसी का फायदा, इसी कंफ्यूजन का फायदा बाहरी लोग उठा लेते हैं और उनको कहने का मौका मिल जाता है कि हम तो गलत हो सकते हैं, लेकिन जो आपके भीतर है क्या वो भी गलत है। और यही एक संकट है जो बड़ी मुसीबत कर रहा है। आप छत्तीसगढ़ में जाइए, वहां पर नक्सलवाद बड़ी समस्या है, लेकिन जैसे ही वहां पर कोई एनकाउंटर करती है पुलिस या सीआरपीएफ, तो हमारे देश के बड़े राजनीतिक दल और तथाकथित समाज सेवी, मैं तथाकथित इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि समाज सेवी है नहीं, वो वहां पर अपना एजेंडा चलाने जाते हैं, ये सारे लोग खड़े हो जाते हैं और अपनी आंतरिक सुरक्षा में शहीद होने वाला जवान सवालों के घेरे में हो जाता है, जांच बैठ जाती है। तो इसलिए हम लोग के हाथ कांप जाते हैं। हम लोग मजबूत तो हैं, लेकिन जब अपने भीतर ही छुरा घोंपने वाले बैठे हैं, चाहे वो सियासत हो, चाहे वो बॉलीवुड हो, चाहे वो मीडिया हो, तो फिर तो हमें मुश्किल आएगी। तो यही वजह है कि हमें गोरों की तरफ देखना पड़ जाता है कि अब वो क्या कहेंगे आगे।
अवधेश जी, आपने बहुत सही कहा, बहुत सही कहा। बौद्धिक स्तर पे हम गुलामी के उस दौर से बाहर निकलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। जिया, आपने जो प्रेजेंटेशन भेजा, आई जस्ट वांट टू शेयर द स्क्रीन, लेट अस गो थ्रू दैट प्रेजेंटेशन थोड़ा, इफ वी कैन ऑफर एनी सॉल्यूशन, क्योंकि बातें बहुत हो चुकी, राइट? हमारे पेशेंस का सबने फायदा उठाया। नाउ लेट अस टॉक इफ वी कैन move towards any solution. So let me share the screen. Okay, आप screen देख सकते हैं? You're able to see my screen? Okay, perfect. So why don't you run down this presentation, Jia, and then मैं अवधेश जी से भी पूछूंगा कि उनका क्या solution होगा इसका।
जी, क्योंकि भाषा इंग्लिश यहाँ पे यूज हुई है, तो जिनको इंग्लिश भाषा आती है वो पढ़ सकते हैं, इसलिए मैं हिंदी में बोलना चाहूंगी जिससे सभी तक पहुंच पाए ये चीजें। जी, तो जो एक आपने बोला कि इंडिया एक गुड बॉय इमेज क्यों कैरी करता है, देखिए पहली बात तो हमें शुरू से यही सिखाया जाता है। प्लीज गो टू द प्रेजेंटेशन मोड, somebody is saying just it's not
Can you share your screen?
Just a second. I'll put it.
Or I can do it. मैं भी कर सकता हूँ. You just let me know.
I don't think so. I have a right to.
Okay. Okay. So let me share the screen. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
ठीक है. Let's go to the third slide. The perception about Indian media in the minds of Pravasis and NRIs.
जी, देखिए बाहर जो व्यक्ति रह रहा है विदेश में, मैं भी कई बार भ्रमण पे आती हूँ और बहुत ज्यादा समय रह चुकी हूँ कई कंट्रीज में, तो इतना बिजी शेड्यूल होता है कि हम एनालिसिस का टाइम हमारे पास नहीं होता वहां पे, और हम जो मीडिया को देखते हैं वो यही देखते हैं कि वो क्या दिखा रहा है, उसके बैकग्राउंड पे चीजें क्या चल रही हैं उसको देखने समझने का हमारे पास में ना समय होता है, ना विवेक उस समय होता है, क्योंकि भारत पे रहते हुए जो भी चीजें हम देख रहे हैं, जो चीजें हम समझ रहे हैं, वो वहाँ पे बहुत डिफरेंट तरीके से काम करती हैं। यहाँ का वर्किंग कल्चर, वहाँ का वर्किंग कल्चर बहुत डिफरेंट। तो एनआरआई जो यहाँ से जाते हैं वो सोचते हैं जो दिखाया जा रहा है वो पूर्णतः सत्य है। नैरेटिव बिल्डिंग जैसी चीजें वो बहुत बाद में समझ पाते हैं। जैसे हमारी एज में आते आते, अगर आप मेरी बात करें तो आज 30 वर्ष की उम्र से ऊपर मेरी उम्र हो चुकी है, और अब मैं 25 साल के बाद में मुझे समझ में आया कि नैरेटिव बिल्डिंग भी कोई चीज होती है। तब तक मुझे लगता था जो दिख रहा है मुझे वो सत्य दिख रहा है, जो दिखाया जा रहा है वो सत्य दिखाया जा रहा है, जो बताया जा रहा है सत्य बताया जा रहा है। तो उनको यही लगता है कि जो भी हमें दिखाया जा रहा है वो सच है। सो उस परसेप्शन को पहली बात उन्हें क्लियर करना होगा, ठीक है। और ऐसे इन्फ्लुएंशियल लोग ढूंढे जाते हैं झूठ को प्रोजेक्ट करने के लिए, और इतनी बार झूठ बोला जाता है कि जितनी बार झूठ बोला जाएगा उतनी बार वो सत्य लगने लगेगा। यदि आपको, ये एक साइकोलॉजिकल इमेजिंग है कि आपको, यदि मैं सुबह से शाम तक एक बात को बोलते रहूं तो कहीं ना कहीं वो थॉट प्रोसेस में आपके जाकर के जम जाएगा और आप उसको सत्य मानने लगेंगे। जिस प्रकार से ये बोला जाता है कि भारत की खोज वास्को डी गामा ने की थी, ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन हमें पढ़ाया इतना गया है कि अब हमारे बच्चे वही पढ़ने लगे हैं और वही मानने लगे हैं काफी स्तर तक। तो भारत सदैव रहा था और वास्को डिगामा वहां पे नाव के थ्रू आ गए और वो दिखा दिया, क्योंकि उनके लिए उस समय भारत की खोज हुई, इसलिए वो भारत की खोज हुई उनके लिए। हमारे लिए तो भारत पहले से ही था, राइट। तो ये सारी चीजें हैं। And here it is, I have mentioned public diplomacy in the tool of deal with the issues. तो आप देखिए public diplomacy जो है and communicate directly with the citizens in simple term. तो मैं इसीलिए हिंदी भाषा का प्रयोग भी कर रही हूँ कि हमारे यहाँ पे जितनी आप देखेंगे जितने भी लेफ्टिस्ट मीडिया हैं वो इतने जबरदस्त एक्सपर्टाइजेशन ऑन द लैंग्वेजेस रखते हैं और इतना टर्मोइड करके चीजों को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं कि आम आदमी को जिस्ट ऑफ द इशू समझ में ही नहीं आए। वो आधे समय तो समझने में ही लगा देता है कि क्या चल रहा है। आउट ऑफ दैट इशू उसको जो चीजें हाईलाइट करनी होती हैं, जैसे कि जेएनयू की बात कर रहे थे थोड़े दिन पहले, अभी कुछ घंटों पहले, तो उसके अंदर देखिए आप जेएनयू के अंदर एक चीज की गई, महिषासुर दिवस, इस प्रकार से इन चीजों को प्रेजेंट किया जाता है। महिषासुर को दिखाया गया दलित। दलित का सबसे बड़ा अर्थ ये है कि जिसका दलन हुआ हो। दलन मतलब होते हैं जिसको दबाया गया हो, दमन होने वाला। सो इस प्रकार की चीजें हमारे मीडिया के थ्रू क्रिएट की जाती हैं, और बाहर बैठा हुआ जो एनआरआई है वो देखता है, वो सोचता है कि नहीं नहीं बिल्कुल ये तो बात सत्य है कि कोई भील व्यक्ति था और उसके साथ जो इतना बुरा प्रकार का हुआ उसको दबाया गया, क्योंकि उसके पास समय नहीं है अपना ही शास्त्र पढ़ने का, और हमारे यहाँ अनुमति नहीं है अपने ही शास्त्र पढ़ाने की। ये भारत की सबसे बड़ी कमी रही है, और हम चाहे कितनी भी बातें कर लें ये तब तक नहीं बदलेगा जब तक कि हम अपने शास्त्र नहीं पढ़ेंगे, हम अपनी आइडेंटिटी को खुद नहीं जानेंगे। अब मैं सॉल्यूशंस पे आती हूँ। देखिए परेशानियां सबको मालूम है क्या चल रही हैं। मीडिया कैसे चलित होता है, मीडिया में 3 सेगमेंट होते हैं, राइट राइट। मीडिया में if we want to go at the slide ways, so it will be literally really long and I guess we have short time थोड़ा सा, तो मैं सीधे इसके ऊपर आऊंगी कि अब हमारे पास सॉल्यूशन क्या है इस चीज को ब्रेक करने के लिए। आप देखें वायर जैसी चीजें हो गई, क्विंट जैसी जो चैनल्स जो छोटी छोटी आइडेंटिटी इन्होंने क्रिएट की, ये क्या करते हैं कि ये समय अनुसार नैरेटिव बिल्ड करके न्यूज दिखाते हैं और कुछ समय बाद उस न्यूज को हटा देते हैं, और जब तक ये आता है कि ये फैक्चुअल है, एक्चुअल है, उस समय तक वो न्यूज हट चुकी होती है उस पोर्टल से और ये कह दिया जाता है कि ये फैक्चुअल न्यूज थी, सॉरी हाँ राइट। तो इसको ये बता दिया जाता है कि ये नहीं, दिस इज नॉट फैक्ट चेक के अंदर ये आ जाता है कि नहीं, ये तो नैरेटिव है ही नहीं, ये तो हमने कुछ लिखा ही नहीं इस प्रकार से। तो हमें भी हम क्यों नहीं करते इस प्रकार की चीजें? हमें भी अपनी मीडिया के अंदर 3 सेगमेंट ऑफ मीडिया निकाल करके हमें भी ऐसा ही करना चाहिए। व्हाई वी डू नॉट टॉक अबाउट दैट हाउ इस्लामिस्ट has taken over many countries। आज जिस समय बात होनी चाहिए तालिबान डिसमेंटल होने की, वहां पे बात होती है हिंदुइज्म डिसमेंटल होने की। मैं पूछना चाहूंगी कि कौन सा ऐसा देश है जहां पर के जाकर के हमने आतंकी हमले किए हों? हम जहां गए हैं वहां उस देश को, उस राष्ट्र को, उस भूमि को हमने समृद्ध किया है अपने कार्य कौशल से, अपनी प्रतिभाओं से और यहाँ तक आर्थिक रूप से। तो सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये भी है कि हम मुखर होकर के बात नहीं करते। सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है हमारा मुखर होकर बोलना। ये भय हमें इसी प्रकार से मार देगा यदि हम निर्भीक होकर के बात करना नहीं सीखेंगे। हमें हर बात को खुल करके बोलना चाहिए। मृत्यु तो एक दिन आनी ही है सबको, तो इसलिए इसका भय ना रखते हुए कि हमारा क्या होगा, हमें अपना एक पाथ बनाना चाहिए। बहुत अच्छी चीज हुई है इस गवर्नमेंट में कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत की जो बात की गई है, आप देखें कि जो भी जॉब्स हैं वो कितनी हैं, हाउ मेनी जॉब्स आर देयर। अगर गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स की बात करें तो 2% ऑफ द कंप्लीट पॉपुलेशन ऑफ इंडिया वी आर प्रोवाइडिंग जॉब्स। लेकिन हमारा जो बेसिक बिजनेस छीन लिया गया, वो कैसे छीना गया? आपको दिखाया जाता है, हमारे बच्चों को दिखाया जाता है कि आप पढ़िए लिखिए, अपना कोई बिजनेस मत करिए, डू नॉट बिकम एन इंडिपेंडेंट पर्सन और यू हैव योर ओन बिजनेस। इन स्पाइट ऑफ दैट यू बिकम अ स्लेव, you get attain knowledge and work for us, we will be paying you and you will be working as per our guidance and instructions। तो हम गुलामी से बाहर आ ही नहीं सकते जब तक कि हम अपनी इच्छा से काम नहीं कर रहे हैं। दूसरी बात कि इसको हम ब्रेक कैसे करें। बहुत सारे लोगों के यहाँ पे मैसेजेस में मैं देख रही हूँ कि अब हमें सॉल्यूशंस पे बात करनी चाहिए। सॉल्यूशन यही है कि हमें उनके ही वे में उनको अटैक करना चाहिए। जिस प्रकार से वो बातें करते हैं मीडिया के अंदर, हमें उस प्रकार के मीडिया सेगमेंट्स के विषय पे बात करना चाहिए। Why we have to be always defensive and why we have to why we do not
before we come to that, I'm just asking our audience to compile their questions. Let me ask the same question to Avdesh ji कि ये जो डिफेंसिव एटीट्यूड है उसको तो देखिए बहुत से ऐसे टीवी चैनल्स हैं और एंकर्स हैं जो बड़े एग्रेसिवली बात करते हैं, राइट? बट जो आउटवर्ड लेंस है अभी तक इंडिया ने डेवलप नहीं किया, क्योंकि उसमें बहुत इन्वेस्टमेंट करना जरूरी होता है। बहुत से ग्लोबल लेवल पे चैनल्स को ऑपरेट करना, उसको स्टाफ करना, करस्पॉन्डेंट्स को हर एक जगह पे बेस करना बहुत खर्चा वाला मामला है। जो अभी तक जो पेट्रियोटिक लेंस से काम करने वाले टेलीविजन चैनल्स को शायद वो मार्केट सेगमेंट इतना अट्रैक्टिव नहीं लगा हो, या व्हाटएवर रीजन उन्होंने अभी तक स्टार्ट नहीं किया है। एक दो चैनल्स हम भी देखते हैं, बट बहुत छोटा सा प्रयास है। तो आपको क्या लगता है सोल्यूशन कैसा होना चाहिए अवधेश जी?
बिल्कुल, देखिए पहले तो डिफेंसिव वाले मोड पे आते हैं। डिफेंसिव रहना ये वक्त की जरूरत भी है, क्योंकि जो हमारा अनुच्छेद 19 है जिसमें हमें अभिव्यक्ति की स्वतंत्रता मिली है, उसमें साफ तौर से क्या है कि हम अभिव्यक्त तो हम सब कर सकते हैं, लेकिन तब तक जब तक कि वो कानून व्यवस्था के लिए खतरा ना हो जाए, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संबंधों में दरार ना आ जाए, उससे कोई दिक्कत ना आ जाए। अगर कोई हमारे समाज के बीच बहक जाता है, उसकी मानसिकता आक्रामक है, उसकी मानसिकता आपराधिक है, तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि हम जवाब देने के लिए हम भी आपराधिक हो जाएंगे, या वो अगर वो गाली दे रहे हैं तो हम भी गाली देंगे। हाँ, इतना जरूर है कि हमें उन चीजों को तर्क के साथ काउंटर करना पड़ेगा। जैसे जिया जी ने अभी बोला, मैं उदाहरण इसलिए दे रहा हूँ क्योंकि एक पक्ष तो घटना का आता है, लेकिन दूसरा पक्ष छिप जाता है। दूसरे पक्ष को दिखाने की हिम्मत लानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन खतरा ये है कि दूसरा पक्ष आप जैसे ही लाएंगे वैसे ही सांप्रदायिक शक्तियां बहुत तेजी से सामने आती हैं। जैसा कि जिया जी ने बताया कि महिषासुर के वध का दिवस मनाया जाता है, लेकिन उसको लेकर जब बवाल हुआ तो तमाम राजनीतिक दल ही बैकफुट पर आए। बवाल इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि वध का तो मनाना तक ठीक है, आपका बड़ी आस्था का मना लीजिए वध दिवस, लेकिन उसमें ये भी दावा किया गया कि जो दुर्गा थी वो दरअसल देवी ना होकर वैश्या थी, 9 दिन तक वो महिषासुर के साथ रहीं और उसके बाद उन्होंने वध किया। तो सोचिए आपके देवी देवताओं को ऐसा कहा जा रहा है और डिफेंसिव मोड में रहेंगे तो आप हिंदुत्व बचा नहीं सकते हैं। फिर इस तरीके की शक्तियां देश और विदेश में आपके खिलाफ काम करें कि उन्हें पता चल चुका है कि आप इतने डिफेंसिव हो गए हैं कि आपको अपने अस्तित्व का भान नहीं है। दूसरा संकट जो आता है कि आप अगर कोई घटना कहीं पर हो जाए, अगर दो समुदाय आपस में लड़ गए, मॉब लिंचिंग का आप उदाहरण ले लीजिए, अगर किसी हिंदू की लिंचिंग हो गई है तब तो वो खबर नहीं है, सत्य है, ये बहुत बड़ा मामला हो जाए तो अलग बात है। लेकिन अगर कहीं दुर्भाग्य से किसी मुस्लिम की लिंचिंग हो गई तो वो नेशनल मीडिया पर और इंटरनेशनल मीडिया पर आ जाती है, वो बहुत बड़ी खबर हो जाती है। तो हमें इस सिलेक्शन से बचना होगा। दूसरा, राष्ट्रवाद की जब आप बात करते हैं तो आपको ऐसा पेश किया जाता है कि जैसे आप कितने बड़े सांप्रदायिक है, जबकि अहम राष्ट्रीय संगमनी चिकित्सा प्रथमा यज्ञा नाम कहा गया है कि जो राष्ट्र है उसको समृद्धि देने वाली जो शक्ति है उसके यज्ञ में हम प्रथम पशु बने, ये हमारा कर्तव्य है। तो लोगों को ये भी समझाना पड़ेगा कि जो राष्ट्र है वो नहीं है जो पश्चिमी लोग या जो मार्क्सवादी लोग या जो इस्लामी लोग कह देते हैं, जो उन्होंने परिभाषा दे दी। हमें अपने बच्चों को पढ़ाना होगा, बताना होगा हमारी जनरेशन को कि राष्ट्र की परिभाषा क्या है। कुछ
अरे वो आ रहा है, वेबिनार आ रहा है।
बताया कि नैरेटिव क्रिएट होते हैं। आप देख लीजिए हिंदुइज्म कहा जाता है, हम हिंदुत्व में तो आ जाएंगे। वह जो प्रत्यय है, तो प्रत्यय का मतलब हुआ है कि किसी चीज का अस्तित्व हम बता रहे हैं, तो हिंदू का अस्तित्व है तो हिंदू। लेकिन जब हम हिंदू कह देते हैं तो हम अपनी ही इज्म का मतलब में देखिए, इज्म का मतलब ऐसा सिद्धांत जो सप्रेसिव हो, जो किसी विचारधारा को बढ़ाता हो, जो दबाने की बात करता हो, जो अपने आप को सर्वोच्च बताता हो। तो हिंदू धर्म में तो ऐसा है नहीं, तो सनातन परंपरा है। तो हमें शब्दों के खेल से भी बचना होगा। हिंदुत्व तो हो सकता है लेकिन हिंदुइज्म नहीं है, क्योंकि इज्म तमाम चीजें हो सकती हैं जो पंथ हैं। हमारा पंथ नहीं, हमारी तो सनातन परंपरा चली आ रही है, उससे हमें बचना होगा। और सॉल्यूशन इसका यही है कि केवल जो मीडिया है, अभी 17-18 साल का इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया हुआ है, प्रिंट मीडिया जो भी हुआ, लेकिन हमें सोशल मीडिया पर जाना होगा। आप देखिए जो मार्क्सवादी लोग हैं उन्होंने अपना एक ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म गढ़ लिया, जो बहुजन, जो दलित की बात करते हैं उन्होंने बहुजन मीडिया बना लिया, तमाम अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर आ चुके हैं। आजकल पॉडकास्ट है, आप देख लीजिए ऐसे पॉडकास्ट पर जहर उगले जा रहे हैं जिनकी कोई सीमा नहीं है। तो हमें हर प्लेटफॉर्म पर जाकर बड़े ही शालीनता के साथ, अपने समझ के साथ उन चीजों को काटना होगा, उन तथ्यों का। जैसे कि अपने यहाँ कहा गया कि अयम निज परोवेति गणना लोक चेत साम उदार चरिता नाम तू वसुदेव कुटुंब का मतलब वो हमारा है नहीं है। हम उदार चरित तभी है जब वसुदेव कुटुंब, पूरा परिवार हमारा, जो धरती हमारा परिवार है। लेकिन हमें कबीर का दोहा भी याद रखना पड़ेगा कि अति का भला न बोलना, अति की भली न धूप, अति का भला न बोलना, अति की भली न चूप। मतलब कि कोई अगर लगातार बोलता जा रहा है और हम चुप्पी साध कर रखें तो अति कहीं भी अच्छी नहीं होती। तो हम अति में फंस गए हैं, उस अति से बाहर निकलना होगा, ये इसका समाधान है। जो तमाम डिजाइनर पत्रकार जिनको हम बोलते हैं, क्योंकि गोदी मीडिया के खिलाफ एक डिजाइनर पत्रकार का शब्द आया है, इनको समाज के बीच में एक्सपोज करना होगा हमें, और इन तमाम तथ्यों पर सवाल पूछने होंगे, लोगों को समझाना होगा। और इसमें जो अभी जो कार्यक्रम हम कर रहे हैं इसको और बड़े लेवल पर हमें बहुत जल्दी करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि वो जो वर्ग है वो बड़ा सक्रिय है और इतनी जल्दी नैरेटिव बढ़ता है कि हम लोग समझ भी नहीं पाते। तो हमें
लेकिन अवधेश जी, एक मैं बात करेक्ट करूं आपको, एक्सीलेंट पॉइंट। लेकिन उनका टेम्पलेट बड़ा सेट होता है, उनके टेम्पलेट में कोई डिफरेंशिएशन नहीं होती है। उनकी जो टूल किट होती है ना, वो बार बार रिपीट होती है। यानी हमको सिर्फ एक ढाल बन के एक आर्मर को तैयार करके उसको फ्लोट करना है। जिस तरह से मैं बार बार यही कहता हूं, इंडिया को पाकिस्तान से कैसे डील करना है पता है, चीन से कैसे डील करना है पता है, बिकॉज ये एक ही तरह से उनका ऑफेंसिव ये पोजीशनिंग होता है। लेकिन वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड को जो प्रोएक्टिवली हमको उनकी इसको अटैकिंग मोड पे जाना है वो भी पता है, सिर्फ हमने इम्प्लीमेंटेशन नहीं किया, क्योंकि वो जो थिंक टैंक है, जो थॉट प्रोसेस है, उसको हमने स्ट्रक्चर नहीं दिया हुआ है। बट कंटिन्यू, एक्सीलेंट पॉइंट जी।
देखिए
जैसा कि एक विश्व में धारणा बनाई जाती है कि भारत में जाति प्रथा बहुत है, जो निम्न जातियां, जिनको निम्न कह दिया, निम्न माना नहीं कि अपने गया, लेकिन कहा गया कि उनको बहुत दबाया गया। आप देख लिए रामायण ऐसा महाकाव्य है जो पूरे विश्व में बड़े सम्मान के साथ पढ़ा जाता है। अगर निचली जातियों को दबाया गया होता या फिर हम किसी जीव मात्र के प्रति दया नहीं होती, एक बहुत उसमें प्रसिद्ध श्लोक है कि वाल्मीकि लिखते हैं कि मां निषाद प्रतिष्ठान तुम गम शाश्वती समा यत क्रौंच मिथुना एकम वधे कामोहितम। दो क्रौंच के जोड़े थे, वो आपस में उनका जो भी चल रहा था प्रेम, उसमें एक बहेली आया, उसने तीर मारा और एक क्रॉन्च की मौत हो गई। मतलब एक पक्षी का इतना सम्मान है हमारे धर्म में, सनातन धर्म में, कि उसके लिए वाल्मीकि ने श्राप दिया कि तुमने प्रेम में मोहित क्रॉन्च के जोड़े को मारा है तो तुम्हें कभी प्रतिष्ठा नहीं मिलेगी। तो हम इतने हिंसात्मक हैं। उस दौर में अगर ये कह दिया जाए, अब सोचिए वाल्मीकि अगर हम जाएं तो वाल्मीकि किस जाति से आए थे, लेकिन हमारे वो पूज्य हैं। इसके अलावा बहुत सारे ऐसे उदाहरण हैं, आप देख लीजिए। आप हिंदू मुस्लिम की बात कही जाती है, अब रस्थान जी की समाधि है वृंदावन में, गोकुल में, वहां पर हर हिंदू धर्म का अनुयायी जाता है, वहां पर उनको प्रणाम करता है, मत्था टेकता है। तो हमारी परंपरा में कहीं ये हिंदू मुस्लिम वाली बात है नहीं। जैसा कि आपने कहा कि जो चीजें हैं, जो पश्चिमी वर्ल्ड का नैरेटिव, जिनका टेम्पलेट है इतना फिक्स है कि अपना काम कर जाते हैं, उसी टेम्पलेट को हमें सबको मिलकर तोड़ना होगा। और सबसे बड़ी बात देखिए, तारीफ भी शत्रु की कर देनी चाहिए। हम शत्रु इसलिए करें क्योंकि हमारे देश को तोड़ना चाहते हैं, वो पढ़ते बहुत हैं।
देखिए, पता नहीं आपका म्यूट क्यों हो गया।
जी, अचानक से आवाज।
जी,
हाँ जी।
हाँ हाँ
देखिए देखिए, परेशानी ये है कि देखिए, एक ऑथर है ऑनरे ट्रस्की, राइट, जिसने एक बुक लिखी थी हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया। अब आप ये बताएं, उसको उसको $60,000 मिले थे ये बुक लिखने के लिए, और मिलाइनिंग इंडियन हिस्ट्री।
नहीं,
तो
ये जो
आप
ऑड्री ट्रस्की है, मैं आपको बात बताऊं, ये जो औरंगजेब के ऊपर लिखते फिरती है, रटगर्स यूनिवर्सिटी ने उसको जो पोजीशन दिया, उसके साथ साथ यूएस गवर्नमेंट ने उसके $2 मिलियन का फंड दिया हुआ है। अब मैं कहता हूं बीजेपी वालों को जाके अमेरिका से पूछिए, ये जहर जो खोल के बैठी है यहाँ पे, अपने बच्चे यहाँ पे 30,000 लोग जाके रटगर्स यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ते हैं। आप बताइए इनको कि हम हमारे बच्चे नहीं भेजेंगे।
मैं कहती हूँ बीजेपी, सपा, कांग्रेस, मैं इनसे नहीं कहूंगी, मैं आपसे और मुझसे कहूंगी। हमारी कई ज्यादा संख्या है बीजेपी के कुछ गिने चुने लोगों से। हम क्यों नहीं शोर मचाते? हम क्यों इंडिपेंडेंट हैं उनके ऊपर? हमें शोर मचाना चाहिए एज एन सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया। हमें इस प्रकार की जो ऑनलाइन पिटिशन यहाँ वहां से चलते आ रहे हैं, हम यहाँ से क्यों नहीं पार्टिसिपेट करते? सबके हाथों में स्मार्टफोन है, सभी लोग इसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं। एक्टिव पार्टिसिपेशन की रिक्वायरमेंट है। अब मैं आती हूँ सॉल्यूशंस के ऊपर। सॉल्यूशन क्या है? पहले तो हमें अपना मीडिया सेटअप क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने किया हुआ है। हम समझ रहे हैं कि वर्षों पूर्व से वो कार्य करते आ रहे हैं, इस पे समय हमारे पास कम है, लेकिन उस छोटे ही समय में हमें एक इफेक्टिव मीडिया बनाना पड़ेगा, एक अपने लिए एक प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा। सेकेंड थिंग है कि हमें स्कॉलर्स बिठाने पड़ेंगे, जो स्कॉलर्स अपने हमारे ज्ञान के विषय में, हमारी हिस्ट्री के विषय में अच्छी पूर्णता जानते हो, जानकारी रखते हो, और हमारी हिस्ट्री के विषय में वो उनका रेफरेंस लेकर के ना पढ़ें। क्योंकि हमारी हिस्ट्री तो तभी मिलाइन हो गई थी जब इन्होंने ट्रांसलेशन किया था हमारी हिस्ट्री का। जब इन्होंने रामायण का ट्रांसलेशन किया, जब इन्होंने महाभारत का ट्रांसलेशन किया, उसी दिन उसके अंदर कौन कौन सी विविधताएं ला करके डाल दी, क्या क्या मिला दिया, हमें अभी भी ज्ञात नहीं है और हम उसको पढ़ते हैं। तो जब तक हम परफेक्टली उसको नहीं पढ़ेंगे, जब तक हम उसे जानेंगे नहीं, उसको प्रेजेंट नहीं कर पाएंगे। इसके लिए सेट ऑफ पीपल वी हैव टू कीप इन इंडिया और समवेयर लाइक डिफरेंट प्लेसेस, जो अच्छे स्कॉलर्स हैं उनको एकत्रित करना पड़ेगा, जो हिस्ट्री को जोग्राफिकली प्रेजेंट कर पाए। क्योंकि हिस्ट्री किसकी होती है? हिस्ट्री एक क्षेत्र की होती है, एक राष्ट्र की होती है। राष्ट्र क्या है? राष्ट्र एक भौगोलिक पटल पे एक स्पेस है जहाँ पे किसी राष्ट्र को निहित है कि यहाँ पे है। तो उस रीजन की हिस्ट्री, उसका कल्चर एक प्लेस से रिलेटेड है, उसको हम हिस्ट्री को जब ज्योग्राफी के साथ प्रेजेंट करेंगे तभी हम तथ्यात्मक बात कर पाएंगे। दूसरा कि नैरेटिव बिल्डर्स की एक टीम होनी चाहिए जिस प्रकार से ये कार्य करते हैं, कि वो नैरेटिव सेट करे। और नैरेटिव, जैसे हम जब सत्य की बात करेंगे तो नैरेटिव सेट करने की बात ही नहीं आएगी। जैसे मैं आज कहती हूँ कि मोहम्मद जो है वो मक्का में जन्मे थे, और भारत के रहने वाले प्रत्येक जो मुसलमान है वो इस्लाम के अनुयायी है, वो मुसलमान नहीं है। कोई भी व्यक्ति जो तुर्क या फिर अरब कंट्री से बाहर पैदा हुआ है, वो सिर्फ मात्र इस्लाम का अनुयायी ही हो सकता है, वो सच्चा मुसलमान नहीं हो सकता, वो कन्वर्टेड मुसलमान है। भारत के अंदर औरंगजेब से 2-2 और 4-4 आने ले करके कन्वर्ट होने वाले, या डर के कन्वर्ट होने वाले, आज किसी उस रेपिस्ट कल्चर वाले इस्लाम के लोगों को कहते हैं कि वो जो है, वो हमने इस देश पे राज किया है। मूर्खों, तुमने इस देश पे राज नहीं किया, तुम हमारी स्त्रियों को ही हरम में रखा गया था, और उनसे मिलिशियस जो आउटकम है वो तुम लोग हो। दैट इज व्हाट यू हैव बिकम, राइट? एंड देन यू आर सेइंग दैट यू नो वी आर द एंसेस्टर ऑफ किंगडम। हाउ कैन यू से दैट? दे आर नॉट एंसेस्टर्स ऑफ द किंग्स। तो ये सारी चीजें ये कब क्लियर होंगी? किसी हमारे बच्चों को नहीं मालूम है कि हरम क्या था, हमारे बच्चा पढ़ता ही नहीं है, वो उसको तो बताया जाता है द ग्रेट अकबर, उसको नहीं बताया जाता द ग्रेट चोला, द ग्रेट अशोका, द ग्रेट चाणक्य, नहीं पढ़ाया जाता है।
एक चीज मैं और ऐड कर दूंगा आपकी
अवधेश जी आप ऐड कीजिए और मैं लोगों से सवाल लूंगा। आई नो वी आर हमारे 15 मिनट प्रोग्राम से चले गए थे, सो आई बोरोड 5 मिनट्स फ्रॉम अदर प्रोग्राम्स टाइम। सो गो अहेड अवधेश जी, गो अहेड।
चीजें मैंने सोशल मीडिया पर कैंपेन देखा कुछ दिन पहले कि ये वहां पर स्थापित करने की कोशिश की जा रही थी जिसको हम बोलते हैं अग्नि परीक्षा सीता जी की। तो अग्नि परीक्षा तो ठीक है, आप उस पर सवाल उठा लीजिए, लेकिन अग्नि परीक्षा को उन्होंने वर्जिनिटी टेस्ट का नाम दे दिया कि वो टेस्ट हुआ। तो उस पर बड़ा झगड़ा हुआ सोशल मीडिया पे, हालांकि उनका गैंग इतना बड़ा है कि आप भिड़ते रहिए। तो सोचिए इस तरीके से नैरेटिव बिल्ड हो। और एक छोटा सा उदाहरण देना चाहूंगा, स्वामी पंचानंद है जो गुवाहाटी में कामाख्या पीठ है उसके पीठाधीश्वर। एक बार उनसे मैंने कुंभ में सवाल किया कि बताइए कि कुंभ आपका हर 3 साल में लगता है एक जगह, सनातन धर्म की हालत इतनी क्यों खराब है? उन्होंने कहा मैं बताता हूँ, जो सिख हैं, सिख समुदाय है, अपने बच्चों को पढ़ाता लिखाता है, अच्छी शिक्षा देता है, लेकिन ये बताता है कि बेटा अगर तुम्हें जब धर्म की बात आ जाए तो कटार जरूर चलाना, क्योंकि धर्म सर्वोपरि है। इस्लाम की बात आ जाए, ये कहा जाता है कि पढ़ो लिखो दुनिया में आगे बढ़ो नाम करो, लेकिन अगर धर्म की बात आए तो जिहाद कर देना। लेकिन आप क्या करते हैं, आपका बच्चा घर में खेल रहा होता है, अगर बाहर जाने की जिद करे तो आप कहते हैं बेटा बाहर मत जाना, बाबा उठा ले जाएगा। तो आपने अपने बाबा को पहले बता दिया कि बाबा आपका चोर है। तो जब आप अपने धर्म और धर्म धुरंधरों को चोर बता रहे हैं तो आपका धर्म किसी कीमत पर नहीं बचेगा। तो हमें बच्चों को और अपनी पीढ़ी को सम्मान सिखाना होगा। और ये जो अग्नि परीक्षा को वर्जिनिटी टेस्ट का जो लोग नाम दे रहे हैं, जो नैरेटिव क्रिएट हो रहे हैं, इस पर बड़ी पैनी नजर रख के इनका खंडन करना पड़ेगा, वरना स्थिति आपे से बाहर हो जाए।
बिल्कुल। सो लेट अस टेक सम क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम द ऑडियंस। 5 ही मिनट बचे हैं। सो एक क्वेश्चन है कि इंडियन गवर्नमेंट क्यों नहीं एक्ट करती है? सो टेक दैट जिया।
जी देखिए, इंडियन गवर्नमेंट एक सेट ऑफ फोरम और सेट ऑफ प्रोसेस से काम करती आ रही है बहुत पहले से, जो कि डिसाइडेड है। पिछले कई वर्षों से जो एक पद्धति चली आ रही है उस मॉनिटरिंग को तोड़ने के लिए थोड़ा समय लग रहा है। लेकिन मैंने देखा है कि कुछ समय से इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत अच्छे काम किए हैं। और डेफिनेटली शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में इंडियन गवर्नमेंट को समरसता और समानता की बात करनी पड़ेगी। अगर आप मदरसे को फंड दे रहे हो तो गुरुकुल को भी फंड दो। अगर आप कुरान को पढ़ने के लिए सही बता रहे हो तो आप फिर शास्त्र भी पढ़ने के लिए हमें अनुमति दो। हमें अनुमति की अपने ही देश में अपने ही ग्रंथ पढ़ने की अनुमति क्यों चाहिए? तो इस विषय पे हमें चर्चा करनी पड़ेगी, इस विषय पे काम करना पड़ेगा।
तो अवधेश जी, हर एक कंट्री में जो भी प्रो उस कंट्री होता है, आखिर कतार एयरवेज अल जजीरा को पैसा देती है। अल जजीरा पूरे विश्व में अपना प्रोपेगेंडा करती है। और पता है कतार एयरवेज का सबसे बड़ा फंडर कौन है? हम खुद भारतीय वासी। उनका कतार एयरवेज सबसे ज्यादा अपने लोग चढ़ते हैं और वो जाके अपने इंडिया के खिलाफ ही प्रोपेगेंडा करते हैं। ये इंडियन गवर्नमेंट क्यों नहीं करती है? यानी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, आपके योगी जी हो या कोई और हो, मोदी जी हो, ये क्यों नहीं करते हैं? डरते हैं क्या?
नहीं, डरते तो नहीं है, लेकिन देखिए जब आप एक देश को चलाते हैं तो बहुत सारी बाध्यताएं होती हैं। जैसे जो लोग उटपटांग बोलते हैं, जब तक कानून व्यवस्था न बिगड़ जाए तब तक किसी कानून का उल्लंघन नहीं, क्योंकि उनकी अभिव्यक्ति हो, भले ही उल्टा बोलें, वहां पर समस्या आ जाती है। कोई अगर एयरलाइन पूरे विश्व में काम कर रही है तो उस पर आप जो बंदिश है, किसी तरीके की बंदिश आप नियमों के दायरे में रहकर ही लगा सकते हैं, जो बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इसका सबसे अच्छा इलाज सरकार न होकर समाज है। आप देखिए, जैसे आमिर खान ने एक मंच पर कहा था कि उनकी पत्नी को भारत में डर लगता है। क्या शानदार जवाब भारतीयों ने दिया। स्नैपडील लोगों ने इस्तेमाल करना बंद कर दिया और वो हालत हुई कि स्नैपडील को हम आमिर खान से अपने जो एम्बेसडर बनाया था उसको वापस लेना पड़ा। और इतना ही नहीं, तमाम जो ब्रांड एंडोर्समेंट थे वो चले गए और उसके बाद से उनको डर लगना बंद हो गया। तो कुछ जैसे जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय व्यापार से जुड़ी संस्थाएं, चाहे कतर एयरवेज, चाहे तमाम चीजें हों। अब देखिए चाइना से हमारा इतना मामला चल रहा है गड़बड़, लेकिन हम व्यापार नहीं बंद कर सकते क्योंकि वो हमारी जरूरत है, हम उनकी जरूरत है। दवाइयों का जो रॉ मटेरियल है बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में वहां से हमारे पास आ रहा है। तो वो चीज तो सरकार के स्तर पर बहुत ज्यादा संभव नहीं हो पाती। इसकी जिम्मेदारी समाज को लेनी होगी, देश के लोगों को लेनी होगी, क्योंकि कोई अगर उल्टा बोल रहा है तो वो उसकी अभिव्यक्ति की स्वतंत्रता हो गई, वो संवैधानिक संरक्षण उसको मिला हुआ है जब तक बवाल ना हो जाए। और कतर एयरवेज किसको फंड कर रही है, वो मसला भारत सरकार उस पर एक्शन तब तक नहीं ले सकती जब तक कि खुले सबूत ना आ जाए कि उन्होंने भारत में कोई बड़ा कांड कर दिया। तो ये एक प्रशासनिक मजबूरी है।
बिल्कुल अवधेश जी, एक्सेलेंट पॉइंट्स। ये as always exciting talking to both of you. I wish, मैं चाहता हूँ ऐसे सेशंस और हों ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग के लिए, जो पब्लिक भी ये जाने कि हमारी जो सीमाएं हैं, हमारी जो फ्रेमवर्क्स हैं, उसको उसके अंदर ही हम वी आर ट्राइंग आवर बेस्ट टू प्रोटेक्ट हिंदू धर्म, प्रोजेक्ट इंडिया पॉजिटिवली। और बाहर रह के हम तो, मैं कहता हूं, मैं अपने लोगों को कहता हूं कि ये अज्ञातवास में भी हमने whatever little possible, क्योंकि ये ऐसा कंट्री कोई दूध का धुला नहीं है जिसमें से हम बात कर रहे हैं, राइट। यहाँ पे भी इतना एजेंडा इंडिया के खिलाफ किया जाता है। दुख यही होता है कि इंडिया में बैठे लोग सोचते हैं कि अरे अमेरिका चले गए तो वहां पे राज कर रहे होंगे। नहीं भाई, यहाँ पे भी डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हमारे खिलाफ बहुत होता है, फिर भी हम झंडा लेके, ये इंडिया फ्लैग यहीं पे पड़ा है। यही आज मैं गया था प्रोटेस्ट करने के लिए। दिस इज व्हाट वी डू। बट क्या करें, रिसोर्सेस इससे ज्यादा कहाँ से मिले हमको, राइट। वी आर डूइंग आवर बेस्ट। नया इंडिया जब उभर के इकोनॉमिक सुपर पावर भी होगा, तब ये ऐसे रिसोर्सेस और भी जुड़ेंगे, और अवधेश जी से जैसे लोग और उन्नति में जाएं, मंजरी जैसे लोग और प्रोग्रेसिवली अपना थॉट्स एक्सप्रेस कर पाएं। ये जो 70 इयर्स का हमारे
मैं
ऊपर जो
2
ये
सेकंड
था।
लूंगी और एक बात कहना चाहूंगी कि देखिए,
हाँ,
आप हम हमारे यहाँ बदलाव तभी आएगा। पहली बात कि हमें कंसंट्रेट करना है आत्मनिर्भर बनने के लिए। हमें नौकरशाही जो चल रही है, जो उससे निकल करके सोचना पड़ेगा तब। पहला। दूसरा, हमें 8 साल से 16 साल के बच्चों के अंदर संस्कार और विद्या, संपूर्ण विद्या देनी पड़ेगी। आर्थिक, सामाजिक और नैतिक और हिस्ट्री से रिलेटेड सारी ज्ञान देना पड़ेगा, जिससे वो जाने और अपने शास्त्रों को समझें और अपने इतिहास को समझें। तभी हम आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। यदि आपको अपना ही भान नहीं है कि आप क्या हैं, तो आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते।
वंडरफुल, थैंक यू। ऑन दैट नोट, लेट अस एंड, लेट अस होप एंड प्रे। जिन लोगों ने 9/11 में अपना जो सैक्रिफाइस उनको करना पड़ा, बाद में 20 साल तक जो टेररिज्म के खिलाफ, अमेरिकन सोल्जर हो, इजरायली सोल्जर हो, इंडियन सोल्जर हो, जिसने भी अपनी जान टेररिज्म के खिलाफ लड़ते गंवाया, उन सब की आत्मा को शांति पहुंचे। और हम अपने भारतीय मूल्य और संप्रदाय को, we will continue to project it till the last breath. उसका हम प्रण लेते हैं, and we'll end this session. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for joining it.
सादर धन्यवाद आपका। भारत माता की जय।
भारत माता की।
Was it audible? Okay.
Yes, only now. Only now.
Sorry. Namaskar. I welcome today H. Raja Annaji to speak on the Dravidian movement in Tamil Nadu from the genesis to its present status. Today, I welcome Raja Annaji, who is a senior politician from Tamil Nadu, who is Namaskaram. I'll have to, today we convene here to start speaking on the Dravidian movement in Tamil Nadu from the genesis till and its status today, how it is affecting Hindus and the Hindu society. Today I welcome therefore H. Rajaji, who is an expert and authority on the subject and who would let us know about the Dravidian movement and how it is affected Hinduism and Hindus in Tamil Nadu. Raja Anna is a great politician from the BJP. He's a practicing chartered accountant, and a lawyer. He's also been a great missionary for dharma and started the temple reclaim movement and popularized it. He also took legal actions against Varayamuttu for his slander against Andal and the Karpur group, which slandered and abused Hindu gods and goddesses. So I welcome Rajaji to speak on the Dravidian movement and the status of Hindu society in Tamil Nadu. Over to you, Rajaji.
Good morning, everybody. See, now we hear about the dismantling of Hindutva conference. But this dismantling of Hindutva or Hinduism, the concept has started in Tamil Nadu in 1838, when the Irish Bishop Caldwell landed at Tinaveli. He started converting people. When people refused to get themselves converted, he started floating so many theories stating that nobody is original citizen of India, original habitant. So in Tirunelveli, large number of Nadar community people were living. When they refused to convert themselves into Christianity, he immediately wrote a book, a small booklet of 70 pages, stating that the Sanas of Tirunelveli, that is the Nadars of Tirunelveli, they are not original citizens of India. They are Sinhalese from Sri Lanka, and they are most untrustworthy. He used all abusive languages in English dictionary against the Nadar brethren in Tirunelveli area. Then there was a huge uproar, opposition, agitation by Nadar community people. Caldwell was compelled to withdraw his book. Then he started the myth of Aryan invasion, because he studied Indian society, that the Brahmins in Tamil Nadu, they were guiding the Hindu society. They commanded big respect from all communities in Hindu society. So he then floated the theory of Aryan invasion. Before him, there was no mention about Aryan invasion in India. Rightly, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar has called that the right place for the myth of Aryan invasion is the dustbin. But we have to admit one fact. Unfortunately for people of Tamil Nadu, the Dravidian outfits have succeeded in brainwashing the Tamil people. So, the first start of this attack on Hindu religion was carried out by an Irish bishop whose main job was to convert people in India. Only for that purpose he was sent to India. Then another pope, who is called G.U. Pope, he landed in Mylapore in the year 1840, 2 years after Caldwell landed in Tirunelveli. Then G.U. Pope named himself Pope Ayyar, because since the Brahmin community at that point of time was having very big respect and acceptability in the society, he named himself as Pope Ayyar. So these people have started spreading hatred against the Brahmin community with the view that through that the Hindus may be discouraged from going to temple or accepting the priesthood, and they would definitely believe whatever these people say. So the Caldwell again made an attempt and wrote a book, Comparative Grammar. In that comparative grammar, he was comparing that the Dravidian languages That is foreign. The Dravidian means Tamil, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. So these languages have more resemblance and roots from Uzbekistan. Whereas the fact is, all Indian languages are they belong to same family, because whether it is alphabets or E or the Kanga Chanya, only difference is in other Indian languages there is a letter for every difference in the sound. அதாவது ஒளி வடிவத்திற்கு வரி வடிவம் உண்டு. But in Tamil that is not there. We use padam, da also there, pattam, ta also there, but the letter is same. But the Caldwell has distorted everything, and in his book Comparative Grammar, he related Tamil language, Dravidian languages to that of the languages in Uzbekistan, but not in India. And especially he started a hatred against Sanskrit. But Sanskrit has got a lot, every language in India has got lot of words from Sanskrit. Even the word Nichayam, Dravida, all these words are from Sanskrit literature only. So he wanted to spread the falsehood and make people believe in it. So they found political space in Tamil Nadu because in 1919, the Congress party has decided not to participate in any elections in India under British Raj, because Tilakarji has given a call, Purna Swaraj. So Congress decided not to participate in any elections under British rule from 1919, from the non-cooperation movement days. So the Justice Party was founded, which was a pro-British party, and it participated in elections in Tamil Nadu from 1921 to 1936. Justice Party has been ruling in Tamil Nadu. That is the political predecessor to DK-DMK. Even now, the Tamil Nadu finance minister speaks very highly of his forefathers because they belong to Justice Party, which is not at all a case of merit, but yet they make the claim that they were the descendants of Justice Party. But I can quote many instances of the Justice Party being anti-Dalit. Justice Party was doing everything to suppress the Tamil pride even, because many people world over, even within India, they all believe that the DK-DMK are all Tamil movements. No, they were doing everything to destroy even the name of Tamil during their rule and in their political discourse, because in 1926, Justice Party brought in a GO telling that in Madras presidency, those who speak Telugu, the Dalits who speak Telugu will be called Adi Telungar. But those Dalits who speak Tamil will be called Adi Dravida. See, what should have been the case? If those who speak Telugu are called Adi Telugus, then those who speak Tamil should have been declared as Adi Tamilar. But here the word Tamil was so the Dravidian parties had aversion to everything Tamil, everything associated with Tamil. So in the same GO, the Justice Party government named the scheduled caste people speaking Telugu as Adi Telugu, speaking Tamil as Adi Dravida. That was one case of the Dravidian movement which has been against Tamil. Then again, in the ministry of Justice Party, right from 1921 to 36, there was not even one minister belonging to the scheduled caste community. And Ivera was rank anti-Dalit. Because all these things have been camouflaged, and Ivera was projected as a social justice leader, which was not a fact. Because under the Congress plan guided by Mahatma Gandhi, the temple entry movement was started. In Tirupati, Sri Rajaji led that temple entry movement of Harijan community people. And in Madurai, Justice, Mr. Lawyer Vaidyanath Iyer, he led the SA community people into the temple, Meenakshi Amman temple. But Ivera opposed it. He told that they should not be allowed to enter temple. If they are allowed to enter temple, then the Shudras would go down to the level of Harijans and will not rise up to the level of Brahmins. So scheduled caste people should not be allowed to enter temple. So that much of anti-Dalit leader is projected with sheer media propaganda, their power of propagation as a social justice leader. So this made an impact in the society that we have to accept. And then Ivera was anti-Tamil also. He told that, yes, I opposed Hindi, not to make this Shanian Tamil as the official language here. You learn English. You talk with your servant maid in English. You talk to your wife in English, but don't use this Shanian Tamil. So systematically, because Tamil and Hindu have been synonymous. Without Hindu, the Tamil language is not there. Without Tamil language, the Hinduism and the Bhakti movement would not have flourished in Tamil Nadu. So Ivera opposed Tamil also. And in 1944, after Dalit, in 1936, Government of India Act was made. And since more powers have been given to provincial governments in Government of India Act 1936, Congress decided to participate in elections. So in 1937, if I remember correct, India was having 8 provinces at that time, except Bengal province. In all other provinces, Congress had got majority, and Sri Rajaji became premier of Madras presidency in 1937. So this Justice Party lost its political space. So immediately Ivera started DK, Dravida Kazhagam. So it had its first conference in Salem in 1944. In 1942, Congress gave a call, Gandhiji gave a call, quit India. So in 1944 DK conference, they passed a resolution. That is, Gandhi says British to quit India. He has become insane. Even to treat him, we have to bring doctors from Britain. The British should not quit India. If they quit India, there won't be bus, there won't be telecommunication. India cannot even produce a safety pin. So Britishers should not quit India. If they quit India, all scientific innovations will quit India. So they should remain in India. Even if they decide to quit India, they should rule Madras presidency from remaining in London. The meeting was presided over by E.V. Ramsamy Naikar, and the resolution was moved by none other than C.N. Annadurai, who later on became Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. So this DK movement has been this Justice Party, DK, DMK, these people have been stooges of British. That has been an established fact. And when this resolution was printed in Hindu, next day, the DK hooligans attacked the Hindu office itself. So this DK movement is a pro-British movement. And Ivera even once told the people, if you want to have a religion, you convert to Islam. You see, the problem here is in Islam, polygamy is there, triple talaq is there, but a person who is hailed today as a votary of women liberation, he advocated people, he exhorted people. If at all you want a religion, then you become Muslims. So such was the history, such has been the history of the Dravidian movement in Tamil Nadu. But what happened? Unfortunately, because of the incompetent and misrule by Congress, that was especially between 62 and 67, there have been scarcity of food grains. Rice was not available for the people. People have to stand in queues in ration shops for hours to get the 7 ounces of rice per week for one family. Such was the situation there. And Sri Rajaji had grudge against Congress because it disrespected him, it sidelined him. So he walked out of Congress and started Swatantra Party. And this political situation prevailing in 1967 made to DMK rule in Tamil Nadu in 1967. But from 67 onwards, the anti-Hindu movement has been institutionalized by the DMK or even ADMK governments in Tamil Nadu. They have been targeting the education system, the prevailing now, and also the Hindu religious and charitable endowment ministry. See how deeply penetrated the evangelist forces into the education system. It is highly alarming. I'm telling one example of how these people subtly working towards dismantlement of not only Hinduism, even dismemberment of India. See, right from first standard, students will be taking a oath every day. In that, it states, India is my mother country. Now, what do these people have done? You know, even we don't know what our children are studying in the schools today. That is the situation of general public of Tamil Nadu. They have removed mother. India is my country. That means it's just a piece of land. When you say that it is mother country, motherland, then it has got life, blood, flesh, bone, everything. But when you say it is just a land, India is my motherland, it's just a piece of land. What is that if it is one piece or 10 pieces? So now subtly, because all the people who are controlling the textbook society, the advisory board textbook society, are all anti-Hindus who have been having their leanings from pro-British leadership. In the same way, now even for the textbook society, the chairman is one Leone, who has been day in and day out abusing the Hindu religion, the womanhood. But such a person is made the chairman of the Tamil Nadu Textbook Society. And in the history, during our student days, we used to study about Adi Shankaracharya, Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, the Chola dynasty, the Pandyan dynasty, the Chera dynasty. But now, astonishingly, Chola dynasty has got one para in the whole textbooks in the schools. But do you know about other dynasties? About the Mughal dynasty, right from Babur to Aurangzeb, everybody is projected as great social leaders. Akbar the Great, and Aurangzeb has been praised as he used to make sweater and make money out of that. He was living only out of that money, like this. So now these people are brainwashing our children through the education system. Nobody knows who is Rajaraja Chola, who is father of Rajaraja Chola. You see, in whole of India, Chola dynasty under Rajendra Chola was the biggest in the whole South Asia. But nobody knows about Rajendra Chola, even in Tamil Nadu. So these people projected Tamil society as a separate one. And they projected Tamil society, which has been, as our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji used to tell, Yadum more Yavarin Kelir. See, every place is ours, everybody is our relative. That was what Kali Pungundan has told. But this large-hearted world community, Tamil community, which is Hindu community, has been projected as a quarrelsome community, whether it is in Sri Lanka or Malaysia. You see, in Malaysia, I am told the Tamil community is slowly moving towards the path of extinction. There is a very big danger for Tamil society. These people don't do anything for Tamil society or Tamil, but in the name of Tamil, these people are doing everything to destroy Tamil, Tamilian, Tamil Nadu. I am telling an example. Yesterday, what has happened? In Benares Hindu University, our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji has announced a chair for Bharati to propagate Tamil in Benares Hindu University. There is no opposition. Kindly imagine that there is one chair created. It is not possible, but yet, for the sake of argument, a chair is created in the name of Kalidasa. There would have been hundreds of abuses against such a move. But in Uttar Pradesh, nobody opposed it. Why? Because we talk for the whole nation. Subramanya Bharati is part of that our Indian culture, Bharatiya culture. Tiruvalluvar has been our respected sant. So, in Tamil Nadu, a sort of mindset that is, we are say a separate one. Then we don't belong to this country, or we don't belong to this Hindu culture. Now this DK movement, which has been anti-God movement, now they have become that we are Saivas, we are not Hindus. We worship Shiva, but what about Kailash? So these people are spreading all sorts of falsehood and hatred towards Hindu religion. And not only that, in this 120 days, Mr. Stalin's government has been doing everything against the unity and integrity of India, slowly, in every respect. Even in referring to central government, they call it a block government, Undriya Arasu. And then, whatever is the law created by either by Supreme Court or by Parliament, resolutions are passed, though it is it just has got the value of a waste paper, but they are bringing in resolutions against Supreme Court judgment, NEET, against the enactments of Parliament, which relates to farm laws or CAA. The Tamil Nadu government is doing systematically. They know well, as a chief minister or a leader of 70 years old and 50 years public life, he should be knowing well that the resolution he passes doesn't have any legal value. It cannot be implemented. But yes, he wants to continue to seed in the minds of the people that we are separate. We will not accept Supreme Court judgments. We will not accept the acts of Parliament. So, this Dravidian movement, which was started as a stooge of British and which has been propagating anti-Hindu values in society, now a big danger of even unity to India, a threat to the unity to India is there under the DMK's rule. So that is why we have been for many years propagating in the public about all the dual standards and imaginary and falsehoods that has been deliberately spread by these people. But in Tamil Nadu, it is not just 75 years problem. In Tamil Nadu, it's an issue which has been there for over 183 years. Systematically, the pro-British outfits have been encouraging, and they were getting stooges in India like EVR, Anadurai, etc. And they have been propagating it. But now we are exposing them in the public. But another danger in India is now, for the past 3 days, there has been one dismantling Hindutva conference. But in Tamil Nadu, there are 4 divisive forces which are out to dismember India, dismantle Hindutva. That is, 1, the Tamil nationalist group, separatists, those who propagate separatism in the name of Tamil. But these people have never contributed anything for Tamil language or Tamil culture. Now they talk about Tamil worship in the temple. But even several hundreds of years back, Devaram, Tiruvasagam, Divya Prabandham, Tirupavai, all these things have been told by our forefathers. And there has been a Tamil worship there throughout several centuries in Tamil Nadu. But yet they want to divide the society. So they are talking about it. So Tamil separatist 1. And another jihadi forces. Tamil Nadu has been the hotbed of jihadi terrorist elements. Whoever commits terrorist activity in Kerala or Karnataka, they immediately come and take shelter here. Because the Tamil Nadu government, Tamil Nadu police, they are not taking any action against these people. Even the several arrests of terrorists have been made only by NIA, not by Tamil Nadu police. This has been a hard fact, but unfortunate at it. And then the evangelist forces. See, I was candidate of Karaikudi. The postal ballot is given only for the government employees who are there on election duties. Out of 3,000 postal ballots, more than 60% is of Christians. What does it mean? The whole Tamil Nadu educational institutions are filled with Christian teachers, systematically by the Dravidian party rule, because they want to brainwash. There is one Subisesha toolkit which has been distributed to the teachers in government school through government teachers organization, JACTO, GEO, government employees organization. This is distributed in this, after Stalin has come to power, this has been distributed. So first is Tamil separatist, second Islamic terrorist, third evangelist, fourth is urban naxals, because they don't want any industry or development in Tamil Nadu. Then only youths will remain unemployed and they can be armed. So these are the 4 destructive forces, anti-national and anti-Hindu forces that has been active in Tamil Nadu. I think the central government is aware of this and is taking steps. But it will definitely take some more time, because we have to move under fixed structure of legal system and constitutional system. So I am confident that the central government will seize this opportunity through the government machinery, since we are at the center, and we would control and eliminate all these anti-Hindu and anti-national forces in Tamil Nadu.
Rajaji, I would like to ask some questions to you. Like, for example, now, even now, the anti-Hinduism is so rife in the present government, the present Stalin government. For example, the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations in public was completely banned. Like we are not allowed to install Ganesh murtis in roadsides, like with of course permissions. And the procession for immersion of idols, Ganesha idols, in the beach at the end of the festival is also banned. Whereas parallelly, all this in the name of COVID protocols, right? But parallelly, they are allowing the Velankani Annai festival, which is nothing but the Mary festival, right? They are allowing the processions of Mary to be conducted. All that they are saying that we request the Christians to not gather in large numbers, whereas it is completely banned for Hindus. Not only that, in the Adi month, holy auspicious Adi month, they have closed all temples on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, and all the auspicious festivals are falling on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So they are thereby even not allowing us to go to, or say we are not even allowed to go to temples for prayer. Like, could you please speak about this?
You see, not only this, I will add one more. On July 24th, on the day of Bakrid, the Muslims in large numbers, in thousands, they were having their namaz on roads. See, regarding the temple, I have started one movement, Hindu Temple Reclaim Movement. These Dravidian parties in these 54 years have been looting the temple. Now, because the government, the temples are under the government control, they are able to close it on Friday, Saturday, and Sundays, which is not acceptable to us. And not only that, the loot of temple properties and income in these 54 years, ab sab tajub ho jayenge, so it could be to the tune of 10 lakh crores. Not a small thing, because in Tamil Nadu, under the HRNC, there are 44,000 temples. And we have got 4,78,000 acres of wetland, dry land, and rain-fed land. So these lands, most of these lands are now under illegal encroachment. And the government has been looting the temples left and right. Even they have scant respect for the HRNCE Act 1959, because the Act specifically says government can only take 14% of the income of the temple for giving salary and administrative expenses for their officers. But now they take 100% of it. Okay. And the problem is, now only the awareness has started coming amongst the Hindu community, and yet they are not coming to streets. But regarding this Vinayak Chaturthi, even I have, before my house, I have installed a 6 feet Ganesha. They say that one should not have more than 3 feet. I have got a 6 feet Ganesha and worshipped, and tomorrow it will be taken for immersion. So now we need to fight these anti-Hindu activities of this government. And they will never take action against even criminals of the other communities. In Palayangotai, thousands of Muslim youths staged a dharna demanding that the convicted prisoner, Muslim prisoner, should be released. But the government has allowed it. Police was a silent spectator. Unfortunately, in Tamil Nadu, the police fears to take action against Muslims or Christians, because they may be incurring the wrath of the government, their masters, political masters. That is why they are only attacking Hindus. Even in Karur, Ganesh Murti was demolished, broken. So such is the attitude of police in Tamil Nadu. We have to fight government might also, along with the anti-Hindu propaganda. We have to face the government atrocities too.
So the archakas are hardly paid, like the government has taken over the temples. All the income goes there. The archakas are hardly paid 50 or 100 rupees, and most of the money goes to fatten up the IAS officers and others. And not only that, now they came up with a new resolution, new government order, saying that in the name of EVR, of course, that all castes would be allowed to become the priests. And for that, they've said that they would be having a HRNC certificate would be given, where some 6 months course for Agama Shastras would be imparted, and people with those certificates can only become archakas, and all the traditional archakas who study in Ved Pathshalas, they are being thrown out, literally thrown out. Like I've seen many videos of that, and they even put a 60-year-old retirement age for these archakas. Could you please speak on that?
See, it is bad in law. Definitely, we will win this in the court. That is, the government's order is against the Supreme Court's pronouncements. Because when DMK came to power in 67, first I want to make one thing clear. In Tamil Nadu, the HRNC department has got 44,000 temples. All community people are archakas in these temples. That is, making all people archakas through order is itself a fake claim. Because already all the communities are archakas. For example, my family deity is in Tanjavur Ayyanar temple. Only a Velar community pujari could do puja there. I cannot enter sanctum sanctorum. Nobody can for that matter. When even the Agama temples, there are only 4,000 Agama temples. And all other 40,000 temples, all community people are archas there. That is why I am telling, even in my family deity, only a Velar community pujari is there. I cannot enter sanctum sanctorum. And so, but these people are distorting. But see, the very DNA of DMK is falsehood. They would spread false news and bring in certain laws to control the temples. Who are given employment now? Those who garlanded the statue of EVR, the atheists, people belong to DK and Thirumavalavan's VCK, they have entered the temple. But definitely, as per the judgment pronounced in 1971 in Seshamal and others case, because when Karunanidhi, when DMK government brought in such act, then Seshamal and others approached the court, and in 71, Supreme Court has given verdict that according to Article 25 and 26 of the Constitution, we have to protect the denominations, because Article 26, the very caption is protection of denominations. So the denomination should be protected according to Constitution. And in that judgment, the judges have told that was 7-member constitutional bench. Even a 5-member Supreme Court bench cannot nullify that judgment because it is a lesser bench. So in 71, the judgment given by constitutional bench is, unless and otherwise Article 26 of the Constitution is amended, no state government can bring in such act, which through government order this atrocious DMK government is doing now. So in that, judges have told already out of 44,000, only 4,000 temples are Agama temples. So in the rest, everybody is there. Here also, if Article 26 is amended, then state governments can make law. But this DMK government will not demand amendment to Article 26 because judges have also pronounced Article 26 can be amended only if it is applicable to all religions and not to any one particular religion. So if Article 26 is amended, then the government can appoint Muttalib of mosques. They can appoint anybody, pastor of churches. Anybody can be appointed by government.
Absolutely.
So this false social justice government of Stalin will not demand any amendment to Article 26 because the judgment was clear. And not only that, again in 2006, when Karunanidhi became chief minister again, he made the same law and trained some 200 people, 203 or 206, I don't remember exactly, people on Agamas. Then how can one be trained in 6 months? See, one has to take Veda Agama studies for 12 years. Let anybody, because the first distortion is the Vedas cannot be learnt by all communities. It is wrong.
Yes.
Vedas can be learnt by all. See, there is no Varnashrama now. But even during Varnashrama time, Brahmins learned and they were mandated to teach Vedas. But other Varnas, they can study Veda, but not teach Veda. That was the arrangement during the Varnashrama. But these people distort everything. These people are only half-baked people. For example, I would like to tell one thing. These people say that Krishna Paramatma has taught division in the society. He created Varnas. But Thiruvalluvar has told Pirapokkum Yavarkum Sirappu Sirapova Saidoil Vetramayan. Valluvar has told by birth everybody is same. But in the next sentence he has told by profession there is difference. That is what Krishna has also told. Chaturvanyam Maya Srishtam Guna Karma Vibhasha. The difference was in Guna qualification, Karma job. But these people say Krishna has divided the society, Thiruvalluvar has united the society, Pirapokkum Ella Uyirkum. But they never tell the next sentence. Sirapova Saidoil Vetramayan. So by design, these people are now doing this, but it is bad in law. It will not stand the scrutiny of judiciary. We are already preparing the affidavits and the case, and we are confident of winning in this.
Yes. And sir, your legal action on Vairamuthu, he abused Andal, the great saint poetess, as a prostitute. You would like to say something about it? Enlighten us about it.
You see, Andal has never gone to Trichy. Those who have studied Andal, Vijay Lakshmi Navani the Krishnan, there is one folk song singer, very famous, who was awarded Padma Bhushan last year. She has done PhD on Andal. Then she told me she was on tears and she refused to take food. Then I went to her house and persuaded her to give up her fast. At that time, she has shown all evidences that Andal never went to Trichy. But Vairamuthu was telling that she was Devadasi in Trichy. So all these things, you see, that article of Vairamuthu was the 13th article in Dinamani. In all the other 12 also, for 4 columns, he would price. In the last column, he would tell falsehood about that Hindu icon or the Tamil icon, whichever way they claim. And this has been his practice. For example, he was telling when he was writing about Thiruvalluvar, he told that the Sanatanavadis used to tell Chaturvida Purushartham, Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksham. But since Valluvar is a Tamil poet, he has not accepted that. So he has not accepted Moksham. He has written only 3 chapters, Aram, Porul, Inbam. That is Dharma, Artha, Kamam. See, what is the fact? In the first chapter itself, the 10th Kural was Piravi Perungadal Ninduvar Nindar Iraivanadi Seradar. So he talks about Moksham in that first chapter itself. So he distorted Bharadiyar, he distorted Vallalar. That is why I have thought that thus far no further Vairamuthu, you cannot go on abusing the Hindu icons, and that is why we have Hindu groups have proceeded against him in the court also. He wanted quashing of that case against him, but the court has ruled that no question of quashing. There is prima facie evidence of your abuse of Hindu godly persons, so you should be prosecuted.
So, would you like to sum up saying how do we enthuse Hindus to sort of protest against this anti-Hindu DMK DK movement that is going on in Tamil Nadu? How do we come out together so that we can stop this nonsense? I mean, this anti-Hindu nonsense. Can you please, in short, in 2 minutes, please conclude how can we take actions against it? What can we do?
You see, the weapon which we can use, what weapon should be used, is decided by our opponents. So, this century-old anti-Hindu Dravidian movement, they used false propaganda as their main weapon, which our Hindu elders, they have not countered at that appropriate time. That is why now through various moments, there are so many Hindu outfits in Tamil Nadu now, which has been telling the facts and tearing the face of these false social justice leaders, and it has started giving impact, response, because some 7-8 years back, I spoke about the real face of Ivera, that British too is so anti-national. He called 1947 August 15 as Black Day, and he abused the Tamil language. He was insulting his own wife, and moreover, Proteague of Ivera has written in his book that he used to be in the prostitutes out every day. So all these things we have been telling the public. This DMK movement is built over the false image of Ivera. So now it has started falling. I will not claim that we have got the desired impact now, but if we continue with our propagating truth about these false gods, because Ivera told there is no God now, he is deified and he is made into a god. So if we propagate to the youth about these false gods, then definitely in near future, I am confident of bringing in change in the minds of the Hindus here.
Thank you so much, H. Rajaji. We hope to see you.
Thanks a lot for the opportunity given to present my views.
It's an honor for us to have you here to speak about EVR, the bust the myths about EVR, and to say that Tamil Nadu should have the real Periyar, I mean, Subramaniam Bharati as the real Periyar, and demolish the false gods or demolish the false Periyars like EVR Ramaswamy. So, thank you so much for being with us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Now, Namaskar. We will then begin with the next session in a few minutes. So, till then, we are very thankful for audience from all over the globe, from India, US, America, Europe, in all different timings, being with us and share and seeing our beautiful conference, which we have put together with great efforts for you to know about the global Hindu about the status of global Hindus, the way we suffer from a four-dimensional attack from the red, green, and the white, the communists, the Christianists, and the Islamists. So we would now be going on to the next panel shortly. And we will be talking about Jihad, that is the multifarious attack or influence of Jihad on Hindu society as a whole. We will be chatting on the Jihad. Okay. We will now talk about our next panel. We'll now talk about the next panel on Jihad, the multifarious pernicious influence of Jihad in Indian society, be it economic, be it media, be it academic, or even the cultural field. So now I invite Pranay Kumar ji, Jai Ahuja ji, and Vineet Saxena ji for speech. Vineet ji, please switch on your video. You're not visible. And I would invite them all, and I first introduce them all to you. Vineet ji is a third-generation pharmacist and an entrepreneur, and he works for Sanatan Dharma on the ground, and he also helps out the farmers with diversifying their income. And now we have Pranay Kumar ji, who's an educationist and an administrator. And he's been with the Sangh for the past 30 years, and he's a social activist and an influencer. And let me, of course, welcome the famous Jai Ahuja Bhai, who is been working for the past 12 years rehabilitating our Hindu and Sikh brothers and sisters persecuted in Pakistan. He does such a wonderful job that through his NGO Nimittakam, where he has rehabilitated at least 30,000 people from Pakistan. About 10,000 people have been issued, they have been facilitated by him over the past just 4 years for getting them visas, passports, and other facilities so that they can easily come to India. The kind of persecution they face is well known to all. And of course, he has even helped them get the citizenship. He has helped 3,000 people to get citizenship of India through the CAA and even before. Of course, the CAA hasn't kicked in now. He's used the usual other procedures to help them get the citizenship. So I would now request Vineet ji to start the conversation. He would be speaking on Halal, and Halal as a tool for war, or you can say how it finances war of conversion. It's a pan-Islamic concept. It's a bank for pan-Islamism. Now over to Vineet ji.
Namaskar, everyone. And first of all, let me thank you all, the organizers and the participants, for attending this meet. Now, let me begin with my topic of the day, Halal economics, and how it acts as a bank for global jihad. Now, we all know what is halal, but our understanding of halal as a concept is very limited. It is limited to food habits. We say ki halal meat. That's it. Most of the people know that halal relates to our food habits of a certain community. The way the animal is slaughtered, the way a chicken is slaughtered, and all that. But halal is something much more. It is an economic apartheid that is imposed upon the non-believers, the kafirs, the non-Muslims. It excludes an entire human population out of their right of livelihood simply because they don't believe in a certain way of thought or belief. So let me explain how. Halal, as a concept predates Islam by at least 1,500 years. But it got codified into its religious edicts, and there are about 56 ayats in the Quran that deal with halal. And halal is much more than food. There are halal ways of dealing, of behavior. Now, for example, alcohol is halal, and it is haram. Alcohol is haram, but drugs are not. There is no injunction that says that drugs are haram or halal. So that is up in the air, whether you consider it halal or haram. There are various behavior patterns that are halal. So obviously, clothing, social interactions, personal behavior, everything is divided into halal and haram. Halal simply means permissible. All that is permissible to the followers of a particular book. And halal forms one of the 5 pillars of that belief system. Now, halal, how does halal exactly operates? As I said before, that halal is a type of economic apartheid that is imposed upon Muslims. So let me begin with a small example. Let us say a food habit. All those who consume non-vegetarian food know that most of the butchers now are Muslims. They serve halal meats. Most of the eateries, restaurants in their cities, they serve halal meats. And Hindus usually don't have any problem in consuming halal food. Just like a person with a peanut allergy will not consume peanuts, but anybody without an allergy will consume peanuts and foods that do not contain peanuts. Same is with Hindus, the Christians, and the Sikhs. Even though halal meat is explicitly banned in Sikhism, but they do consume because they simply don't know that halal is banned. Now, halal economy excludes all the Hindu butchers from the system because as per this system, the animal has to be reared by a Mu'min, it has to be sold to a Muslim, it has to be transported by a Muslim, it has to be slaughtered by a Muslim and sold to a Muslim. So obviously, selling to a Muslim does not meet economic sense, and it is sold to nearly everyone who consumes non-veg food. But the back end of the entire process, everybody is excluded out of the system. The animal rearer is a Muslim, the transporter is a Muslim, and the wholesaler is a Muslim. So if a Muslim seller does not simply sell the goat to a Hindu butcher, the Hindu butcher is shifted out of the economic cycle of the right to earn a livelihood by slaughtering his animal, by plying his trade, and he is shifted out, and the entire trade is now in the control of a certain community. Same happens with ladies tailors, same happens with the barbers in any city. Most of these menial jobs, what we call menial jobs, and sometimes we call them pancharwalas. Ironically, they belong to the same faith system. They all belong to the same faith system, but we never stop to think, why is it so? Because of a systematic economic apartheid that forces out anyone who does not believe in a certain belief system. Now, this is a very small example. There are many more examples. It is a tool of conversion. The entire Southeast Asia was converted to Islam, got converted to Islam by this very system. Now, that was an area that was not converted by the force of sword. That wasn't converted under duress. This duress was economic. The traders from India, from the Arabic worlds, they used to visit Southeast Asia for purchase of goods. And as soon as they got settled, they started practicing halal. They would buy food only from halal eateries. They would stay only in halal hotels. They would patronize only halal sellers, Muslim sellers. So the non-Muslim sellers, the Hindus and the Bauds that were inhabiting that place, they got excluded out of an opportunity to sell their produce to the Arab traders. And they had only 2 options left: either convert and enjoy the benefits of international trade, or simply lose your livelihood and go into penury. So most of them converted. And the entire Southeast Asia got converted into Islam. Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia. Indonesia is the most populous Islamic nation of the world now. Malaysia has got more than 60% Islamic population. And in fact, the halal, as we know today, it did not originate out of Middle East. It originated out of Malaysia. In 1983, they had this conference where the government had the various religious heads and financial institution heads together to discuss ways how halal economics can be streamlined and mainstreamed and integrated into the world economic system. And since then, since 1983, slowly the halal economic system has been integrated into the world economic systems. Initially, there was resistance to Islamic banking. There was resistance to various financial instruments that were classified as halal. But now people are, even non-Muslims, they are subscribing to Islamic banking because there is no interest to be paid in Islamic banking. And that is one of the biggest attractions for many non-Muslims to ascribe to halal or this Islamic banking. Now, how does money that is generated through halal finds its way to various terror activities and to various proponents of jihad? Now, first of all, I'll take some names like ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, Al-Shahab. All these are terror groups, even Taliban. They are terror groups, and each of them has their own pipeline of funds. The Taliban controls 90% of the world's opium trade. Surprise, surprise, because drugs are not haram there. They are halal, so they can ply their trade in drugs, but alcohol is haram. So they don't drink alcohol, but use opium. 90% of the world's opium is grown in Afghanistan and is sold by the Taliban. The ISIS have got their own economic system of smuggling in oil, kidnapping for money, ransoming. Same as with Boko Haram, Al-Qaeda, and everybody. But these monies, they are just about sufficient to meet their own needs. How does the foot soldier, the Talibani or the Al-Qaeda terrorist or the Boko Haram terrorist graduate from a normal livelihood into these organizations? He goes through an indoctrination process from the madrasa to these organizations. In the madrasas, they are indoctrinated with religious supremacist ideas, and funds for these things, they come from our halal economy. The very same halal economy that we don't know about. Whenever we buy anything that has got a halal certificate, you buy a Patanjali product, it has got a halal certificate. You buy a Unilever product, it has got a halal certificate. You eat at McDonald's restaurant or a KFC restaurant, it has got a halal certificate. And again, these halal certificates, they're not given by any government. These halal certification bodies are all private bodies run by private organizations, by madrasas all over the world. And these halal certifications are nothing more than good manufacturing processes of hygiene and ISO labeling or HCCAP labeling and similar such labels. But all these things are government owned, government run, and there are certain uniformity in standards. But in halal certification, it is all about private bodies with no oversight. The funds that are generated in a halal certificate body are not controlled or supervised by any government agency. And whenever there is an attempt to scrutiny these funds, there are rise of religious bigotry, of Islamophobia, of encroachment of rights of minorities, and fascism or all these. The narrative is same across geographies, be it Australia, be it America, or be it India. The words are same, the speaker is different. But at the end of it all, there is no financial scrutiny. The funds that are generated from our buying of halal products, they find their way to the terrorists. Now let me explain how.
Now
there are Yes, Gayatri ji.
Yeah. Now, I think that was a very good exposition by Vinit ji on halal and its effects, and literally even being a vehicle for conversion and war throughout the globe and even India. I would now invite Jai Bhai to speak about jihad's effects on the culture front, Hindu culture front, that is through televisions, through TV serials, that is through TV serials, Bollywood cinemas, and so many other platforms, how jihad is having its pernicious effects, how anti-Hindu content is being spread, and how people are glorifying Islamist, jihadist ideologies while deprecating Hinduism, Hindu gods, goddesses, our rituals, our culture. Jayji, please go ahead.
जी, थैंक यू, धन्यवाद गायत्री जी। वैसे जो अभी विनीत भाई बात कर रहे थे, दैट वाज मच मोर इम्पोर्टेंट टू अंडरस्टैंड। मैंने और ओमेंद्र जी ने रविरंजन जी के साथ, सरदार रविरंजन जी के साथ मिलकर के आज से लगभग 5 साल पहले हलाल के बारे में अवेयरनेस हो, इस पे काफी हम लोगों की कोशिशें शुरू हुई थी। अब विनीत जी जैसे विद्वान और समझदार एक व्यक्ति को हलाल पे बात करते हुए देखना, ये उतनी बड़ी खुशी है जैसे कि हम सफलता मेरे हिसाब से क्या है कि हम आखिरी लाइन में बैठे हों, श्रोता बन के, ऑडियंस बन के, और हम जो बात कहना शुरू करें वो मंच पे आके कोई स्पीकर बोले। मेरे हिसाब से सफलता ये है। तो अभी विनीत जी की बात सुन के वो सफलता का मन में एहसास हो रहा है। चलिए अभी मैं उस मुद्दे पे आता हूँ। आगे विनीत जी को आपको और समय देना चाहिए क्योंकि वो बात बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट और बड़ी है। फिर भी मैं 5-7 मिनट में अपनी बात करता हूँ। लास्ट में आप 5 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा विनीत जी को जरूर दीजिएगा, जो मैं कम यूज कर रहा हूँ अपनी बात कंक्लूड करने के लिए, राइट। तो हम बात कर रहे हैं कल्चरल जिहाद की। सांस्कृतिक जिहाद क्या है? तो सांस्कृतिक का जो भारत में सबसे अच्छा उदाहरण हमको देखने को मिलता है, ये हम पार्टीशन के बाद की बात करते हैं, क्योंकि पार्टीशन से पहले हमारे जो पुरखे थे भारत के किसी भी हिस्से में, अनडिवाइडेड भारत में, अविभाजित भारत में, उन्होंने अपनी संस्कृति को बचाने के लिए 1300 साल तक एक अथक लड़ाई लड़ी थी। और उन्होंने अपने धर्म को, अपने रीति रिवाजों को, अपनी व्यवस्थाओं को और अपने विश्वास को बनाए रखा। इसलिए भारत इस धरती का एकमात्र ऐसा भूभाग है जहां पे इस्लामिक आक्रांताओं के आने के बाद और लगातार बने रहने के बाद भी हम पूरी तरीके से एक इस्लामिक मुल्क में तब्दील नहीं हुए, बदले नहीं। ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात हमको समझने की है। तो जब वो वाला मॉडल, हत्या वाला, लूट वाला, डकैती वाला और इस प्रकार के बलात्कारों वाला जो एक उनका विचार था, हिंसा वाला विचार और जबरन हमारे भूभाग पे कब्जा करने वाला विचार था, वो जब सफल नहीं हुआ तो पार्टीशन हुआ। पार्टीशन में उनको कुछ हिस्सा इस्लाम के नाम पे मिल गया, लेकिन चूंकि हदीस में 1.5 पेज लिखा हुआ है गजवाए हिंद पे, तो उनको तो पूरा चाहिए। तो पूरा चाहिए तो फिर नए सिरे से, नए तरीके से, नए विचारों में इस पे उनकी रणनीति बनी। और उस रणनीति का एक महत्वपूर्ण, एक इम्पॉर्टेंट पार्ट है कल्चरल जिहाद। तो कल्चरल जिहाद का आप समझिए, पार्टीशन हो जाता है, फिर भी दिलीप कुमार जी जैसे लोग भारत में रह जाते हैं। और उस समय समाज में इतनी चेतना थी कि यूसुफ खान को दिलीप कुमार बनकर के फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में काम करना पड़ता है। ऐसे और भी बहुत लोग हैं, मधुबाला सहित बहुत सारे हीरो हीरोइन या आर्टिस्ट ऐसे रहे जिनको ये पता था कि अब इस समाज को इस्लाम का सत्य पता है, तो हम अगर इस्लामिक नाम के साथ आते हैं तो हमारी एक्सेप्टेंस नहीं होगी सोसाइटी में। इसलिए उन्होंने अपने फॉल्स हिंदू नेम्स रख करके काम किया। और हिंदू नामों की मजेदार श्रृंखला अभी भी जारी है। जैसे अनु मलिक, नाम से आपको लगेगा कि ये तो कोई हिंदू है, लेकिन आप बायो में जाएंगे तो वो मुसलमान है। जैसे महेश भट्ट, नाम से आपको लगेगा, महेश तो भगवान शिव का नाम है, पर आप बायो में जाके पूरे परिवार का बैकग्राउंड पढ़ेंगे तो वो कन्वर्टेड भाट है गुजरात के और वो मुसलमान है। ऐसे ही दिलीप सेन, समीर सेन। तो अभी एक बार एक कार्यक्रम के लिए मेरी उनसे भेंट हुई, तो मैंने उनसे बात की कोई भजन वजन और इस प्रकार की बातों के लिए। तो बात करते करते वो बोले कि भैया हम तो मुसलमान हो गए 7 पीढ़ी पहले, हम तो तानसेन के परिवार से आते हैं। तो मैंने बोला भाई साहब आपने नाम तो ऐसा रखा हुआ कि भाई नाम में क्या है, नाम से क्या होता है। तो ये एक पूरा एजेंडा चलाने वाले लोग हैं और कैसी बहुत बड़ी संख्या है, मतलब आप सोच नहीं सकते। भारत में पद्मश्री और पंडित लगाने वाले लोग कन्वर्टेड हैं, उनके घर में मक्का मदीना की फोटो लगी हुई है। उनका ऐसे भी लोगों से मैं मिला हूँ कि वो ये सामने आंखों में आंख डाल के कहते हैं कि भाई हमारा अल्लाह तो मक्का वाला ही है, पर हम जाति से पंडित हैं, हम इसलिए पंडित लिख रहे हैं, और हमारा नाम जो परंपरागत रूप से चला आ रहा है वो अभी भी चला आ रहा है। तो ये क्रिप्टो इस्लामिस्ट जो बैठे हुए हैं बॉलीवुड में, इन्होंने ऐसी बढ़िया बढ़िया स्क्रिप्ट लिखी है कि पठान तो सच्चा दोस्त होगा, पंडित जी जो है वो बहुत बड़े पाखंडी होंगे, हिंदू समाज और हिंदू धर्म में सबसे ज्यादा पाखंड किए जाएंगे, क्षत्रिय जो है वो सारी प्रजा के ऊपर जो है अत्याचार करेगा, है ना, और बनिया जो है वो कम तोलेगा, झूठ बोलेगा, मक्कारी करेगा और पूरे समाज को धोखा देगा और उनसे ब्याज वसूलेगा, और उनके प्रति वो उसका बहुत ही एक लालची तरह का जो है विचार उसके मन में रहेगा। तो ये नैरेटिव धीरे धीरे सेट किया गया। इस नैरेटिव से क्या हुआ, जब अब हमारे बच्चे हैं, पार्टीशन के बाद की चौथी जनरेशन, पांचवी जनरेशन, उन बच्चों के मन में इसका पेनिट्रेशन इतना जबरदस्त है कि या अली मदद वाली हमारे घर में बच्चे गाते हुए मिलेंगे। मुन्नी एक बच्ची थी गूंगी बहरी, जिसको बजरंगी भाईजान पिक्चर का नाम है, और बजरंग बली के भक्त हैं सलमान खान एज ए हीरोज के अंदर। वो बॉर्डर क्रॉस करके जाते हैं और अंत में उनको मिलता क्या है, उनको एक मजार पे हम जब संस्कार करने जाते हैं तो पिंड भी हम जीवों को खिला देते हैं। संस्कार करते समय जो शव है उसका उस समय हम पानी भी नहीं पीते उसके संस्कार तक, और मजारों पे प्रसाद खा रहे हैं हिंदू। मतलब आप देखिए कितना जबरदस्त पेनिट्रेशन है इस पूरी कहानी का। बजरंगी भाईजान में बॉर्डर क्रॉस करके हनुमान जी का एक भक्त पहलवान उस बच्ची को घर पहुंचाने जा रहा है, लेकिन उसका एड्रेस या मोहम्मद भर दे झोली गाते हुए मिलेगा। तो हिंदू देवी देवताओं के चमत्कार बंद हो गए पिक्चरों में, चलो बुलावा आया है, माता ने बुलाया है। ये माता जी का या हमारे हिंदू देवताओं का, देवी देवताओं का अंतिम चमत्कार था राजेश खन्ना के बीमार बच्चे का स्वस्थ हो जाना। उसके बाद में आप देखिए एड्रेस मिलेगा तो मजार पे मिलेगा, चमत्कार होगा तो मजार पे होगा। बॉलीवुड के हीरो हीरोइन अपनी पिक्चर के रिलीज के लिए चादर चढ़ाने के लिए अजमेर जाएंगे या हाजी अली जाएंगे, उसका खूब प्रोपेगेंडा किया जाएगा। तो ये जो सॉफ्ट पावर उनकी है उसको पेनिट्रेट करने का प्रयास, हमारे धर्म के प्रति हमारे बच्चों का पूरा आत्मविश्वास और विश्वास दोनों समाप्त हो जाए। गणेश जी की पूजा पे क्वेश्चन उठाए जाएं, शंकर भगवान पे, शिव भगवान पे जल चढ़ाने पे और दूध चढ़ाने पे प्रश्न उठाए जाएं, और हमारे पूरे मानस को, हमारे पूरे चित्त को तोड़ मरोड़ दिया जाए। एक क्लासिक एग्जाम्पल बताता हूँ गायत्री जी में सभी दर्शकों को। हमारे राजस्थान में पिछले 10 साल में लगभग 12-13 ऐसे बच्चे हैं जिनका भारत के अलग अलग टैलेंट हंट शोज में टीवी पर वो लोग उनमें रनर अप या विनर रहे हैं। मोहित गौड़ हैं हमारे एक भाई, रविंद्र उपाध्याय हैं, और राजा हसन है वो मुस्लिम है, तोशी है, शारिब है, ऐसे बहुत सारे आर्टिस्ट राजस्थान से बच्चे बच्चियां भाई बहन निकले हैं। किसी का भी करियर नहीं बनता, ना मुसलमान का ना हिंदू का। आतिफ असलम अचानक से एक दिन फोन करवा के महेश भट्ट की पिक्चर में आता है। कैसे होता है, क्योंकि मैं वीजा और पाकिस्तानी हिंदुओं पे काम करता हूं, तो बंबई की मैंने इस पर पूरी रिसर्च की है। बॉम्बे के किसी प्रोडक्शन हाउस का इनविटेशन जाता है, स्पॉन्सरशिप जाती है दाऊद के किसी आदमी आतिफ असलम जैसे को, और वो स्पॉन्सरशिप के बेस पे उसको बॉम्बे आने का वीजा मिलता है। बॉम्बे आने का वीजा मिलने के बाद में वो वहां से ट्रेवल करता है, दूसरे दिन बॉम्बे पहुंच जाता है, 1-2 दिन वो आराम करता है, फिर वो सीधे महेश भट्ट की या यशराज की या प्रीतम जो संगीतकार है उनकी किसी पिक्चर में गाना गाता है, और गाना गाते ही वो सुपरहिट हो जाता है। फिर वो पूरी दुनिया में ट्रैवल करता है, और पूरी दुनिया में ट्रैवल करता है तो अपनी कमाई का हिस्सा जो जकात है वो हाफिज सईद या दाऊद इब्राहिम जैसों को देता है। उसी से बम गोली बंदूक खरीदे जाते हैं, उसी से बॉम्बे अटैक जैसे हमले होते हैं, उसी से कश्मीर में और दिल्ली में संसद पे हमला होता है, उसी से हमारे सेना और हमारी जनता मारी जाती है। ये काम हम लोग करते हैं इन जिहादियों को प्रमोट करके। ये कल्चरल जिहाद का क्लासिक एग्जाम्पल है। एक बार एक टॉक में मुझे किसी ने कहा कि आहूजा जी आप धर्म से क्यों या देश से क्यों जोड़ रहे हैं इस मामले को, ये तो कल्चरल एक्सचेंज तो 2 देशों में होना चाहिए। तो मैंने बोला कि अच्छा एक काम करते हैं, हमारे यहाँ मुस्लिम कलाकार बहुत है जो बड़े टैलेंटेड है, उन बेचारों का करियर नहीं बन रहा है। ये जो पूरा एक नेक्सस बॉलीवुड में काम करता है देश को बर्बाद करने के लिए और हमारी इकोनॉमी को और सब चीजों को कंट्रोल करने के लिए, तो हम एक काम करते हैं, हम कुछ बात करते हैं पाकिस्तान के लोगों से, आप ही कर लो, आप उनकी पैरवी कर रहे हो, तरफदारी कर रहे हो, तो एक बच्चा यहाँ से पाकिस्तान भेज देते हैं, उसको बोलो कि वो स्टार बना दे। बोलो वहां कैसे स्टार बनेगा, तो मैंने कहा भैया बड़े बुजुर्ग कह गए हमारे कि दोस्ती, संबंध, मित्रता बराबर के लोगों में होती है। एक भूखा नंगा देश जो भारत की घृणा के आधार पे बना है और भारत की घृणा के आधार पे इंटीग्रेटेड है, एकजुट वो इसी कारण है कि वो भारत से घृणा करता है। तो उनके यहाँ कभी भी सिंध आजादी मानता है, पख्तूनिस्तान मानता है, तो वो भारत का डर दिखा के वापस सबको लाइन पे ले आते हैं। तो मैंने बोला एक देश जो आर्मी के कब्जे में है, जो भारत की घृणा के आधार पे खड़ा है, वह हमारा बच्चा जाके पाकिस्तान में मुसलमान बच्चा भी जो है वो कोई आर्टिस्ट या कोई फेमस स्टार नहीं बन सकता, लेकिन उनके हर आदमी को हम स्टार बनाएंगे। उनके आतिफ असलम के गानों पे हम करोड़ों क्लिक्स करेंगे जिससे आतिफ असलम बहुत पैसे कमाए। और ये जो राक्षस बॉलीवुड में बैठे हैं, जो ये सीरियल्स बना रहे हैं, जो ये टीवी सीरियल्स के माध्यम से हमारे घरों को तोड़ रहे हैं, एकता कपूर जैसे लोग, हम ये सीरियल देखेंगे, हम बॉलीवुड को देखेंगे, हम अपनी हत्याओं के लिए फंड करेंगे इन जिहादियों को, इस सांस्कृतिक जिहाद को। और सबसे बड़ा माध्यम है गायत्री जी भाषा। हिंदी में हिंदी नहीं रही, हिंदी में उर्दू आ गई। हमको ये समझना पड़ेगा कि दीपावली मुबारक नहीं होती है, दीपावली की शुभकामनाएं होती हैं। भैया जिसको ईद मुबारक करनी है वो करे ना अपने घर में जाके ईद मुबारक। हमारे रीति रिवाज, हमारे संस्कार शुभकामनाओं से, मंगल कामनाओं से जुड़े हुए। तो ये जो शब्दावली है इसका भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है। हमारे शब्दों में भी बहुत सारे उर्दू अंदर आ गई है। हमको धीरे धीरे चुन चुन करके एक एक शब्द को बाहर करना पड़ेगा, हमारी शब्दावली को शुद्ध करना पड़ेगा। और ये सांस्कृतिक जिहाद का जो पूरा मॉडल है, सास बहू और साजिश वाला, ये हमारे घरों को तोड़ रहा है। ये हमारी न्यूक्लियर फैमिलीज में पति पत्नी के बीच में झगड़े करवा रहा है। ये हमारे पूरे समाज को नष्ट कर रहा है। ये हमारी बच्चे बच्चियों में जो विचार डाल रहा है, तो वो सीरियल्स देख के जब घरों में झगड़े होते हैं तो बच्चा एक ही बात बोलता है कि मम्मी पापा आप लोगों की नहीं आपस में बनती है तो मैरिज इज नॉट ए गुड आइडिया, आई विल लिव अलोन, मैं तो शादी ही नहीं करूंगा या मैं तो कभी शादी ही नहीं करूंगी। ऐसा कैसा हम समाज बना रहे हैं। हमारा भारत का जो सर्वश्रेष्ठ चीज थी वो हिंदू अनडिवाइडेड फैमिली, संयुक्त हिंदू परिवार, जो हमारी सबसे बड़ी क्षमता थी। तो कोई भी 100 जनों का परिवार होता था और उसमें 6 दिन के बच्चे से लेकर के 90 वर्ष के बाबा तक के सब लोग हुआ करते थे। और ऐसे परिवारों का क्या हाल, कैसे क्राइसिस मैनेजमेंट होता था कि घर के किसी एक सदस्य को कोई कठिनाई हो गई तो पूरा परिवार उसको डांटता तो था कि तुमने गलती करी, ऐसा किया, लेकिन पहले उसको बचाता था, पहले उसको हाथ पकड़ के उसको बेल आउट करते थे, उसकी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करते थे। और जब इन्वेंशंस हुए, जब ये आक्रांता लोग आए, तो घर के युवा सदस्य तो रह गए फ्रंट पे अपनी आर्मी की मदद करने के लिए, और घर के बुजुर्ग सदस्य और घर के महिलाएं और घर के बच्चे और घर के प्रौढ़, वो सब मिलके डीप इंटीरियर फॉरेस्ट में जाकर के छुप जाया करते थे। इस तरीके से भारत आज का भारत है, इस तरीके से भारत एक हिंदू भारत है। तो हमारे युवाओं ने बलिदान दिए और उन्होंने हिंदू अनडिवाइडेड फैमिली ने एक इकोसिस्टम बनाया कि बुरे से बुरे समय पर भी वो अपने परिवारों को बचा पाए, बेल आउट कर पाए और रक्षा कर पाए। वो सारी व्यवस्था नष्ट भ्रष्ट हो गई। अब न्यूक्लियर फैमिली में पति पत्नी, एक बच्चा है, 2 बच्चा है, उन 3 लोगों की भी आपस में बात नहीं हो रही है, उन 3 लोगों की भी आपस में बन नहीं रही है। तो ये कल्चरल जिहाद का जो आइडिया था ये पेनिट्रेट होके हमारे घरों में घुस गया है। और इस्लाम की ताकत है उनकी आज भी इंटीग्रेटेड फैमिलीज, एक आदमी, उसके 8 बच्चे, उसकी पत्नी, वो दुख में सुख में, अच्छे में बुरे में साथ में बैठे हुए हैं। हमारे यहाँ पति पत्नी 2 लोगों के बीच में नहीं बन रही है, भाई भाई आपस में बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। तो वो कम से कम हम फिजिकल इंटीग्रेशन परिवार का एक छत के नीचे नहीं कर सके, तो हम सबका प्रयास होना चाहिए कि वार त्योहार पे, सुख दुख में, अच्छे बुरे में, वीकेंड्स पे, परिवार में जितने सारे बच्चे हैं वो किसी एक घर में इकट्ठे हों, जितने सारे बड़े हैं वो किसी एक घर में इकट्ठे हों, और उनका ऐसा सिंक्रोनाइजेशन रहे, उनकी ऐसे आपस में समझ रहे, इतना प्रेम रहे उन बच्चों में, अगली पीढ़ी में और पुरानी पीढ़ी में भी, कि वो लोग जीवन में एक दूसरे की असेट बने, जीवन में एक दूसरे के लिए साथ खड़े रहें, सुख में दुख में। तो कल्चरल जिहाद को समझने का एक मतलब ये बहुत बड़ा विषय है, इस पे पूरी रात बोला जा सकता है। लेकिन मोटी मोटी बात यह है कि आप सबके सहयोग से पूरा अभियान चला करके हम लोगों ने पिछले 5-6 साल में भारत से पाकिस्तानी आर्टिस्ट गायब कर दिए, सबके वीजा एक्सटेंशन बंद करवा दिए। और ये कल्चरल जिहाद को आइडेंटिफाई भारत सरकार भी करेगी, तो उस पर काम भी हो रहा है। लेकिन जनता का भी काम है कि अगर वो फिर भी महेश भट्ट जाके दुबई में किसी पाकिस्तानी आर्टिस्ट की रिकॉर्डिंग करके आ रहा है, वो गाना आपको बहुत मेलोडियस लग रहा है, तो बॉयकॉट कीजिए। जुगनी जुगनी तेरे अल्लाह की जुगनी, इसको बायकॉट कीजिए। अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे क्यों? मैंने तो सब क्लब्स में जयपुर में चालू किया है, काना के बंदे हंस दे, जो भी हो कल फिर आएगा। तो हमको इस पे इफेक्टिवली काम करना पड़ेगा और समाज में चेतना लानी पड़ेगी। मतलब जयपुर के सारी जगह पे जहाँ पे लाइव सिंगिंग होती है, ज्यादातर जगह मेरे दोस्तों के रेस्टोरेंट में अल्लाह या खुदा की जगह काना या कृष्णा गाया जाता है। वी स्टार्टेड चेंजिंग। तो हमको खुद आगे बढ़ के करना पड़ेगा। मेरे हिसाब से आज के लिए पर्याप्त हो गया है। गायत्री जी धन्यवाद
जी। आई रिक्वेस्ट यू टू वेट, प्रणय जी भी रहेंगे, फिर उसके बाद क्वेश्चन आंसर्स कोई पब्लिक आई मीन ऑडियंस से आएगी, तो आप प्लीज आई रिक्वेस्ट यू।
डेफिनेटली
प्रणय जी प्लीज start speaking on jihad's effect on Hindu society in the past, in the present and in future. Islam and jihad on Hindu society.
Namaskar. Am I audible, Gayatri ji?
Yeah, sure. You're nicely audible.
सभी लोगों को इस एक मंच पर लाने के लिए जिन जिन लोगों का प्रयास है, उन सब के प्रति, और गायत्री जी आप बहुत अच्छा मॉडरेट कर रही हैं, आपके प्रति सर्वप्रथम मैं अपना आभार प्रदर्शित करता हूं। ऐसे प्रयास हिंदू समाज की जागरूकता के, जागृति के प्रमाण हैं। और इस समूह पर जितने लोग बैठे हुए हैं, उनमें से अधिकांश जिहाद और इस्लाम की बुनियादी बातों से परिचित है, यह मैं मानकर चलता हूं। लेकिन फिर भी आपने मुझे एक दायित्व सौंपा है, उसका मैं निर्वाह कर रहा हूं। हमें यह समझना होगा कि हम कल्चरल फ्रंट पर, सांस्कृतिक सरोकारों के मुद्दे पर इस्लाम ही नहीं, दुनिया के सभी मत, पंथ, मजहब से 1000 गुना श्रेष्ठ हैं। सांस्कृतिक मोर्चे पर कोई हमें चुनौती नहीं दे सकता, दार्शनिक मोर्चे पर कोई हमें चुनौती नहीं दे सकता। हम जानते हैं और हमें यह मानना चाहिए कि हम सर्वाधिक वैज्ञानिक हैं। हमें यह मानना चाहिए कि हम हमेशा समय और वर्तमान के साथ जुड़कर चलने वाले दर्शन धर्म के अनुयायी हैं, बिलीवर हैं। हमारी लड़ाई एक जंगली, वहशी, बर्बर पंथ से है। ईसाइयत ने समय के साथ थोड़ा रूप बदला, अपनी बर्बरता कम की, लेकिन इस्लाम आज भी उतना ही बर्बर, पाशविक और जंगली जाति या समूह है। किसी को संदेह हो तो उनके आदर्श राज्य तालिबान की ओर एक निगाह डाल सकते हैं, वह उनका सपना है। तालिबान उनका आदर्श राज्य की परिभाषा है। और किसकी बात कर रहे हैं हम? चाहे वो कुरान हो, हदीस हो या उनकी सूरा हो, उनके शरीयत के सब चीजों को उठाकर देख लीजिए। उनका शरीयत का शासन का मतलब है एक पंथ, एक ग्रंथ, एक प्रतीक, एक पैगंबर। और यहीं से लड़ाई शुरू होती है, सारे दर्शनों के बीच, सारे पंथों के बीच। और पहले दिन से वो स्पष्ट हैं। जिस मोहम्मद साहब ने, उसे जो लोग साहब कहते हैं, उन पर भी मुझे गंभीर आपत्ति है। तो मुझे तो आप आज्ञा दीजिए कि मैं उसे रंगीला मोहम्मद कह सकूं, जो पहले भी लोगों ने कहा। 52 वर्ष की आयु में जिसकी इच्छा 6 वर्ष की लड़की के साथ सहवास की हो, उस व्यक्ति को अगर कोई बहुत बड़ा प्रवर्तक मानता है, पैगंबर मानता है, तो उसकी सोच पर सवाल खड़े करने का मुझे पूरा अधिकार है। हमें समझना पड़ेगा कि हमारी लड़ाई किसी धर्म से नहीं है। धर्म की संकल्पना केवल भारत के सनातन या हिंदू धर्म से उपजे हुए जितने पंथ हैं उन्हीं में है, नहीं तो धर्म की संकल्पना नहीं है। और संघर्ष का मूल कारण एक ग्रंथ, एक पंथ, एक प्रतीक, एक पैगंबर के कारण है। तो अगर आप जिहाद और इस्लाम पर बात करना चाहते हैं तो सबसे पहले अपने बच्चों को यह बताना शुरू कीजिए, अपने परिवार के सदस्यों को यह बताना शुरू कीजिए कि सब इंसान या हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई आपस में है भाई भाई, इस नारे को अपने घर में बंद कीजिए। सबसे पहले गंगा जमुनी तहजीब की बात करना बंद कीजिए। कोई सबसे पहले सामासिक संस्कृति की बात करने वालों को जवाब दीजिए, भारत की संस्कृति सामासिक नहीं है, भारत की तहजीब गंगा जमुनी नहीं है, गंगा भी हमारी है और जमुना भी हमारी है। यहां से लड़ाई शुरू होगी और जिहाद की पूरी संकल्पना मोहम्मद साहब ने कुरान में, हदीस में और सूरा में दी हुई है। और वो जिहाद धर्म युद्ध नहीं है। उस जिहाद को सरल भाषा में यह समझिए कि वह जिहाद जो गैर मुस्लिम है उसको जबरदस्ती छल से, प्रपंच से, युद्ध से डराकर धमकाकर साजिश के अंतर्गत मुसलमान बनाने की है। और जिहाद से उपजा हुआ ही मत है गजवाए हिंद। प्रारंभ से उनके पास आप अगर कल्पना करें तो जो जन्नत की कल्पना करते हैं, अगर विचार करें तो वो जन्नत की जो उनकी कल्पनाएं हैं उसको भारत में ईश्वर ने, प्रकृति ने शुरू से दे रखी है। वो जन्नत में क्या कल्पना करते हैं? जन्नत में ये कल्पना करते हैं कि यहाँ इस दुनिया में शराब पर पाबंदी होगी, लेकिन जन्नत में शराब का दरिया बहेगा, अंगूर खाने को मिलेंगे, बड़े बढ़िया रसीले आम खाने को मिलेंगे। तो वे लोग हैं जिनको अपने यहाँ ये उपलब्ध नहीं था। लेकिन भारत यह शस्य श्यामला धरती है, छह ऋतुएं हैं, सब प्रकार के धन धान्य से परिपूर्ण धरती है। तो शुरू से ही, प्रारंभ से ही मोहम्मद ने अपने समय से ही गजवाए हिंद का सपना और आदर्श उनको दिया है। और इस गजवाए हिंद का जरिया है उनका जिहाद। मैंने कुछ बातें लिखी हैं जिहाद और इस्लाम पर। गायत्री जी ने मुझे कहा कि इतिहास, वर्तमान और भविष्य तीनों की तस्वीर में पेश करूं, चित्र में प्रस्तुत करूं। तो आप सब जानते हैं कि मोहम्मद ने अपने समय में इस्लाम को एक मजबूत राजनीतिक शक्ति के रूप में स्थापित करने का प्रयास किया था। मोहम्मद को आप एक कबीला के नेता या राजनीतिक प्रवर्तक के रूप में स्थान दे सकते हैं। और मोहम्मद के बाद उसके सभी अनुयायियों ने इसी दिशा में आगे बढ़ने का काम किया। मोहम्मद के जितने अनुयायी थे सबका इतिहास देख लीजिए। अभी आहूजा जी ने एक सकारात्मक संदेश में, मैं जहां तक नाम याद कर रहा हूं आहूजा जी ही थे, एक सकारात्मक संदेश के रूप में मुसलमानों के परिवार में जो एका है उसकी बात की। अब मुझे उनकी आज्ञा चाहिए। वो एका कृत्रिम है, वो एका क्षणिक है। मोहम्मद ने ऐसे विचार दिए हैं पूरी दुनिया को कि वो हमेशा लड़ते रहेंगे, दूसरों से नहीं तो आपस में लड़ते रहेंगे। आपस में जब एक होंगे तो दूसरों से लड़ते रहेंगे। पूरी दुनिया के लिए असभ्य जाति है ये, इनको किसी के साथ समन्वय स्थापित करने की बात नहीं कही। मोहम्मद के जितने अनुयायी थे सबका जीवन उठाकर देखिए, उसमें केवल अनैतिकता दिखेगी आप, केवल अनैतिकता, अपने लिए कुर्बानी। लेकिन हरेक ने अपनी भांजी से, अपनी भतीजी से, जो बचपन में उनका नारा बांधते थे उनसे विवाह किया है, दैहिक संबंध बनाए। कोई नैतिकता नहीं है उस समाज से। और हमारी आपकी लड़ाई ऐसे ही अनैतिक बर्बर पाशविक जाति से। ये अपने बच्चों को समझाइए, ये परिवार को समझाइए स्पष्ट शब्दों में, कोई गोल मटोल बात मत कीजिए। और इतिहास गायत्री जी, हम आप सब जानते हैं मोहम्मद बिन कासिम 100 साल भी नहीं हुए थे मोहम्मद को गए हुए। उसके 100 साल के भीतर उसने गजवाए हिंद का सपना लेकर भारत के सिंध प्रांत पर हमला किया। दाहिर के साथ क्या किया, उसके राज्य की स्त्रियों के साथ क्या किया, इसको दोहराने की आवश्यकता नहीं। मोहम्मद गजनी ने सोमनाथ तक की यात्रा में क्या किया, इसको दोहराने की आवश्यकता नहीं। इतिहास की पुस्तकों में हमसे झूठ बोला गया, बार बार बोला गया, 1000 बार बोला गया कि वो मंदिर लूटने के लिए आया था, वो सोने चांदी जेवर के लिए आया था। नहीं, वो जिहाद ही था उसका सोना चांदी जेवर, मंदिर, स्त्रियां, माले गनीमत की संकल्पना, इससे आप सब परिचित हैं। वो तो उसका बाइक सह उत्पाद था। उसका मुख्य उद्देश्य तो काफिरों को, यानी जो इस्लाम में विश्वास नहीं करते हैं, उनको मार डालना या उनको बलपूर्वक इस्लाम में दीक्षित कर लेना, ये था। आपसे छुपा नहीं है दाहिर की बेटियों के साथ क्या किया मोहम्मद बिन कासिम ने। आपसे छिपा नहीं है कि मोहम्मद गजनी ने क्या किया भारत में। आपसे छुपा नहीं है कि गोरी ने क्या किया भारत में। आपसे छुपा नहीं है कि तैमूर लंग ने क्या किया भारत में। आपसे छुपा नहीं है जब पेशवाओं ने भारत से इस्लाम की को जड़ मूल समेत उखाड़ फेंका। क्योंकि यह भी ध्यान रखना है कि हमारा इतिहास पराजय का इतिहास नहीं है। अपने बच्चों को बताइए, गायत्री जी आपने समाधान देने की भी बात कही, ये समाधान है। अपने बच्चों को बताइए कि हम भेड़ बकरी नहीं रहे, हम केवल गुलाम नहीं रहे, हम केवल पराजित नहीं रहे, हमने संघर्ष किया। और आजादी से के बाद हमारा नुकसान हुआ है जो छद्म धर्मनिरपेक्षता की कथित अवधारणा है उसके कारण। नहीं तो आजादी से पूर्व 1857 तक लगातार देश के किसी न किसी हिस्से में विस्तारवादी वर्चस्ववादी इस्लाम को इस देश की हिंदू जनता, इस देश के हिंदू शासक लगातार चुनौती देते रहे। हम केवल पराजित नहीं रहे, हम जीते भी हैं, जीते भी हैं। और जब पेशवाओं ने इस्लाम को जड़ मूल समेत उखाड़ फेंका, शिवाजी ने जब हिंदवी साम्राज्य की स्थापना की और चुनौती दी इस्लाम को, इस्लाम बिल्कुल घिसकता हुआ सा रह गया था। तब यही हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई आपस में है भाई भाई कहने वाले से सवाल पूछा जाना चाहिए कि इसी देश के मुसलमानों ने अहमद शाह अब्दाली को आमंत्रित किया था और हम हारे। उसके बावजूद फिर रंजीत सिंह खड़े हो गए। देश के किसी न किसी हिस्से में इस्लाम को चुनौती देने वाले लोग खड़े हुए। तो गायत्री जी, जिहाद के कारण हम कहां कहां इतिहास में संघर्ष किए और एक अनुमान के मुताबिक इस जिहाद की अवधारणा के कारण मैं प्रामाणिकता से कह रहा हूं, लाखों नहीं करोड़ों हिंदुओं का नरसंहार किया गया है। नरसंहार कह रहा हूं, और वो अब भी लगातार जारी है। आपने विषय में रखा है भूमि। आपको जानकारी होनी चाहिए कि ये समूह में रहते हैं, संगठित होकर रहते हैं। जहां इनकी संख्या बहुत कम होती है वहां ये हिंदुओं से मुंह मांगी दाम पर जमीन खरीदते हैं, संपत्ति खरीदते हैं और सोचते नहीं है एक बात, हम लालची लोग, हम भटके हुए लोग, हम भ्रमित लोग, हम हिंदू अस्मिता से न जुड़े हुए लोग उन्हें अपनी प्रॉपर्टी बेच देते हैं। धीरे धीरे वो संख्या अपनी उस मोहल्ले में बढ़ाते हैं और जिस दिन वहां 40-60 का 40-60 का अनुपात होता है, फिर क्या होता है इस समूह पर बैठे हुए हर सदस्य को मालूम होगा। फिर वहां रह रहे, उस मोहल्ले में रह रहे हिंदुओं को अपनी संपत्ति औने पौने के दाम पर बेचकर जाना होता है। जो हमारी बहन बेटियों माताओं के साथ वो सार्वजनिक रूप से दुर्व्यवहार करते हैं, वह भी उनकी जिहाद का हिस्सा है। वो हाथों में कलेवा बांधकर, मस्तक पर तिलक लगाकर हमारी कोमल भावनाओं वाली या सेकुलरिज्म का कीड़ा काटे हुए हिंदू युवतियों को वो बहलाते फुसलाते हैं, बहला फुसलाकर अपने प्रेम के जाल में फंसाते हैं। और जब उसके सामने वास्तविकता आती है तब तक उसका जीवन नारकीय हो जाता है। हमें इस स्थिति के लिए भी तैयार होना चाहिए कि अगर साल भर बाद, 2 साल बाद, 4 साल बाद कोई हिंदू युवती जो उनके प्रेम जाल में फंस गई थी, उनके प्रति हमको प्रतिशोध का भाव नहीं रखना है। उन्हें अपनाने को स्वीकार करने के लिए एक समाज में बोध होना चाहिए, स्वीकृति होनी चाहिए, तभी जाकर स्थितियां सामान्य होंगी। अपनी बच्चियों को, बेटियों को, बहनों को हमें हर पल सचेत करना होगा कि कितने मायावी, कितने छली, कितने दुष्ट और बर्बर जातियों से उनका सामना है। वो रूप बदल बदल कर उनको प्रेम जाल में फंसाने आए। तो ये एक पिता की जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि वो अपनी लड़कियों के साथ, अपनी बेटियों के साथ इस विषय पर भी बातचीत करे। मैं करता हूं, जिम्मेदारी बनती। आपने जिहाद और इस्लाम में वर्तमान में यह रखा है कि कैसे वो छल प्रपंच से, बांग्लादेश से, पाकिस्तान से, दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों से भारत में घुसपैठ कराते हैं, शरणार्थी बनकर आते हैं, पहले डरे सहमे रहते हैं, धीरे धीरे करके वहां उस मोहल्ले की संख्या बढ़ाते हैं और किसी समृद्ध अपार्टमेंट के सामने झुग्गी झोपड़ी में रहकर फिर ऐसी स्थिति निर्मित करते हैं कि उस अपार्टमेंट के आवास को खाली करके जाना होता है। पलायन समाधान नहीं है, संघर्ष समाधान है। हम कहां कहां से भागेंगे, कहां कहां से भागेंगे? कश्मीर से भागे, पूरे देश में विस्थापित होकर रह गए, शरणार्थी बनकर रह गए, नारकीय जिंदगी जी रहे हैं। पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश के कुछ जिलों से भागे, कहां जाएंगे? तो लड़ना पड़ेगा। आज पश्चिम बंगाल की स्थिति आप में से किसी से छुपी हुई नहीं है। जिहाद की अवधारणा के कारण पश्चिम बंगाल गजवाए हिंद का दूसरा रूप हो रहा है। गायत्री जी, आपने मुझे जो समय दिया है, और कितना मिनट आप दे रही है मुझे?
जी एक्चुअली
कंक्लूड करो, इतना समय है?
जी एक्चुअली या आप करिए। आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट द ऑडियंस टू प्लेस देयर क्वेश्चंस ऑन द चैट बॉक्स so that we can put the questions out to our guests and then they will answer the questions. Thank you.
तो मैं केवल समस्या का पक्ष नहीं रख रहा हूं, समाधान प्रस्तुत कर रहा हूं। पलायन समाधान नहीं है, हर एक को लड़ना होगा। और अहिंसा परमो धर्म का की बात करने वाले अपने बच्चों को बताइए कि अहिंसा परम धर्म नहीं है, बल्कि दुष्टों के समक्ष खड़े होना। हमारे सब भगवान ने यही सीख दी कि दुष्टों का संहार करना है और सज्जनों की रक्षा करनी है। फिर क्यों नहीं हम अपने बच्चों को बताते हैं, क्यों नहीं बताते हैं कि हमारा धर्म वो नहीं है जो हमें पढ़ाया जा रहा है। और अंतिम बात, समस्या का बड़ा पहलू, 1947 के बाद जितना हिंदू समाज का, हिंदू धर्म का नुकसान हुआ है, उतना पहले कभी नहीं हुआ था। हमारी धर्म की नैतिक सत्ता कमजोर हो गई है। हमारी पाठ्य पुस्तकों में जिन्होंने हमको गुलाम बनाया, ऐसे लोगों द्वारा लिखे गए इतिहास को, जो हमको गुलाम बनाने आए उन यात्रियों द्वारा लिखे गए इतिहास को, या कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को इतिहासकार बनाकर प्रस्तुत किए गए इतिहास को हमारा इतिहास बनाकर प्रस्तुत कर दिया गया, जिसका परिणाम यह हुआ कि आज की पीढ़ी हिंदू धर्म, हिंदू संस्कार, हिंदू मान बिंदुओं से बिल्कुल कटी हुई है। इतनी कि हम में से यहाँ इस समूह पर बैठे हुए जो लोग हैं, वे भी अपने घर में हिंदू शब्द का प्रयोग करने में संकोच करते हैं, उसका समानार्थी शब्द ढूंढते हैं। भारतीय, सनातन, क्यों नहीं हम कह सकते कि हम हिंदू हैं? हिंदू होने पर हम गर्व की भावना क्यों नहीं विकसित कर सकते? हम अगर गर्व नहीं करेंगे तो कौन करेगा? जिस हिंदू ने दुनिया के किसी देश पर आक्रमण नहीं किया, जिस हिंदू ने हमेशा जियो और जीने दो की बात की, जिस हिंदू ने संपूर्ण प्रकृति के अणु रेणु में एक ही परमात्मा का दर्शन किया, उस हिंदू को हिंदू कहलाने में यदि शर्म की अनुभूति हो रही है, तो यह हमारी शिक्षा व्यवस्था का दुष्परिणाम, दुष्प्रभाव है, जिसे बदले बिना कोई बदलाव संभव नहीं है। और दुर्भाग्य से नई शिक्षा नीति आने के बाद भी भारत सरकार ने, भारत की वर्तमान राष्ट्रीय सरकार ने, तथाकथित राष्ट्रवादी सरकार ने भी इस दिशा में सार्थक परिवर्तन नहीं किया है। मैंने तथाकथित क्यों कहा? इसलिए कहा कि शिक्षा वह टूल है, वह उपकरण है जिसके माध्यम से आप भावी पीढ़ी को बदल सकते हैं। अटल जी की 5 साल की सरकार ने यह काम कर दिया था, लेकिन हमारी इस सरकार में दुर्भाग्य से अन्य अनेक मोर्चों पर काम हुआ है, लेकिन शिक्षा, इस मुख्य रूप से इतिहास और साहित्य की पुस्तकों में कोई काम नहीं हुआ है। यदि आप परिपक्व मन स्थिति वाले, हम परिपक्व मन स्थिति वाले उस इतिहास और साहित्य को पढ़ लेंगे तो हम भी एंटी हिंदू हो जाएंगे। यह निष्कर्ष है मेरा। तो शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में आगे आइए और सोशल मीडिया के विभिन्न माध्यमों के द्वारा, परिवार के सदस्यों के द्वारा उनको बताइए अपना असली इतिहास, अपना सच्चा इतिहास, अपना गौरवशाली इतिहास। यही समाधान है। अगर आपने भावी पीढ़ी को सचेत नहीं किया, सजग नहीं किया, तो बहुत देर हो जाएगी। और मैं चिंतित हूं, आहत हूं, डरा हुआ हूं कि आज से 50 साल बाद यह देश हिंदू बाहुल्य वाला रहेगा या नहीं रहेगा। धन्यवाद गायत्री जी, आपने मुझे अवसर दिया।
जी, now few questions. I'll start with Vineet ji. Vineet ji, we know that halal is completely swamping us. Halalonomics is swamping us. It has left many of our Hindu butchers and many other people literally with no profession left. Of course, there's a resistance now started. Like, for example, in Kerala, during Christmas, the Christians said that a Christian group said that we would not be taking halal meat during Christmas. And then they started to sell meat which is not non-halal. Are we having Vineet ji here, or have we lost him? I can't see him on the screen. Hello? Vineet ji? I think we have lost him. Okay. Vineet ji, hello. Yeah, am I audible to you? You're coming. Your video is coming on and off.
Yes, you are audible.
I can't see you. I mean, you're not visible.
One second.
So, what is the solution?
Now am I visible?
No.
No. I think
we can see
problem
him.
must be.
Now you're visible. Now you're visible. I wanted to know that in Kerala, now this year, they had started, even Hindus had started. There's a group of Hindus in Kerala who had started to sell meat, a whole chain of meat system from the butcher till the retailer to sell jhatka meat. So, and they put a board saying that it's jhatka meat, so that people are aware of it. Vineet ji, I think again we have lost you. I wanted to ask you whether something can be drawn up. Can we have some sattvic or halal, like, can we sort of publicize people, make people aware of it, that people should demand jhatka meat and not halal meat? This is the non-vegetarians. And also, halal is a very, you can say from the point of animal rights, it's a very cruel process. The animal is killed very slowly. It is the blood is let out very slowly. It's a very slow, painful death for the animal. So it will be going through a process of lot of agony and pain. And such a meat is certainly not very good for the health either. So, Vineet ji, are you there? Can you answer my question?
Yes, fact is, first of all, let me, am I audible?
You're audible now, yeah. You're also visible and audible.
Yeah. So first of all, let me make this clear that halal is not simply limited to meat or how an animal is butchered. It is a very comprehensive economic ideology that is a tool of not only waging war, but it is a tool that funds war. And as for your question regarding the butchers, without creating an entire ecosystem where the animal is reared by Hindus, where it is transported and sold to Hindus, and then slaughtered by Hindu butchers, without creating that entire ecosystem, you cannot counter an economic ideology. We have to do that. Now, some people have started jhatka shops and there is jhatka certification. But again, this is a very limited response because you are addressing only one aspect of the halal economy. You are addressing the aspect of food. Jhatka is not a comprehensive economic ideology. It is a food habit. It is a food certification where you certify whether the animal has been killed in a more humane way or not. That's it. But it is not an economic ideology that would address the challenge posed by halal. So as if a challenge is bigger than the reply won't be sufficient. A Jhatka certification authority is a timely intervention, but it is a small patch on a torn cloth.
And for other
won't.
products, we can have Sattvic certifications too, to sort of
even
make people buy Sattvic products.
Yeah. Yes, you can, but why go that way? In my view, if you simply do not buy products that are halal, that should be enough. Because buying a halal product, you fund jihad against yourself. By not buying it, you discredit the entire ecosystem. Why would you like to, go and stay in a halal hotel or get treated in a halal hospital? Why would you like to eat an ice cream that is halal? Or why would you like to use a cosmetic that is halal? Stop doing that, and that ideology is defeated.
Yes, you're right that we should first stop using halal products. I'm also thinking ahead, can we have Sattvic products so that a part of that money can go for rehabilitation and taking care of Hindu society.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, some kind of system. We can come up with something like that.
You can, but that would be like reinventing the wheel. When we have already got systems that we can always rely on, we should start doing that instead of trying to reinvent the wheel and creating an alternate certification bodies. Because again, as I said, halal is not simply certification, it is an economic system. Either create an entire economic system to counter that ideology, or use the tools that are already available with us. First and foremost, as I said, at the cost of repeating myself, I say stop using halal products, stop buying halal food products, stop using halal services, and ask companies to stop this shenanigan of halal certifications. Sattvic certifications, if somebody wants to do, well and good, it should be supported. But there are laws, there are practices, there are food certification programs by the government, there are good manufacturing processes, there is GAP, good agricultural practices, there is HCAP and ISOs. There are so many tools that ensure good hygienic foods and consumables, services are certified. Everything is certified. So we don't exactly need to reinvent the wheel and create an economic system.
No,
unless we create an economic system.
I agree to that part, but we can have additional systems like how like go the dharmic way, how dharma treats business. Like we put in certain sort of requirements for industry or a corporate company who desirous of getting this certification, say that it should fulfill certain criteria, where we say that the employees should be treated in a certain way, in a very respected way, and should be taken care of properly. And then the dharmic system of giving and sharing, like that should be inbuilt in it. So then we say, like, and certain other principles we can surely sort of coordinate with other people who are experts in the area dharma to tell what is a dharmic way of trading. So we have this criteria in place, and then we ask companies to register, and we will give you certain stars, like your 5-star or 4-star or 3-star, according to our criteria. And then we say, okay, now let people know about it, so that there is a competition to get the 5-star or the greatest star available for the corporate body, so that it becomes a marketing device, something like that. So that's how we capture economy too. We also need to capture economy, like the other part, the counterpart. We need to use something, have come up with some solutions. Or I'm just saying, you may not agree.
What you are saying is a credible idea, but that is a long-term solution.
Long-term.
As of now, it is a long-term solution that can be, experimented on and tried on, but it would end up creating a little more red tape for the companies. The businesses in India, they already are buried under red tape and under regulations. Why burden them with one more set of red tapes? But understand this, as I had tried to expound on this factor of halal economics, that how does that money first, before you address a problem, you have to understand the problem. And the problem is that how does when you buy, when let us say Baba Ramdev gets a halal certification, or a Unilever gets a halal certification, how does that fund terrorism? How does that fund jihad? That is one question that needs to be expounded on, and I had hoped to do that, so I'll just do that, and I think it will give you a clearer idea of the solution forward. Now, these halal certification bodies, they are run by various charities and madrasas and masjids and foundations with no financial oversight, as I have already said. Now, these places, they send a portion of their earnings as zakat to various other charitable organizations. Now, there are 8 claimants to zakat. One is the poor, the destitute, very good. One claimant of this portion is the person who can be converted through financial inducements. One portion claim of this zakat is the claimant who is a mujahideen, who wages war in the name of Islam. He is also a claimant for zakat. Then there is a claimant of those who undertake hijr, who migrate, who travel. And then there is a claimant for zakat, are those people who collect zakat. So all that we do, that goes to funding various terror organizations, conversion activities. Now we know. So what we need to do is, we need to counter this aspect of halal. They have a certain eating preference, well and good. Jews also have that. In fact, halal originated out of kosher. Jews have a similar practice that is called kosher. But they don't do, fund terrorism, or they don't do conversions. So, majority of the adherents of the faith, they want to eat halal produce, well and good. They want to practice halal Islamic banking, let them do. But let us not contribute to our own demise by funding terror, because that has to be an individual decision. Instead of reacting to a situation, we have to address our own desires for a little more profit, for a little more convenience. When we compromise on our principles, कि ठीक है कोई जना हमको थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा दे रहा है, and if a shopkeeper is giving us a little more discount, we buy a halal product. That is wrong. That is where we should stop. And the red tape, the various certifications, that is a long-term solution that requires ample administrative framework, that requires religious sanction, that requires training of the enforcers. Yeah. So that is a work in progress, and maybe in another 20 years, we might see that. But as of now, let us all make it a point that we should not contribute to our own demise by purchasing anything that is halal.
It is jizya. It's actually jizya.
In a way,
our own demolition.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yes. Very well said, Gayatri ji. Very well said. Jizya. Yeah, so, this is a form of jizya that we pay. That is, we are helping sharpen the sword that is going to cut off our necks tomorrow.
Yeah, Ahuja ji, Jay bhai, can you tell us कि इसे हम कैसे काउंटर कर सकते हैं? जैसे आपने तो बहुत सारे हमें चीजें बताई कि कैसे हम ये टीवी सीरियल्स का प्रभाव हम कैसे कम कर सके. हमारे अपने भी एंटरटेनमेंट सोर्सेज रहने चाहिए जहां हिंदूज आर प्रमोटेड, जहां प्रो हिंदू स्टफ. अब एक नई पिक्चर आई है जो कन्वर्जन पे एक नई रिलीज होने वाली है. इट्स अ न्यू वेंचर. इट्स टॉकिंग अबाउट सेक्स जिहाद. लाइक कैसे वो इंटरेक्ट करते हैं, लड़कियों को फंसाते हैं, पहले हिंदू बन के फंसाते हैं, फिर बाद में वो फंसाने के बाद वो अपना मुसलमान चेहरा दिखाते हैं, फिर उसके बाद उसको कन्वर्ट करते हैं, उसकी शादी करा देते हैं, फिर then literally she gets into many of them are not even, there is no love in it, so I call it sex jihad and no love in it. It's not right to call it love jihad either, and it's rather a sex slavery jihad, because वो उसको फिर बहुत सारे बातों से prostitution और वैसे areas में खींचा जाता है. They even sent to Syria. We have come across in Kerala ऐसे बहुत सारे cases हुए हैं जहाँ पर एक लड़कियों को स्कूल कॉलेज जाने वाली लड़कियों को उन्होंने इंट्रैप किया है और उनको आईसिस भी भेजा. तो हाउ टू काउंटर दिस, जय भाई?
जी, इसका सबसे अच्छा तरीका ये है कि हम अपने बच्चे बच्चियों को जो इस तरीके की वर्सेस हैं वो उनके खुद के फोन से गूगल करवा के उनको डेटा शेयर करके, मतलब मैं अपने 10,000 दोस्त और उनके बच्चे बच्चियों के फोन में कुरान की ऐप डाउनलोड करा चुका हूँ, जिस लैंग्वेज में उनको सूटेबल है उस लैंग्वेज में. लाइक माय फ्रेंड्स दे ऑल आर हिंदी मीडियम, तो वो हिंदी की कुरान पढ़ते हैं अपने फोन में. बच्चियां इंग्लिश मीडियम के हैं, उनको हमने इंग्लिश की कुरान डाउनलोड कराई है, उनको वर्सेस की लिस्ट दी है, उनको बोला आप वेरीफाई करो. सो चैप्टर 2 वर्स 223 इज स्ट्रेट मैंडेट फॉर लव जिहाद और सेक्स जिहाद, व्हाटएवर वी कैन से. तो एक तो ये है एजुकेशन, मतलब हमको अपने धर्म की शिक्षा के साथ में जो हमारे सामने चुनौती बन के खड़े उनकी विचारधारा भी अपने समाज को, अपने बच्चों को बतानी चाहिए. जैसा प्रणय भाई कह रहे थे कि सच बोलना पड़ेगा अपने बच्चों से, अपने परिवार से, अपने लोगों से. अपने को इस गार्बेज को कारपेट के नीचे दबा के छुपाना नहीं है. एक दिन ये पूरे घर को सड़ा देगा, बदबू कर देगा पूरे घर में, तो दुर्गंध आएगी. इसलिए हमको अपने बच्चों को सच बताना है. और बॉलीवुड को तो हम सबक सिखाना सीख रहे हैं धीरे धीरे. अभी एक बैंक है एयू स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक, सुशील अग्रवाल जी का, उन्होंने आमिर खान को अपना ब्रांड एम्बेसडर लिया है. तो उस बैंक में मेरे एक दोस्त हैं, वो सीनियर पोजीशन पे हैं, तो मैंने उनको बोला भाई ये क्या किया? बोला वी आर इन सीरियस ट्रबल. जब से ये कैंपेन चलाया तो कुछ 30 करोड़ रुपए का डिपॉजिट जो था हमारे पास में एफडीज के तौर पे, वो सारा हमारा लोगों ने विड्रॉ कर लिया. अकाउंट तेजी से बंद हो रहे हैं और लोग कह रहे हैं भैया आमिर खान ही चला लेगा, तुम्हारा बिजनेस हम नहीं करेंगे, तुम्हारे बैंक के साथ में कोई भी डील. दैट मच ऑफ अवेयरनेस इज नीडेड. दिस इज टाइम, मतलब नीड ऑफ आवर. ये इस समय की सबसे बड़ी मांग है. तो समाज मुखर होकर रिटेलिएट करे. एक उपभोक्ता के तौर पे हम इन सब चीजों को बायकॉट करें, बहिष्कार करें इन पिक्चरों को. फिर जो आपने बात कहा कि हमारे गौरव पे बात होनी चाहिए, तो ओमेंद्र भाई साहब और हम लोग मिलकर के, हमारी रिसर्च टीम, विजयदशमी पर हमारी पहली किताब आ रही है, महाराणा 1000 साल का धर्म युद्ध, मेवाड़ कुल के ऊपर. मेवाड़ के जो सिसोदिया कुल है, मैं बात भी कर रहा हूँ गायत्री जी तो ये गूजबम्स हो जाते हैं. हम जी रहे हैं महाराणा प्रताप को. तो अब हमको कोई फाइनेंसर नहीं मिल रहा है महाराणा प्रताप के ऊपर एक रियल टाइम मूवी बनाने के लिए, क्योंकि महाराणा प्रताप जीत नहीं थे. महाराणा प्रताप ने 6 साल बाद ही दिवेर में ऐसा भीषण संग्राम किया था जहां बहलोल खां के घोड़े में 2 टुकड़े कर दिए थे, जहां पे 90% मेवाड़ को मुक्त करा लिया था 4 दिन में. उस युद्ध को कर्नल टॉड ने लिखा है मैराथन ऑफ मेवाड़. 4 दिन तक अलग अलग किलों को लगातार जीतते गए और चित्तौड़ के अलावा 90% मेवाड़ महाराणा प्रताप ने मुक्त करा लिया. तो ऐसी अद्भुत कथाएं हमारे पास में हैं, ऐसे अद्भुत शूरवीर योद्धा हमारे पास में हैं. आप महाराणा सांगा को पढ़े. जैसे मैं राजस्थान में रहता हूं तो मुझे इस बारे में जानकारी है. तो ऐसे आसाम में भी युद्ध हुए, ऐसे उड़ीसा में भी युद्ध हुए, ऐसे दक्षिण भारत में भी युद्ध हुए इन राक्षसों के विरुद्ध. तो उन सारी बातों को, बाजीराव पेशवा को एक बॉलीवुड ने क्या किया हमारे एक हीरो के साथ, 40 वर्ष की उम्र में 40 युद्ध जीते हुए अविजित विजेता को एक फैनेटिक प्रेमी बता दिया. जबकि मस्तानी के साथ में उनके बच्चों ने कुछ भी बुरा नहीं किया था. मस्तानी की कब्र सह सम्मान महाराजा सूरजमल के आशीर्वाद से आज भी सुरक्षित भरतपुर में है. उन्होंने अपने छोटे भाई को जो है शमशेर को, जिसको उन ब्राह्मणों ने स्वीकार नहीं किया हिंदू के रूप में, जिसका नाम बाजीराव ने कृष्णा रखा था जन्म के समय, ये बात सही है, शमशेर को बांदा का राजा बना दिया. आज भी शमशेर का परिवार उत्तर प्रदेश में बांदा में वहां के नवाब के तौर पर रह रहा है. और उन्होंने बाजीराव, जो मूवी आई थी बाजीराव मस्तानी, उसका खंडन किया कि हमारी बड़ी माँ मस्तानी के साथ में कुछ भी बुरा नहीं. तो ये सत्य बताने का समय है. हम अपने शूरवीर योद्धाओं का सत्य बताएंगे, हम उन पे पुस्तकें लिखेंगे, हम उन पे OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे जाएंगे तो जो लोग हमारे बॉलीवुड से जुड़े हुए हैं उनको हम इतना लाचार कर देंगे, इतना मजबूर कर देंगे कि महेश भट्ट को झक मार के अच्छी पिक्चरें बनानी पड़े। आमिर खान का कैरियर हम खत्म कर देंगे, शाहरुख खान का कैरियर हम खत्म कर देंगे। सलमान खान ने एक रात में 9 ट्वीट किए थे, अब वो मोदी जी के साथ कितनी भी पतंग उड़ा ले, उसको याकूब मेमन पसंद था, उसने ये बता दिया, तो अब हम सलमान खान की दुकान नहीं चलने देंगे। ये रिटेलिएशन, उपभोक्ता के पास बड़ी क्षमता है, पावर है। मेरे बच्चे शाहरुख खान, सलमान खान, आमिर खान की कोई भी मूवी नहीं देखते हैं, महेश भट्ट की कोई भी मूवी नहीं देखते हैं। मेरे परिवार में एकता कपूर के सीरियलों को देखना सबने बंद कर दिया है। ये करना पड़ेगा, ये करना पड़ेगा, उससे ही समाधान निकलेगा। जो अभी बात बार बार मेरे भाई प्रणय जी कह रहे थे कि पहला कदम, पहला जो हमारा प्रामाणिक कार्य है वो उपभोक्ता के रूप में इनसे दूरी बनाना है। और उपभोक्ता के रूप में अगर हमने दूरी बना ली तो हम सब कुछ कर सकते हैं। अब एक एम्पायर करके वेब सीरीज आई है जिसमें बाबर का महिमा मंडन हो रहा है, उस राक्षस का महिमा मंडन, और भारत के लोग देख रहे हैं। अभी एक भाई राजेश जी इस पे लिख रहे थे, गायत्री जी, की मैं आपकी OTT के मामले में मदद कर सकता हूँ। तो राजेश जी, हम बात करते हैं, महाराणा सांगा के ऊपर कुछ करके देखते हैं, महाराणा कुंभा पे कुछ करके देखते हैं, बाजीराव पेशवा पे कुछ करके देखते हैं। बहुत सारा रिसर्च चल रहा है। और ये बात विनीत जी अभी जो बोल रहे थे वो सही कह रहे थे, उपभोक्ता के रूप में दूरी बनानी पड़ेगी। और प्रणय जी जो एक बात कह रहे थे कि भाई हमको भारत के इतिहास को बदलने के लिए, जो सही इतिहास, बदलना नहीं, सही इतिहास लिखवाने के लिए प्रेशर ग्रुप के रूप में काम करना पड़ेगा। तो मैं लगातार इस विषय पे काम कर रहा हूँ। और मैं आपको बताऊं, अपने नीरज अत्री जी को और धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का मैं बहुत जल्दी भेंट करवाने वाला हूँ, जो अब हमारे HRD मिनिस्टर हैं, विद्यार्थी परिषद से, AVP से निकले हैं। मैं भी AVP का एलुमनाई हूँ, मेरे उनसे संपर्क है। तो हम 10 दिशाओं में लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, हम 10 दिशाओं में युद्ध लड़के जीतेंगे। और अभी एक भाई कह रहे हैं महेश भट्ट की पिक्चर बैन होनी चाहिए। भाई साहब, बैन हो या नहीं हो, आप देखना बंद कर दो ना। अभी तो देखो हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में सेकुलर शब्द घुसाया हुआ है जबरदस्ती, तो फिलहाल तो आज के समय में तो भारत सेकुलर है, हम देखना बंद कर देते हैं। उपभोक्ता की ताकत, अमेरिका आपके सामने खड़ा हुआ है, पूरी दुनिया आपके सामने खड़ी हुई है। चीन 36 बातें करके भी लास्ट में आपके साथ में टेबल पे बैठ जाता है, क्योंकि आप एक सबसे बड़ा उपभोक्ता बाजार है इस विश्व का। आप उपभोक्ता के रूप में रिएक्ट कीजिए, लोगों की नेचर और हैबिट दोनों बदल जाएगी, और उनको हर बात वो बोलनी पड़ेगी जो आपको और मेरे को प्रामाणिक लगती है। धन्यवाद गायत्री।
थैंक यू जय भाई। इससे मुझे याद आया, सेक्युलर शब्द जो हमारे संविधान में आया है, इट वाज ड्यूरिंग इमरजेंसी।
हाँ, मुझे बिल्कुल, मैंने कहा ना, घुसाया गया।
ऑपोजिशन वाज इन जेल एंड इट
हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के निर्माण के समय पंथ निरपेक्ष लिखा गया था, और उसको धर्मनिरपेक्ष इमरजेंसी में किया गया।
जी बिल्कुल 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 सही बात है, क्योंकि ये सेक्युलरिज्म खुद उसका जो जेनेसिस है क्रिश्चियनिटी से आता है एंड बहुत सारा अदर चीजें। तो सेक्युलरिज्म इन इटसेल्फ हैज अ लॉट ऑफ क्वेश्चन मार्क। दैट इज व्हाट
हटवाएंगे।
पर्सनल ओपिनियन।
भारत शनै शनै हिंदू राष्ट्र बनेगा। आप आगे अगला प्रश्न लीजिए।
जी प्रणय जी, आपको ये पूछना है कि नाउ as you said very rightly, we have to tell people about our true history. Our true history should come out, not only about our various kings and queens and various other people, not just kings, queens. There are many other people, like for example, Onapke Obawa was just a housewife who did a valiant job. She stopped Hyder Ali from attacking Chitradurga Fort in Karnataka. How many people know about it? She did it single-handedly. How many people know about it? No one. But of course, later Chitradurga was captured, but उसने एक particular attack को अपनी बुद्धि से, अपनी presence of mind and courage से उसने उसको रोका. That she was just a housewife, a guard's wife. She did that. And then, of course, we have valiant other Ranis like Rani Abakka Chauta. We do hear about Rana Pratap ji, that is very nice. But there are other big heroes and heroines too. For example, वो हमें patriarchy कहते हैं. हमें कहते हैं हमारी औरतों को हमने हमारे women को, औरत is a very, I don't like the language, I mean हमारी महिलाओं को we don't give them rights. That's not true. In fact, Hinduism has, Sanatan Dharma is given Hindu women all the rights. Right from, we had great Rishikas who even chose to be single. Some were married, some were single, right? We had great women. So to talk about them, and then our Ranis, like our Rani Abakka Chauta, she went against her husband to fight the Portuguese. She went against her husband because her husband was, I mean, he was doing a deal with the Portuguese. She said no business. She, there was a Mangalore के पास एक जगह है, वहाँ उलू करके एक जगह है, वहाँ पर she was a Tulu Rani है वो, like she's a Tulua Rani. So she fought the Portuguese and even defeated them several times. Of course, eventually it was taken over. That's another issue. Then what happened is these kind of stories do not find a place in our textbooks due to communists, right? We already know the story, and we are now pushing the government to change the system. We can even use right to education very effectively. That was used by some of our students here. And what we can alternatively do as citizens is create a volume of job. I mean, write many books, publish them, make many videos, publish them, so that they become a reservoir of knowledge, true knowledge, not just based on facts. You give the sources also, do a proper study, have a, as I think Rajiv Malhotra ji was saying earlier, today we learn Sanskrit, many of us, even me, I don't know Sanskrit. Where do I have to depend on Sheldon Fowler? And we know that the translations given by him are very bad, right? Why should I be reading things written by Sheldon Pollock or somebody who doesn't have good interest in their minds when they want to speak about our scriptures? We should be doing it ourselves. So where is that body of work? I'm looking for that. What the government does or not is another issue. We will keep pressing the government. But what are we doing as citizens and what can be done? Because governments will come and go.
बहुत सुंदर प्रश्न है गायत्री जी। इस प्रश्न के साथ आपने उत्तर दिया, और जब जय भाई बोल रहे थे तो मैं लगातार ताली बजा रहा, और मैं ताली इसलिए बजा रहा था कि वे वर्तमान में जो बदलाव आए हैं उसकी एक सकारात्मक तस्वीर भी प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं। आप देखिए कि दो स्तरों पर हमें काम करने हैं, एक सामाजिक स्तर पर और एक सरकार के स्तर पर। सामाजिक स्तर पर जो जय भाई ने कहा है, जय भाई आप अपना नंबर भी गायत्री जी के माध्यम से मुझसे शेयर कीजिएगा, हम मिलके काम करेंगे इन फ्यूचर। तो आप देखेंगे इस मंच पर जितने उपस्थित हैं वो विद्वान सहमत होंगे, श्रोता सहमत होंगे इस बात से कि 90 से पूर्व 89 में भाजपा ने राम मंदिर को अपने प्रस्ताव में सम्मिलित किया। राम मंदिर की लड़ाई 89 से तो चल नहीं रही, वह लड़ाई तो 400 वर्षों से चल रही है। इस समूह पर जो उपस्थित लोग हैं उनको मालूम है। तो पहले राम कृष्ण को मिथकीय चरित्र बताकर पढ़ाया जाता, उससे पहले उनको काल्पनिक चरित्र बताकर पढ़ाया जाता। हमारे पाठ्यक्रम में उनके होने के प्रमाण मांगे जाते, लेकिन राम सेतु पर सर्वोच्च न्यायालय जाना पड़ा, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय को हस्तक्षेप करना पड़ा, लेकिन हमने समाज की जागरूकता के द्वारा राजनीतिक दलों पर और राजनीतिक व्यवस्थाओं पर ये प्रेशर क्रिएट किया। और मुझे एक और बात कहने दीजिए कि संविधान भारत की मूल आत्मा नहीं है। भारत की मूल आत्मा इस देश की परंपरा है, वाचिक परंपरा है, इस देश की संस्कृति है, हिंदू धर्म यानी मानव धर्म है। तो हमने आपने सबने मिलकर देश में एक परिवेश खड़ा किया, एक विमर्श खड़ा किया, जिसका परिणाम यह है, सुखद परिणाम यह है कि आज राम को मिथकीय चरित्र कहने का, काल्पनिक चरित्र कहने का कोई दुस्साहस नहीं करता है, विरोधी भी नहीं करते हैं, मुसलमान भी नहीं करते हैं, और राजनीतिक दल की हिम्मत नहीं है, क्योंकि हमें अपने वोट की कीमत समझनी पड़ेगी। और आज भी ईश्वर की महान कृपा है कि हम 70% हैं, लोग 80% भी कहते हैं। तो हमें अपनी ताकत को समझना होगा और समाज में जागरूकता लाने के लिए क्या क्या कर सकते हैं, कुछ उदाहरण दे रहा हूं। पाठ्यक्रम को भूल जाइए, पाठ्यक्रम इसके बाद आएंगे। सरकार के स्तर पर जो प्रयत्न होने हैं इसके बाद आएंगे। हम सरकार पर एक बहुसंख्यक समाज के या मूल समाज के रूप में एक दबाव समूह तो बनकर खड़े हो सकते हैं। हम सबसे अधिक टैक्स पेयर हैं, सरकारों की चूल्हे हिल जाएंगी, चाहे अपने समर्थक हो या विरोधी हो, हम टैक्स पेयर। यहाँ बैठे हुए तमाम जो अप्रवासी भारतीय हैं, वो कितनी बड़ी ताकत है अगर वो एक स्वर में बोले, एकजुट कर बोले कि यह इतिहास चाहिए, तो चीजें बदलेंगी। और सुनिए गायत्री जी, अभी भी सौभाग्य से कुंभ की परंपरा चल रही है, अभी भी सौभाग्य से तीर्थ स्थलों की परंपरा चल रही है, अभी भी सौभाग्य से कथाओं की परंपरा चल रही है। तो आप सारे कथाकार, सारे प्रवचनकार, कुंभ के मेले, धर्मशाला, संत, हम सब समूह बन करके पहले हम संगठित हों और संगठित होकर इन सबको संपर्क करें, इनसे संपर्क साधें और वाचिक परंपरा के द्वारा एक बड़े समूह से भी भारत का जो वास्तविक इतिहास है उसको साझा करें। आपने जिनका जिनका नाम लिया उनकी चर्चा करें, अपनी गौरवशाली परंपरा, आदर्श, मान बिंदु उन तक ले जाएं और परिवार में, हर हिंदू परिवार में भले ही 4 सदस्य हो, न्यूक्लियर फैमिली हो गया, एकल परिवार हो गया, संयुक्त परिवार में भी जो लोग जी रहे हैं, हमको अपने परिवार में अपनी नई पीढ़ी के साथ 10 से 15 मिनट अपनी गौरवशाली परंपरा, अपने सनातन इतिहास, अपने वैज्ञानिक जीवन पद्धति, इन सब पर चर्चा करनी है। उन्हें टेलीविजन के मत्थे नहीं छोड़ देना है, उन्हें सिनेमा और सीरियलों के मत्थे नहीं छोड़ देना है। आप कभी भी सीड वैल्यू ऑफ आइडिया को इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते। तो उनके दिमाग में ये बीज डालना है कि ये जो दिखाया जा रहा है इसके इतर ये कहानी है। और सौभाग्य से जनश्रुति अपने आप में इतिहास लेखन का सबसे बड़ा स्रोत होता है, इतिहास का सबसे बड़ा प्रमाण होता है। हमने वाचिक परंपरा और जनश्रुतियों के माध्यम से राम और कृष्ण के आदर्शों को जीवित रखा है। तो निराश होने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, सरकारें हमारी सुनेंगी यदि हम हिंदू समाज के रूप में संगठित हों। जितने भी सार्वजनिक स्तर पर कार्यक्रम होते हैं उसमें ऐसे इतिहास की चर्चाओं को भी सम्मिलित करें। जय भाई ने अभी महाराणा प्रताप की बात की, आज लगभग पूरा देश मान चुका है। देखिए कितना बड़ा बदलाव है। यह चित्र दे रहा हूं कि महाराणा प्रताप ने अकबर को नाकों माने दांतों चने चबा दिए, अकबर को लगभग पस्त कर दिया था। ये बात मान चुका है। आज पूरा देश ये मान चुका है कि अकबर की तुलना में महाराणा प्रताप अधिक महान थे। इतिहास की तमाम पुस्तकों के बावजूद मान चुका है, झूठे इतिहास के बावजूद मान चुका है। तो ये सकारात्मक चित्र रखकर हमको सार्वजनिक सभाओं में ऐसी चर्चा करनी है, कथाओं में ऐसी चर्चा करनी है, कुंभ मेलों में ऐसी चर्चा करनी है। हर जगह हमको इस विमर्श को खड़ा करना है। और जो हमारा एक यूनिट अभी टूटा नहीं है पूरी तरीके से, वो परिवार है। उस परिवार नाम की इकाई में जरूर आधा घंटा निकालना है, जहां अपनी संस्कृति, अपनी परंपरा, अपने मान बिंदु, अपने आदर्श आप भोजन करते हुए चर्चा करें। हमारे बच्चे हैं, हमसे भावनात्मक रूप से जुड़े हुए हैं, तो क्या 10 मिनट हम उनको नहीं सुना सकते? क्या 5 मिनट हम उनको नहीं सुना सकते? जब अपना देश गुलाम था, 1000 वर्ष से हम गुलामी से जूझ रहे हैं, एक प्रकार से लड़ रहे हैं, संघर्ष कर रहे हैं। मोहम्मद गोरी के बाद से इस देश पर कोई भी कोई विदेशी आक्रमणकारी किसी हिस्से पर रहा। उस घोर बर्बर मध्यकालीन औरंगजेब जैसे क्रूर शासक के कालखंड में भी यदि हमने अपने धर्म, अपनी संस्कृति, अपनी परंपरा, अपने आदर्श की रक्षा की है तो आज तो हमारा देश स्वतंत्र है। तो सिस्टम के भीतर हम बंधे हुए हैं, लेकिन सिस्टम के बाहर हम कहां बंधे हुए? तो हम विमर्श खड़ा करें ना। और अंतिम बात गायत्री जी, आज इतने माध्यम हैं, आप देखिए कि सोशल मीडिया पर राष्ट्रीय सोच वाला, राष्ट्रवादी शब्द अनुचित है, इसलिए मैं बार बार राष्ट्रीय कह रहा हूं। हम वाद की परंपराओं को मानते ही नहीं। तो सोशल मीडिया पर राष्ट्रीय सोच वाले लोग मुखर हैं, छाए हुए हैं, उनका वर्चस्व है। क्यों है? इसलिए नहीं कि हम बड़े कमाल के लोग, इसलिए कि जनमानस का मन ऐसा है, मिजाज ऐसा है, सोच ऐसी है, वो यही सुनना चाहते हैं। उनको सरकारों ने नहीं सुनाया, सिनेमा ने नहीं सुनाया, कला ने नहीं सुनाया, लेकिन वो खुलकर यही सुनना चाहते हैं। गांधी की महानता के तमाम एकेडमिक दावों के बावजूद चंद्रशेखर आजाद से प्यार करने वाली पीढ़ियां मौजूद हैं देश में। ये ताकत है हमारी। विवेकानंद को सबसे बड़ा आइकॉन मानने वाले लोग मौजूद हैं देश में। ये ताकत है हमारी। इस ताकत को पहचान कर सोशल मीडिया के सभी मंचों का इस्तेमाल करें। क्लब हाउस, ट्विटर, फेसबुक, इंस्टाग्राम, जितने भी भारतीय जो मंच बने हैं कू से लेकर के, सब पर हम लोग अकाउंट बनाएं और एक जुनून की तरह, जिद की तरह ऐसी सूचनाओं को प्रसारित करें। तो आज तो तकनीक जैसे जैसे गांव और कस्बों में पहुंचेगा, हम अपनी बात करें। यही तरीका है गायत्री जी। और जो भी सरकार आए, कल्पना कीजिए, आप लोग मुझे क्षमा कीजिएगा, कल्पना कीजिए कि हमारी अपनी सरकार, जिसे हमने तपस्या पूर्वक सत्ता में बिठाया है, वो शिक्षा में कोई बदलाव नहीं लाती, तो क्या हम हाथ पर हाथ धरे बैठे रहे? हम इस सरकार पर तो दबाव बनाएंगे ही, बाद वाली सरकार के विरोध में सड़कों पर भी उतर कर दबाव बनाएंगे, क्योंकि सत्ता में बने रहना आवश्यक है। तो अभी जो सत्ता में है उनको कमजोर नहीं करना है, पर दबाव बनाना है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हमें एक प्रेशर ग्रुप जरूर बनाना है ताकि our voices are heard, our concerns are heard. For example, ये राइट टू एजुकेशन वाला जो एक्ट है उसमें भी बहुत सारा गड़बड़ है, तो we will be discussing about it later with an advocate who will be coming. So we have a nice.
गायत्री जी, एक और बात, प्रोफेसर मक्खनलाल, प्रोफेसर कपिल कुमार, शंकर शरण, ये लोग, इन लोगों ने पैरेलली अपना इतिहास लिखा है कई वॉल्यूम में। जो हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं वो इतिहास लिखा है, और अटल जी ने अपनी सरकार में एनसीईआरटी में वो किताबें लगा भी दी। तो हम अपनी सरकार पर ये दबाव बनाएं कि इतिहास की पुस्तकें वही पढ़ाई।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हमें अपनी सरकार पर जरूर दबाव बनानी है ताकि our history, the real history is told, and it is not the fiction which is dished out to us as history. We end with that note, and then I thank all of you, Vineet ji, Pranay ji, and Jay Bhai, for being with us and enlightening us and the whole audience with your thoughts. And that was really a very nice, invigorating session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gayatri ji. Thank you, Jay Bhai. Dhanyawad.
Thank you.
धन्यवाद,
Jay Bhai,
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद गायत्री जी।
Vineet ji, I think he is left. So
नमस्कार, धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. Nice. And we thank the audience for being with us and listening to our great participants and delegates, speakers. We therefore request you to join us a little later after a short break we take. We'll be joining you again at 4:30 p.m. India time with another great session with Professor and a great academician. So till then, bye, namaskar.
So Gayatri ji, who is the next speaker? When is it?
Next speaker is 4:30 p.m. Snehalata, Professor Snehalata. Thank you. Bye.